everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi, Stranger from Another Star, Chapter 201 to 257, Chapter 198 2368 words. Not a single person was surprised. The moment Azazel spoke, the atmosphere in the room plunged to a freezing point. Everyone frowned in unison, their gazes toward Azazel far from friendly. But Azazel acted as though he hadn't noticed at all, carrying on at his own pace. Back when Kokobel was suppressed, I already made a statement on behalf of our faction, didn't I? That entire incident was something Kokobel carried out on his own, behind the backs of every other cadre and myself, the Governor-General. Not a single one of us knew about it, and we certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to deliberately provoke a war in that fashion. Setting everything else aside, what would we even gain from doing something like that? Steal a few holy swords, kill the little sisters of Tu Mao, piss you all off, and then wait for you to come beat us up. If I had that kind of free time, why wouldn't I just secretly move our forces into Angel and Devil territory, launch a surprise attack, seize some land, and take out a few key figures first? That way, even if war did break out, at least it'd be on our terms. And whether we're talking about holy swords or Mao's sisters, even if they were lost, it would barely scratch the surface for the Angel and Devil factions. Azazel's reasoning, while making some people uncomfortable, Rias and Sona chief among them, was undeniably sound. If you truly wanted to start a war, why go through all the trouble of stealing holy swords and targeting Mao's sisters? A direct surprise attack while the other two factions had their guard down, seizing the initiative and securing early victories, wouldn't that be far more effective? Once I learned what that idiot Kokobel had done, I immediately dispatched Valley, the current White Dragon Emperor, with the sole purpose of stopping Kokobel's unsanctioned operation and preventing the situation from escalating. Azazel shrugged. Who could have guessed? By the time our White Dragon Emperor arrived on the scene, Kokobel had already been dealt with. We had no choice but to abandon him, and leave his fate in the hands of the Devil's side. This, too, was the fallen Angel faction expressing its sincerity. If one of their own important figures had caused a catastrophe and gotten captured, then by all means, do with him as you please. They wouldn't interfere. Surely that counted for something. Kokobel was a cadre of the fallen angels. Even if he'd committed a grave offense, under normal circumstances, an opposing faction shouldn't be the one to punish him. The proper course would be to retrieve him first, then handle things internally. That was how a major power conducted itself. Otherwise, having your own key figure disposed of by a rival faction would be nothing short of humiliating. Yet despite all that, the fallen angels had chosen to wash their hands of Kokobel entirely. That alone spoke volumes about their unwillingness to escalate the conflict. Surzex and Michael exchanged a glance, then turned to face Azazel together. Then may we take this to mean that the fallen angel faction currently has no intention of engaging in serious conflict with us, or reigniting the war? Michael asked the question with careful sincerity. Azazel answered with a cheerful laugh. Of course. Myself included, the fallen angels these days have very little interest in war. Especially me. I have absolutely zero interest in it. Our side is really just a bunch of idiots, honestly. Compared to war and fighting, we're far more interested in sacred gears and women. Me in particular. After fighting for so many years in the past, I got sick of war a long time ago. I'm quite satisfied with the way things are now. As he spoke, Azazel's gaze swept across Surzex, Seraphal, and Michael, his voice carrying genuine sentiment. Back then, we couldn't avoid fighting even if we wanted to. God's expressed will was to purge all evil and sin from this world. And devils, fallen angels like us in God's eyes, we were nothing more than plagues upon creation. The original Mao were all ambitious warmongers too. They refused to accept being confined to the underworld, refused to accept ruling only the world of night, and spent every waking moment plotting to overthrow God's supremacy, conquer heaven and the human world, and become the supreme rulers of everything. So the conflict was inevitable. The Great War between the three factions was born from that, and it dragged on for thousands of years, bleeding all three sides so badly that none of us could survive without relying on humans. God is gone. The original Mao are dead. Every source of the war has been eliminated. And the people leading heaven and the devil world happen to be gentle souls like you, people who have no appetite for war. I felt an enormous weight lift off my shoulders. I could finally focus on doing the research I actually enjoy. For once, Azazel didn't deliver those words with his usual flippant attitude. They were full of genuine feeling, full of heartfelt relief. Anyone listening could tell this was how he truly felt. Serzex, Serafal, Michael, and the others fell silent. Rias, Sona, and the rest were equally caught off guard that Azazel would say something like this. Only Leo and Vala reacted differently. Leo had known what kind of person Azazel was for a long time, so nothing about this surprised him. Valley, on the other hand, watched Azazel with a shifting, unreadable gaze, his thoughts hidden. In short, I can tell you with full confidence that the fallen angels have absolutely no desire to start a war. Azazel's expression turned serious. We should all be perfectly aware of this. Given our current state, if war breaks out again, all three factions will destroy each other. Even if a victor somehow emerged, they'd be so devastated they could no longer sustain their race. It would be the end. Serzex and Michael both nodded. That's right. War can never be allowed to happen again. If war breaks out once more, this time we'll all be annihilated. Both Serzex and Michael wore grave expressions. Among those listening, some understood the current state of the three factions well, others only partially. But from the severity written on the faces of each faction's leaders, they grasped the weight of the situation. War for all three factions would be nothing less than mutual suicide. The moment it erupted, there would be no good outcome for anyone. This summit was convened precisely to confirm the future intentions of all three factions, to confirm that we all share the same understanding. Serafal, the one responsible for diplomacy, could no longer hold herself back. She leaned forward. Since we all share this consensus, why not seize this opportunity to formalize a peace accord? The moment those words left her mouth, the leaders' reactions aside, the observers were stunned. A peace accord. A formal agreement of non-aggression, even mutual cooperation and coexistence. All three factions have been reduced to a state where we simply cannot survive without humans. If we don't seek change now, then even if we avoid annihilation, we'll find it impossible to develop any further. Serzex had clearly discussed this with Serafal beforehand. The moment she proposed the accord, he spoke up immediately. On the devil's side, we believe that continuing down this path is simply not an option. And so a peace accord was needed. Cooperation was needed. Only by setting aside old grudges and moving forward together could the three factions have a future. This was the position of the current underworld regime, led by Serzex. Ha ha ha. Azazel burst into laughter, clapping his hands and pointing at Serzex and Serafal with barely contained amusement. Well, I never would have guessed. Devils, the very symbol of evil in human eyes, taking the initiative to propose a peace accord. Talk about shattering expectations. Devils praying for peace, for coexistence, it really did sound like a joke. As I thought, devils really have changed. Michael's tone carried a mix of complexity and relief. During the old wars, the original Mao were always the war hawks. Every time fighting broke out, the devils were consistently the most reckless, the most unhinged force on the battlefield. Even during the period when the two heavenly dragons threw the battlefield into chaos, the devils held out until the very end before reluctantly joining the other two sides to deal with them. The devils of today are something else entirely. Having people like you, people who genuinely desire peace, serving as Mao, it does make things considerably easier for us. Both Michael and Azazel had survived since an impossibly ancient era. Serzex and Serafal, by contrast, were born only within the last few centuries. To Michael and Azazel, they were juniors among juniors. Children who had only just grown up. And so, when these young leaders came together to champion reform, to champion peace, both Michael and Azazel were deeply moved. They had witnessed devils at their most crazed and their most wicked. That was precisely why the image recorded in history was one of evil incarnate. Bloodshed, ruin, sin, madness. All synonymous with devils, an image that had persisted since ancient times. Yet now, thanks to the efforts of a group of young people, even the devils were beginning to change. For Azazel and Michael, who had seen the very worst of what devils could be, the emotion was hard to put into words. And yet, the war between the three factions has a long history, and the hatred that's accumulated runs higher than the sky and deeper than the earth. If you suddenly announce that it's time to let go of the past and join hands, there are going to be quite a few people who can't accept that, aren't there? When Azazel said this, it didn't sound like a concern or a warning. It sounded more like he was testing the resolve of Serzex and the others, his tone laced with provocation. Michael nodded as well, agreeing with the point. The enmity between heaven and the devil world was not something that could be brushed aside. The church had been training exorcists for ages specifically to combat devils. For members of the church, devils were threats that had to be eradicated. Asking them to abandon that worldview and cooperate with devils instead would deliver an unprecedented blow to their faith. In fact, as former church members, Asia and Zenobia looked utterly shocked at this very moment, shaken almost as badly as when they'd learned the truth about God's death. Everyone else was the same. Especially the pureblood devils who had been born and raised in the underworld, Rias, Sona, Ravel, and the rest. The parade of emotions crossing their faces was something to behold. After all, the underworld was dominated by devils and fallen angels, each occupying half the territory, and they had spent ages coveting each other's land, constantly finding ways to make trouble. Now, all of a sudden, they were being told to make peace. To cooperate. It was a lot to take in. Once again, only Leo and Valor remained unfazed. They had both known this development was coming. The difference was that one accepted it with a go-with-the-flow attitude, while the other watched from the sidelines with cold, detached eyes. Then, everyone heard the response from Serzex and Seraphal. If hatred is allowed to persist indefinitely, it will become nothing more than a cancer that endangers everyone. Serzex spoke with solemnity. Even the older generation of devils has grown weary of war. The hawks no longer have a voice, and the new generation, having grown up in the current environment, doesn't harbor the hostility toward angels and fallen angels that their predecessors did. Now is precisely the time to push forward with bold reforms. Seraphal clenched her small fists, looking both spirited and endearingly determined. As expected, the current Mao really are something. Azazel laughed again, then turned to Michael. What do you say, Archangel? Our mission is to guide humanity, to watch over God's children, and lead them toward a bright future. Michael smiled gently. After losing God, we've already experienced the confusion and panic of not knowing which way the road ahead leads. After all, there will never again be a God to guide us forward. We can only carve out the future ourselves, forge our own path toward it. Peace is exactly what we have been dreaming of. If there was one faction that could least afford the losses of another war, it was the angels. The devil side had essentially solved its population crisis once the evil pieces system was developed. Dwindling numbers were no longer a concern. The fallen angels, while the smallest of the three factions in terms of numbers, would continue to exist as long as angels did. There would always be angels who developed personal desires and eventually fell. Only the angels truly had no way to increase their numbers after God's death. Angels could not reproduce. Every one of them was a being created by God, and with their creator gone, their numbers would never grow again. Losing even a single angel was a devastating blow. Because of this, the angels relied on human power more than any other faction. Even fighting devils and fallen angels was left to the human-run church, while the angels themselves only provided blessings and bestowed the power of light upon those human warriors. The angels were the faction that least wanted to see war return. As for the church's feelings on the matter, that was a different issue entirely. Regardless, Michael was absolutely in favor of the peace accord. Then it's settled. Azazel brought his hand down decisively. The three factions hereby make peace and enter into a formal accord. Devils, angels, and fallen angels would no longer stand as enemies. The war that had persisted among the three factions for thousands of years had, at long last, perhaps truly come to an end. Chapter 202, Chapter 199 1843 words. As the leaders of the three factions began seriously discussing the peace accord, and everyone else was still reeling from the sudden turn of events, Leo felt every nerve in his body slowly tighten. Just as he'd said before, the three factions sitting down to talk peacefully was a development that certain people would never allow. They would inevitably jump out to cause trouble at a time like this. And now that peace negotiations had actually begun, Leo refused to believe that those lurking in the shadows could sit still any longer. Sure enough, something went wrong almost immediately. A wave of fog appeared in Kuo Academy without any warning, spreading through the entire campus like a tidal surge at terrifying speed, swallowing everything in its path in an instant. The fog invaded the buildings, flooded the school corridors, and seeped into every room, filling them one by one. What is this? The summit conference room was engulfed just as quickly, and everyone shot to their feet. Watch out! Azazel was the first to shout. This fog was created by Dimension Lost. Everyone present who knew what Dimension Lost was felt their hearts lurch. Leo had already moved the instant the fog appeared, reaching out and grabbing the two peerage members closest to him. Both girls let out startled yelps. A moment later, the fog swallowed the entire room, and everyone vanished within it. A shockwave of purple demonic energy erupted skyward, blasting the dense fog away and revealing Leo's figure. Leo-sama. The two girls in his grasp finally found their voices, shock and confusion clear in their tones. Leo looked down and only then realized who he'd actually grabbed. One was Ravel, golden ringlets framing a petite frame with curves that defied her small stature. The other was Rem, blue hair cropped short, similar in height and build to Ravel, wearing her provocative maid outfit. Leo was mildly surprised. Of all the members of Peerage Eligos, his blind grab had somehow caught the two girls with the most extreme gap between their baby faces and their generous proportions. As for everyone else, gone, huh? Leo scanned the surroundings, his heart sinking. He and the two girls had appeared inside a building, standing in a hallway. Residual fog drifted along the floor. The scenery was completely different from the conference room. Only a shaken Ravel and Rem stood beside him. Everyone else had vanished without a trace. Where are we? Rem forced herself to calm down. Her hand was already gripping the chain connected to her morning star. Some kind of pocket dimension. Ravel regained her composure just as quickly and assessed the situation, teeth clenched. Dimension Lost forcibly transported us into an unknown alternate space. Dimension Lost, one of the 4 top-tier Longinus, ranked 4th among the 13. The strongest barrier-type sacred gear, it could teleport anything enveloped by its fog to another location, including pocket dimensions and alternate realms. Last time, Leo had fallen for this exact Longinus. Its wielder had forcibly transported him into a pocket dimension where Chow Chow had been waiting, and the two fought a brutal battle. Now he'd been caught by the same trick again. He'd only managed to grab 2 of his peerage members before the fog took everyone else. The rest had been scattered to who knows where. And that meant... So the hero faction really did get involved after all. This hadn't happened in the original story. But Leo had considered the possibility. He'd figured that Chow Chow would make a move soon, if only to prevent Leo's intelligence from going stale. Just like last time with Lafei tricks. You claim you're not on the same side, yet here you are cooperating again. Leo's words, surprisingly calm, carried down the hallway ahead. Several figures were approaching from that direction, gradually entering their line of sight. But what surprised Leo was that the figures walking toward them weren't the hero faction members he'd expected. They were monsters. Bipedal creatures pitch black from head to toe, stocky and muscular, with razor-sharp claws, feral eyes, and fangs bared in snarling grimaces. The monsters let out inhuman shrieks, making both Ravel and Rem shudder. What are those things? Magical beasts. Ravel cried out in alarm. They smell disgusting. Rem made no effort to hide her revulsion. Both girls could feel an intensely repulsive aura emanating from the creatures, like encountering a natural enemy that triggered instinctive, visceral rejection. The feeling was familiar. As soon as holy swords created through her sacred gear, Mahiru's incinerate anthem, both produced the same instinctive revulsion in devils. These monsters weren't quite at the level of holy swords or sacred relics, but Ravel and Rem still felt like they were facing their natural predators. And their instincts were right. The black monsters roared and opened their maws, suddenly firing blinding beams of light at Leo and the two girls. The beams struck the hallway floor, blasting it apart and sending debris flying. Leo, Ravel, and Rem had already leapt clear before impact, dodging the searing light. That's the power of light. Ravel spread her flame wings and hovered midair, shouting. Those monsters can use the power of light. The power of light, something only angels and fallen angels could wield, was now coming from a pack of monsters. The revelation left Ravel and Rem stunned. Only Leo understood what was going on. Annihilation Maker's creations. Annihilation Maker, one of the 4 top-tier Longinus, ranked 3rd among the 13, just behind Leo's Zenith Tempest. Its ability allowed its wielder to create all manner of magical beasts through imagination alone. The stronger the imagination, the more diverse the creatures. This Longinus had shown a glimpse of its power during the old Satan faction's attack. In that labyrinth dimension, after Surzex personally investigated, they'd confirmed that every monster inside had been artificially created by Annihilation Maker. Like Dimension Lost, Annihilation Maker was held by a member of the hero faction, further confirming their involvement. These black monsters. Leo vaguely recalled that they'd appeared in the original story too. Annihilation Maker's wielder had specifically designed them as anti-devil weapons. Every single one could use the power of light, a devil's greatest weakness. Blinding beams fired from the monsters' mouths again, blasting through the hallway walls and sending dust billowing from the breaches. The 3 of them burst out of the building and onto a deserted street, only to face an even fiercer assault. Black monsters crawled out from every corner and dark crevice of the surrounding buildings, emerging as if spawned from the shadows themselves, howling as they fired a barrage of light beams at Leo's group in the air. Leo had already unfurled all 10 of his devil wings, his form blurring like an afterimage as he weaved through the incoming beams. One hand still gripped Rem's shoulder, carrying her along as he dodged the dense barrage. As for Ravel, she didn't retreat at all. She charged straight into the storm of light. THWP, 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 THWP. Beam after beam punched through Ravel's body, but none actually hurt her. Where the beams pierced, flames erupted instead of blood, and her entire form transformed into a blazing phoenix that hurtled toward the nearest cluster of monsters. The burning phoenix slammed into the monster's position, unleashing a violent firestorm that incinerated everything in its path. The temperature skyrocketed. The deserted street became a crimson inferno as flames spread outward, engulfing the black monsters one after another. They didn't even manage a death cry before being reduced to ash. Leo-sama. Throw Rem over there. Rem, still dangling from Leo's grip, called out the moment she saw Ravel's display. She wasn't about to let her fellow peerage member steal all the glory, and she refused to be dead weight that her master had to protect. Leo didn't waste words. He hurled Rem into the middle of a group of monsters. She crashed down like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath her feet. The nearest black monster barely managed to turn around and open its mouth, light gathering between its jaws, but before the beam could fire, the morning star came screaming through the air and smashed into its face, caving in its skull. Haraewa. As if she'd entered her Oni state, Rem let out a roar and whirled her morning star like a windmill, the the spiked ball smashing into the black monsters at terrifying speed, crushing and flattening everything around her. Watching both girls tear through the monsters, Leo cracked a smile. He spread his 10 wings wide, wrapping them around himself. Bang 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 bang. Beams of light pelted him from every direction, striking his wings and bursting into sparks, but none touched Leo himself. Any other devil's wings would have been shredded on contact. But as a perfect devil, Leo no longer had that weakness. Anti-devil monsters were useless against him. Leo casually deflected every beam, and conjured magic circles around himself. The circles spun into existence like cannon muzzles, firing volleys of demonic energy blasts that tore through the black monsters one by one. The 3 of them cleared out the swarm with brutal efficiency, hardly looking like devils who were supposed to be weak to light. Ravel ignored the beams entirely, her flame-wreathed body incinerating monsters to ash. Rem savagely bludgeoned them to death one after another with her morning star. Compared to the 2 girls, Leo's method of blasting them with demonic energy was actually the most merciful, at least granting them a painless death. How long this went on, none of them could say, but eventually the onslaught subsided. Are they all dead? Rem gripped the morning star's handle, eyes still wary. I don't see any more in the area. Ravel folded her flame wings and descended, landing beside Remington. Leo touched down as well, folding those conspicuous 10 wings behind him. Looks like we cleared the first wave without too much trouble. He surveyed the wrecked street, brow furrowed slightly. No idea how the others are doing, though. If the others had faced the same anti-devil monsters, the situation was grim. Surzex and Seraphal would be fine. At their level, forget the power of light, even the highest grade holy relics posed little threat. But the other devils were a different story. The Gremri and Citri peerages would be in serious danger against a swarm like this. Even the rest of the Eligos peerage might not make it through unscathed. Even Azazel and Michael weren't necessarily safe. Annihilation Maker's wielder might have prepared natural predators tailored specifically for them too. What a pain. Leo couldn't help feeling uneasy. The hero faction's involvement had completely derailed how the summit was supposed to play out in the original story. Leo-sama. Leo-sama. Ravel and Rem both turned to him, waiting for his call. Leo narrowed his eyes. He didn't hesitate long. Let's move. We find the others and regroup. Chapter 203, Chapter 219 77 words The Unknown Pocket Dimension. High above. When Leo, Ravel, and Rem spread their wings and took to the skies, they finally got a clear look at the entire space. It was a replica of Kuo Town. Skyscrapers stood in rows, roads stretched in every direction through the city blocks, and details like cars, streetlights, signs, and trash cans were all perfectly recreated. It was identical to the real Kuo Town in every way, with one difference: there were no people. Only black monsters. Gra. Groups of black monsters shambled out from building shadows and alleyways, taking the place of the residents who should have been living here, wandering the streets and lurking in structures. The moment they spotted Leo's group flying overhead, they let out piercing howls and fired beams of light upward. Annoying. Leo saw nothing but empty streets and monsters in every direction. He had no patience to deal with them one by one, so he opened with everything he had. In an instant, dark clouds blanketed the sky over the entire replica of Kuo Town. Lightning flashed in rapid, dense bursts. The sky turned black. Only the strobing glow of lightning remained. The air grew heavy, as if a catastrophic storm was about to break. Then countless bolts of lightning rained down from the clouds, striking across the entirety of Kuo Town. Thunder shook the heavens. Bolt after bolt struck the monsters roaming the streets, charring them to cinders on impact. Lightning poured from the sky in an endless, suffocating deluge, turning the entire replica town into a sea of electricity. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. If this had happened in the real world, it would have been an apocalyptic disaster. Everywhere the eye could see, lightning hammered the ground. Countless bolts linked sky to earth, forming a dense web of crackling light that illuminated the entire world. Anyone witnessing this would have thought the end of days had come. Leo had used Zenith Tempest's power to completely alter the weather across the entire pocket dimension, turning clear skies into a thunderstorm of biblical proportions and raining lightning down on all of Kuo Town. Under that relentless barrage, the black monsters didn't stand a chance. The town itself was caught in the devastation, ravaged by endless lightning. Streets were pockmarked with charred craters. Buildings were either scorched black or blasted apart. Arcs of electricity slithered through the wreckage, destroying everything they touched. Kuo Town crumbled by the second. Several skyscrapers toppled entirely, crashing to the ground with tremors that shook both earth and air. What incredible power! Ravel swallowed hard as she watched. Leo Sama's power, it's so much stronger than sisters. Even Rem's cute face showed awe. They knew Leo was powerful, but this was the first time they'd witnessed destruction on this scale. It left them genuinely shaken. The top-tier Longinus earned that distinction because each possessed the power to influence nations, even the world itself. Dimension Lost could instantly generate fog covering an entire city, and forcibly teleport everything within it. If used without restraint in the human world, the chaos and casualties would be unimaginable. Annihilation Maker could produce an endless army of monsters and deploy them anywhere, easily possessing the power to topple a country and reshape global affairs. And Zenith Tempest, ranked second among all Longinus, stood above both Annihilation Maker and Dimension Lost. Its potential impact on nations and the world was at least as great, if not greater. The ability to instantly transform the climate of an entire city or country, that alone could wipe a city or nation off the map. Compared to man-made threats, natural disasters were the true terror. If not for the fact that the true Longinus was the highest grade holy relic, a legendary god-slaying spear said to be capable of killing even gods, it might not actually rank above Zenith Tempest at all. In terms of raw power alone, Zenith Tempest, which could manufacture natural disasters at will, definitely surpassed the true Longinus. The true Longinus's real strength lay not in destructive force, but in its nature as a sacred, divine artifact. That special quality gave it limitless potential. For any being of demonic nature, that spear was the most terrifying thing in existence. Still, after several rounds of power-up feedback, Zenith Tempest had climbed several tiers in strength. Even the true Longinus, special as it was, could no longer claim absolute superiority. Leo was confident that the current Zenith Tempest was in no way inferior to the true Longinus. His victories proved it. He'd easily defeated Kokobeel, a 10-wing fallen angel cadre, without even activating Balance Breaker. And Valley, who'd achieved Mao-class power in Balance Breaker, had fallen to him as well. In the past, Leo had always held back, not daring to expand Zenith Tempest's attack range for fear of causing too much destruction in the real world. But in this pocket dimension, he had no such concerns. So he cut loose. He blanketed the entire town within Zenith Tempest's range, transformed the weather across the pocket dimension in an instant, and let the thunderstorm descend. Under that relentless bombardment, the black monsters howled and died. Many were vaporized entirely, not even leaving a corpse behind. Just as Leo was unleashing his full power, acting as the living embodiment of a natural disaster and ravaging the pocket dimension, the magic detection he'd kept active picked up a familiar energy signature. To the east of Kuo Town, a terrifying wave of cold erupted, freezing everything within several kilometers solid. Buildings, streets, and black monsters alike were all encased in ice, creating an instant frozen wasteland. At the same time, from another direction, an equally terrifying gale appeared. It tore through the roads, ripped apart surrounding buildings, and hurled debris skyward, shredding countless black monsters in its wake. The violence was absolute. That's Yukino-senpai. Ravel immediately recognized who had created the frozen wasteland to the east. Rem's eyes lit up at the sight of the gale slaughtering monsters in the other direction. Leo's expression finally eased, and he cracked a small smile. The two strongest fighters in the Eligos peerage, huh? Looks like they found those monsters just as annoying. The words had barely left his mouth when two figures flew in from the directions of the ice field and the gale. I knew it. The weather turning into this had to be your doing. Yukino's first words upon arrival. The 3-meter-tall frost princess trailed behind her. Are you two all right? Ram's expression visibly softened when she spotted Rem, and only then did she speak. Just you two. Leo waited for them to regroup before asking. Where are the others? Yukino shook her head. When the fog sent me here, I was alone. No one else around. I got dropped straight into a swarm of those things. Ram said flatly. Didn't expect them to use the power of light. Almost got caught off guard. So everyone was separated. Ravel concluded immediately. If Leo-sama hadn't grabbed me and Rem right before the forced teleportation, we'd probably have been scattered too. The others should be okay, right? Rem moved to Ram's side, confirmed her sister was uninjured, then said with obvious worry. Those monsters can use the power of light. If you're caught off guard, you could get seriously hurt. That was everyone's concern. Yukino and Ram were powerful enough to handle it. Both were on par with ultimate-class devils, so they'd gotten through fine. But the others might not be so lucky. They should be fine. Leo stayed calm. Yutaha's barrier skills are sharp enough that she could throw up a shield even if caught off guard. Asuna and Mahiru are both sensitive to holy power. One's a holy sword wielder, the other holds the incinerate anthem. The power of light from angels and fallen angels probably can't touch them. That said, all three were still devils. Unlike Leo, they hadn't overcome their racial weakness. One slip and they really could be seriously injured. Let's find them and regroup as fast as we can. No one disagreed. Fortunately, Leo and Yukino both had excellent magic detection, and Ram possessed clairvoyance. By sharing wavelengths with her summoned familiars, she could see across vast distances. Finding their companions in a town populated by nothing but monsters wasn't too difficult. 3 minutes later, a pillar of purple flame shooting into the sky caught their attention. They found Mahiru in the middle of a scorched battlefield, surrounded by the charred remains of black monsters. And everyone. Mahiru was controlling a cross-shaped mass of purple flame, blasting wave after wave of black monsters to pieces. Her face lit up when she saw the group flying toward her. She was completely unharmed. The black monsters near her were the ones screaming, as the purple flames purified them. It was clearly a one-sided slaughter. This made sense. No matter how much light power they had, these creatures were still magical beasts created by Annihilation Maker. As magical beings, they were inherently weak to holy and purification power. This matchup was mutual weakness on both sides, but Mahiru's purification was overwhelmingly stronger. She dominated them from start to finish. Seeing this, Leo knew Asuna would be fine too. Sure enough, after linking up with Mahiru, they quickly found Asuna on a nearby street, cutting through black monsters like a knife through butter. Are you all okay? Asuna held a holy sword in each hand, and both blades were black. Dark attribute holy swords. The light beams the black monsters fired were swallowed the instant they touched those dark attribute blades, unable to reach Asuna at all. Meanwhile, every swing of Asuna's swords sent monsters up in smoke as purification ate through them on contact. The power gap was obvious. Asuna was not only unscathed, she'd been worried about Leo's group this whole time. Seeing everyone arrive in one piece, she finally let out a huge sigh of relief. The last to join wasn't found by them. Yutaha found them first. The literary beauty had zero intention of fighting the hideous monsters littering the streets. She'd simply wrapped herself in a barrier and drifted over from the horizon, ignoring every beam of light the monsters fired at her. They struck the barrier and bounced off harmlessly. Yutaha's strategy was straightforward: ignore the ugly creatures, find her allies first. With her barrier holding up perfectly, the monsters couldn't threaten her at all. She could afford to ignore them and search the town at her leisure. You had to hand it to a light novelist. Quick thinking, zero interest in fighting, and always looking for the shortcut. Completely different from the battle-hungry types who charged headfirst at every enemy they saw. With that approach, finding Leo's group was only a matter of time. Their trail of destruction was hard to miss. Everyone gathered together. After confirming no one was injured, they finally relaxed. Did any of you see anyone else? Leo asked Asuna and the others. The Eligos peerage was all accounted for, but there was still no sign of the Gremory peerage, the Citri peerage, or the faction leaders. Asuna and the others shook their heads. None of them had seen anyone else either. That confirmed what Leo suspected. This pocket dimension was made specifically for us. Ravel had reached the same conclusion. The others were probably sent to different pocket dimensions, or maybe they were left in the real world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have run into only our own people this entire time. Everyone exchanged glances, then all eyes turned to Leo. Let's go. Leo had a good idea of what was going on. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. Time to meet the one behind all this. Chapter 204, Chapter 201 1994 words. So where exactly was the mastermind behind all this? The moment the question formed in Leo's mind, he already had his answer. He'd changed the weather across the entire pocket dimension and blanketed Kuo town in a thunderstorm, yet even so, there was one place that seemed specially protected. While everywhere else was riddled with craters from lightning strikes, that one spot remained completely untouched. A vast open plaza in the center of Kuo town. Supermarkets, hotels, restaurants, and cafes lined its perimeter. A perfect recreation of a commercial district. Figures cut through the air one after another as Leo and his group flew in and landed on the plaza. No people here either. Not even the black monsters. Only a thin layer of fog drifting through the air, putting the entire Eligos peerage on edge. Over there. Yukino's magic detection locked onto the enemy's position almost instantly, and she pointed in their direction. Sure enough, several figures emerged from the drifting fog and walked toward the group. Yo, long time no see, head of the Eligos family. A young man in a hanfu was the first to step out. That familiar fearless grin sat on his face, and his eyes burned bright as torches as he looked at Leo's group, greeting Leo like an old friend. He carried a spear over his shoulder, its length exceeding his own height. The holy aura radiating from it made everyone present feel goosebumps crawling across their skin, filling them with instinctive dread. That spear is. Ravel couldn't hide her alarm, her voice trembling. Dangerous. Rem, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru all locked their eyes onto the weapon, as if they were staring down a natural disaster. The true Longinus. Yukino murmured, her voice tinged with wariness even she couldn't fully conceal. Only Leo remained expressionless as he looked at the spear wielder and spoke. So what's the excuse this time for the hero faction teaming up with the old Satan faction? It wasn't really an accusation. More of an idle question. After all, the hero faction and the old Satan faction belonged to the same organization, but operated as two factions with fundamentally different ideologies. Their relationship was anything but friendly. The old Satan faction was a group of warmongers who looked down on angels and fallen angels alike. Their ultimate ambition was to eradicate both, and let devils rule the world. People like that would never respect a group of humans wielding relics left behind by the biblical god. The hero faction needed no explanation either. Driven to prove that humans could triumph over the strong, they viewed every non-human race as a challenge to overcome. The old Satan faction, with their obsession over devil bloodlines, was naturally a target they wanted to crush. That these two factions could coexist in the same organization was a miracle in itself. If they didn't both want to use the organization's leaders' power to achieve their own goals, they'd have been at each other's throats long ago. Chow Chow's words last time had made it clear enough. The hero faction looked down on the old Satan faction. Last time, with Lafei tricks, they'd only provided technical support without getting personally involved. This time, they'd come in person. The hero faction and those arrogant devils are still at each other's throats. We'd never work together. Chow Chow tapped the spear against his shoulder and smiled. This time was simply too good an opportunity. They wanted to do something to the three factions' leaders. We were more interested in you. So we struck at the same time, but we're not working together. As you've probably already figured out, this pocket dimension only has your Eligos peerage. Everyone else is somewhere else entirely. So this battlefield belongs to us alone. The Eligos peerage versus the hero faction. Just as Leo's group suspected, no one else was here. Whether in the real world or another pocket dimension, they'd been separated. The hero faction and the old Satan faction had clearly agreed in advance to target their respective interests without interfering with each other. What's your goal? Yukino demanded. Why single us out? Simple enough, Miss Yukino Shida. Chow Chow flashed a brazen grin at her. Zenith Tempest, Incinerate Anthem, Absolute Demise, Blade Blacksmith, Create World. These rare and powerful sacred gears were supposed to be humanity's precious assets. The few weapons we weak humans have to fight back against the supernatural. If the hero faction had these sacred gears, our strength would grow immeasurably. The way I see it, all of you who hold these sacred gears should have been the kind of talent we'd kill to recruit. But instead, you let devils seduce you to their side. Don't you think that's a waste? So we chose you as our opponents for 3 reasons. First, to show you the power of humanity, and make you regret ever reincarnating as devils. Second, most of us are sacred gear users too, so naturally we're interested in people who hold rare sacred gears. And third, if we kill you here, those sacred gears will choose new hosts. Maybe next time, they'll end up on our side. With that, Chow Chow raised the holy spear and pointed it at Leo. Of course, settling which is stronger between the first-ranked and second-ranked Longinus is another reason we targeted you. Though that one's a personal wish of mine, not the hero factions. Chow Chow's eyes burned with fierce battle lust as he stared at Leo. That intensity was just as thick as Vala's had been. Clearly, Chow Chow was a battle maniac at heart, same as Valley. Now that he'd set his sights on Leo, he wasn't about to let go. Last time wasn't enough, was it? Chow Chow said cheerfully. This time we can go all out, head of the Eligos family. Leo smiled. A smile completely devoid of warmth. You're going to regret not finishing me off last time. It's not too late. Chow Chow shot back without missing a beat. The two stared each other down, and the atmosphere turned razor-sharp in an instant. The next second, both vanished from where they stood. Almost simultaneously, a deafening explosion erupted above the plaza. Leo and Chow Chow had rocketed into the sky. One unleashed a towering bolt of lightning, the other released a torrent of holy light, and the two forces collided midair, detonating into a shockwave of terrifying magnitude. The shockwave pulsed outward like invisible stars colliding, rattling the air, shaking the earth, making the entire world tremble. Under those conditions, Leo and Chow Chow launched into a furious battle in the sky, producing one explosion and shockwave after another. Leo-sama. The girls of the Eligos peerage moved to help, but they were cut off. A figure burst from the thin fog at blinding speed, charging straight at the girls and swinging a pitch-black blade at one of them. The black blade was stopped by a thick wall of ice, sending ice shards and sparks flying in all directions. Yukino stood behind the ice wall, her expression shifting the moment she saw who'd attacked her. The girl smiled sweetly, but her body radiated killing intent. Blonde hair, green eyes, foreign beauty, wearing a veil, and a nun's habit, each hand gripping a fawn-like black blade. Who else could it be but Sharon Holy Grail? We meet again, Yukino Shida Yukino. Sharon's smile was beautiful and her voice honeyed, but her eyes were colder than the ice wall in front of Yukino. Cold enough to make your blood freeze. Yukino clicked her tongue openly. You really don't know when to quit. I have you to thank for that. Sharon kept smiling. If you knew I was this persistent, you should have killed me last time instead of just freezing me. All that did was give someone the chance to rescue me so I could come back for revenge. The moment she finished speaking, Sharon kicked the ice wall apart and slashed at Yukino in a fluid motion. The strike was gorgeous in its darkness, packed with visible technical precision, fast and vicious. Yukino could tell immediately that Sharon had gotten stronger. But Sharon wasn't the only one who'd grown. You think I'm the same person I was back then? Without any visible movement, Yukino's form drifted backward as if carried by a gust of powdered snow, effortlessly avoiding Sharon's black slash while speaking. So you've joined the hero faction. That's right. I joined a while ago. Sharon's eyes narrowed as she watched Yukino handle her with increasing ease. A flicker of darkness crossed her face before the smile returned. After your master nearly killed me at the Yukinoshita residence, the hero faction reached out. I joined their group of hero descendants. These paired anti-devil exorcist blades in my hands, the Devil Slayers, were provided by the hero faction. I'm not a sacred gear user, but I carry devil factors in my body. That's why they gave me these weapons. Last time, I volunteered to go into that labyrinth dimension. Sharon bit her own finger and fed her blood to the fawn-like black blades. They drank it with near-feral greed, then erupted with a sinister aura that enveloped Sharon's entire body. She dropped low into a charging stance. This time, I will destroy you. Sharon's voice was frigid and dripping with malice. Before, that kind of intensity would have rattled Yukino. But not anymore. You think I'm who I used to be. Yukino's eyes shifted to icy blue. Freezing air exploded from her body, and the 3-meter-tall ice princess materialized behind her, her hair whipping in the frigid wind. This time, I'll settle our score for real and beat you properly. The current Yukino had every right to say that. Sharon said nothing. She kicked off the ground and launched herself at Yukino like a bullet. At the same time, the other girls found themselves intercepted by hero faction members who appeared from the fog. Asuna was locked in a furious exchange of sword strikes with a blonde foreign woman. Blade met blade with clear, ringing notes, sending sparks scattering in clusters before the two were knocked apart. You're a holy sword user too. Asuna stared at the woman's weapon in surprise. It was a rapier radiating holy energy. Without question, a holy sword. The blonde woman smirked playfully. These things. We can make as many as we want. She extended her other hand, and created another holy sword out of thin air. She could create holy swords too. Asuna was stunned. Let me introduce myself. The blonde woman licked her lips and grinned. I'm the inheritor of the soul of Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans. And like you, I'm a wielder of Blade Blacksmith. Blade Blacksmith was rare and powerful, but it wasn't a Longinus. It wasn't unique. While two Blade Blacksmith wielders existing in the same era was extraordinarily unlikely, today that coincidence had come to pass. Just call me Jean, little sister. Jean's smile was bright. Since we're both Blade Blacksmith users, why don't we have a nice, friendly exchange? Asuna didn't respond. Her eyes simply sharpened, and she got serious. Bang 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 bang. Elsewhere, a spectacular series of explosions rocked the plaza, sending shockwaves and blasts rippling outward. The source was a massively built man. He was throwing wild punches at Yutaha. Everything his fists touched, whether obstacles in the area, or her hastily conjured barriers, detonated on contact. Where did this walking bomb come from? Yutaha deployed barrier after barrier to block his fists, yelling her complaints. Who are you calling a walking bomb? The man's voice was deep and gruff. I'm the inheritor of the soul of Heracles, and the wielder of the sacred gear variant detonation. Remember that. Chapter 205, Chapter 202 2068 words variant detonation. A sacred gear that caused explosions on contact with every attack, damaging opponents through sheer detonation. Compared to ultra-rare sacred gears like Blade Blacksmith and Create World, its ability wasn't exactly flashy. Mediocre, even. But when its wielder was a warrior with a powerful physique, the threat level skyrocketed. The great hero of Greek mythology, the demigod who completed the 12 labors and ascended to godhood. Now, the man who had inherited his soul was using that monstrous physique to attack Yutaha. Every time his massive fists came down, variant detonation triggered, engulfing her in violent explosions. If Yutaha weren't a barrier specialist who could deploy shields on demand to block each blast, Heracles would have already pounded her to pieces. This frustrated Heracles to no end. Picked the wrong opponent. Should have gone for the Blade Blacksmith user. At least that one was a close combat fighter. Not like Yutaha, who was annoyingly hard to crack. No can do. That little sister is mine. Jean called back with a laugh, already deep in a high-speed battle with Asuna. Both had become blurs, each gripping two holy swords, trailing countless arcs of light as they attacked furiously. Steel clashed against steel, sparks erupting in dense clusters, carving slash marks into the ground. The intensity was staggering. What a shame. Not far from their battlefield, a white-haired young priest spoke with a note of regret. As a fellow swordsman, I would have liked to cross blades with that holy sword wielder, but Jean beat me to it. His disappointment faded quickly, and he turned his attention to the person standing across from him. Still, getting to fight the legendary Holy Cross isn't bad. For a former churchman like me, I'd even call it lucky. Standing opposite the white-haired youth was none other than Mahiru. I've heard about you from Yukino. Mahiru studied his conspicuous white hair, and was silent for a moment before speaking. She said our master once told her about a special facility within the church. Its purpose was to cultivate warriors who carry the blood of the hero, Siegfried. Leo had mentioned this back at the Yukino-shita household, deliberately bringing it up to draw out Sharon's background. But Yukino had remembered it and later shared it with the rest of the Eligos peerage. Apparently, every warrior who came out of that program has a distinctive head of white hair. Mahiru's gaze lingered on his priest garb and white hair, and her voice dropped lower. If I'm not mistaken, you're one of them. The white-haired youth raised an eyebrow. Just call me Siegfried. Well, I was indeed the church's top exorcist warrior. The best they had. But I left the church a long time ago, and joined the hero faction. That nun over there locked in a death match with the Yukino-shita girl. I'm the one who recruited her. Her circumstances were similar to mine. Siegfried shrugged, the corner of his mouth curving upward. He seemed to be in good spirits. By the way, just like the hero Siegfried, I'm also a demonic sword user. The opposite type from the holy sword wielder fighting over there. But I don't use a sacred gear that creates demonic swords. I wield the real thing. With that, Siegfried drew a sword from his waist. A closer look revealed several blades hanging at the former top-tier exorcist's hip, and nearly every one radiated a vicious aura. The polar opposite of holy swords. Dangerous, terrifying, the kind of weapons that felt like they'd curse you just for staring too long. If Kiba Yuta were here, he'd have recognized them immediately as demonic swords. Not sacred gear creations, but genuine legendary demonic swords, on the same level as Zenovia's holy sword Durandal. The one Siegfried drew was the most vicious, ominous, and terrifying of them all. The instant it appeared, Mahiru felt a chill run down her spine. As the bearer of the Holy Cross, she instinctively sensed it. That sword was extremely dangerous. Gram, the demonic Emperor sword. The demonic sword wielded by the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried in life. The strongest of all demonic swords, the Emperor among them. It once slew the golden dragon King Fafnir, and possesses both the vicious sharpness to cut through anything and immense dragon-slaying power. Siegfried raised the legendary sword, letting its malevolent aura flare. If you're not careful, this sword's power will devour you. The moment the words left his mouth, Siegfried swung Gram down hard. The vicious aura wreathing the demonic Emperor sword erupted, separating from the blade and tearing through the ground as it surged toward Mahiru, her expression shifting instantly. Without hesitation, Mahiru raised her hand and unleashed violet flames, sending a crucifix of pure purple fire hurtling toward the incoming wave of malice. The two forces collided head-on. The explosion thundered outward as the clashing powers detonated, sending shockwaves rippling across the area. Mahiru was blown back several steps. Siegfried retreated too. But the smile on his face only deepened. As expected of the holy cross that can purify all demonic and evil forces. You actually blocked Graham's aura. This fight won't be boring after all. Graham possessed the ability to cut through anything. Against anyone else, even Yutaha's barriers would have been sliced apart in an instant. But the Incinerate Anthem was one of the three great holy relics, wielding immense sacred and purification power. Its advantage against demonic forces was overwhelming. Graham might be the strongest demonic sword, but a demonic sword was still demonic. It couldn't avoid being countered by the Holy Cross. That was why its all-cutting viciousness had been neutralized by the violet flame's purification, leaving the two to cancel each other out. Same as Heracles, the matchup between me and my chosen opponent isn't great either. But that's exactly what makes it interesting. Siegfried drew another demonic sword from his waist. You'll die, you know. Mahiru didn't seem troubled by Siegfried's words. Instead, she looked at him with something close to pity. Siegfried's smile froze slightly. He knew Mahiru wasn't saying that because she was confident she could beat him, or kill him. In truth, if the two of them fought, Siegfried was certain he'd be the one with the upper hand. As the church's former top exorcist, armed with the strongest demonic sword and several others besides, Siegfried's strength ranked among the highest in the entire hero faction. Second only to Cao Cao himself. Within the hero faction, Siegfried held a position akin to vice-captain. Cao Cao's right-hand man. His power rivaled ultimate-class devils. Perhaps even surpassed them. In the Eligos peerage, aside from Leo, only Yukino and Ram could probably take him on. In other words, Mahiru was outmatched. But the angel's words weren't without basis. Demonic swords are cursed weapons by nature. Even if you were the church's greatest warrior, using them takes a toll. And you're wielding multiple demonic swords at once, including the strongest one of all. Mahiru looked at Siegfried with eyes full of genuine concern. Using these swords so recklessly, can you really keep going? Mahiru's words left Siegfried silent. Then, quietly, he tossed out a single line. It's not like I ever planned on living long. Having said that, Siegfried seemed unwilling to continue the conversation. He swung his demonic sword down hard. Mahiru immediately conjured a violet flame crucifix and sent it to meet him. The vicious aura of the demonic sword clashed with the violet flame crucifix once more, erupting into a violent storm of conflict and thunder. With that, all four veteran members of the Eligos peerage were locked in battle with hero faction warriors. And the remaining three weren't idle either. Ravel, Ram and Rem were in their own fierce fight, and the scale was no less than the other for battlefields. Their opponents were no ordinary fighters. Their backgrounds alone were intimidating. I'm George. A descendant of George Faust. The young mage who had appeared alongside Cao Cao earlier introduced himself. He wore an elaborate mage's robe and glasses, clearly a magic specialist through and through. But that wasn't what demanded caution. What truly set him apart was that beyond being a powerful mage, George was also the wielder of one of the top-tier Longinus, Dimension Lost. You're the one who sent us here, aren't you? Ravel spread her flame wings and hovered before George, her expression stern. That's right. I'm the one who dragged you all in, and locked you in here. George adjusted his glasses and admitted it without hesitation. Beside him stood a young boy, dark-skinned with pale gray hair, quiet and expressionless. He looked like he'd wandered onto the wrong set. But behind the boy, a massive creature emerged from the shadows, roaring at Ram and Remington, a new monster. Rem braced against the shockwave of its roar, her face going pale. So that kid is the Annihilation Maker wielder. Ram, wind swirling around her, completely ignored the roar's blast and muttered under her breath as she eyed the boy. His name is Leonardo. A descendant of the genius artist Leonardo da Vinci. He's the wielder of Annihilation Maker, and the youngest member of our hero faction. He doesn't talk much, so please bear with him. George placed a hand on Leonardo's shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling upward. The two of us will be your opponents. 3 against 2, but Ravel, Ram, and Rem didn't dare let their guard down. These were 2 Longinus wielders. And both held top-tier Longinus at that. If that fallen angel Governor-General were here, he'd probably be losing his mind. Ravel made the observation with dry humor. The true Longinus, Zenith Tempest, Annihilation Maker, Dimension Lost. All for top-tier Longinus, gathered in one place. Forget Azazel. Anyone would lose their composure at a sight like this. Especially when the first 2 were the leaders of each side, currently tearing the sky apart above them. Having the remaining 2 top-tier Longinus standing right in front of them put serious pressure on Ravel's group. Be careful, Remington Ram's gaze swept past George, then settled on the massive creature behind Leonardo. Her expression was grave. That thing isn't going to be easy. She could already sense the danger emanating from it. Don't worry, sister. Rem can handle it. Rem gripped her morning star tight, eyes locked on the beast. Her pupils began glowing faintly red, and pinpricks of white light gathered on her forehead, her aura building like something about to erupt. Ruhar. Another deafening roar blasted from the massive creature's maw, rolling outward in waves of sound like a violent storm sweeping in every direction. The beast couldn't contain itself any longer. It charged past Leonardo, its silent young master, and barreled forward. Ram and Rem didn't flinch. They met it head-on together. As for Ravel, I'll be your opponent. She blazed with flames from head to toe and shot toward George. Very well. George smiled with equal confidence, magic circles blooming around him. The 5-person battle erupted in an instant, shaking this corner of the battlefield to its core. Ko'o Town. By now, Leo and Chow Chow had drifted far from the plaza, expanding their battlefield across the entire pocket dimension. A ball of searing flame detonated in Chow Chow's face, sending him hurtling backward like he'd been hit by a truck. He slammed into a skyscraper, smashing through walls and glass. This is really... Chow Chow shoved aside the rubble piled on top of him, and staggered out of the building. Blood was already streaking from the corner of his mouth. Leo's figure appeared outside the tower, his 5 pairs of devil wings spread to their fullest, so wide they seemed to blot out the sky. How's that? Different from last time, isn't it? Leo looked at Chow Chow stumbling out and spoke. 10 wings. Chow Chow wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at the devil wings behind Leo, and let out a bitter laugh. Last time you only had 8. That's why you had it so easy last time, gathering intel on me. Leo's expression was calm. This time, let's see if you can still hold back while fighting me. Around Leo, wind, fire, lightning, and every manner of elemental phenomenon manifested at once, framing his silhouette like a god descending. Chapter 206, Chapter 203 1959 words. Lightning, fire, gale force winds, blizzards, every kind of elemental force rained down like a deluge, slamming into the skyscraper one after another and shattering it in an instant. The upper half of the building cracked apart under the barrage, slowly toppling from on high and crashing to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billowed upward. Leo, the one responsible for all of it, pulled back sharply the moment he released the attack. A spear radiating dense holy energy suddenly pierced through the lightning, flames, wind, and ice, its sharp whistle cutting through the smoke as it extended toward Leo. He dodged by a hair. Leo beat his 10 devil wings and blurred through the air like a phantom, spiraling around the extended spear shaft. At the same time, he fired off several bolts of lightning, thinner than thread, like flashes of light that blinked in and out of existence, lancing toward the center of the elemental chaos. That was where Cao Cao appeared, kicking off a chunk of rubble and vaulting high, retracting the extended holy spear while dodging the incoming lightning threads, rocketing into the sky. "You've got guts, I'll give you that." Leo couldn't help but be impressed. Unlike Leo, Cao Cao was ultimately human. He couldn't fly. Fighting an aerial battle against Leo should have put him at a massive disadvantage. Yet Cao Cao used jumps, vaults, and every piece of the surrounding environment to maneuver through the air, stubbornly holding off Leo's relentless offensive until now. Leo didn't fight like that. He'd never needed to. "Right back at you." Cao Cao landed on the rooftop edge of a nearby building, and looked up at Leo hovering in the sky. "I figured after our last fight, you'd never dare get that close to the holy spear again. But here you are, pushing in even when the spear is right next to you. Aren't you afraid of being purified by its holy power?" Cao Cao's words were less accusation than probing. He'd probably already sensed it. "If I said I was scared, would you back off?" Leo answered the question with a question, his half-smile deeply unsettling. "Of course not." Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and studied Leo. "You're growing too fast. Last time I felt like I could handle you with ease. This time you've pushed me to the brink over and over. I can't afford to let you keep growing. I have a feeling that if I don't beat you today, I'll never be able to. If I want to eliminate you as a threat, this is my only chance." Cao Cao raised the holy spear, its tip splitting open. "You're too dangerous, Leo Eligos. For the sake of our cause, please fall here." With that, holy flames ignited within the spear's split tip. The sacred fire condensed into blades of light that launched from the opening, streaking toward Leo. Leo's figure instantly transformed into flame, flickering like a heat mirage. Even as the light blades pierced through him, his body wavered as if it had no physical form, completely unaffected. "That move again?" Cao Cao clicked his tongue. He'd seen this trick several times now. Sometimes Leo became lightning. Sometimes wind. Sometimes a blizzard. Sometimes flame. Throughout their fight, Leo had demonstrated this ability repeatedly, transforming his body into earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, ice, and other natural phenomena. Even when Cao Cao hit him with attacks loaded with holy power, nothing could damage Leo. It was absurd. This was Leo's newly developed technique, nature's hope. Leo, now a living heat mirage, surged toward Cao Cao like actual flame. As Cao Cao leapt away, Leo detonated, obliterating the rooftop. Then Leo's solid form burst from the explosion, instantly closing in on the airborne Cao Cao. An ice spear materialized in his hand. He hurled it at Cao Cao with devastating force, the sonic boom rupturing Cao Cao's eardrums and his skin alike. Pain erupted in Cao Cao's shoulder as the ice spear grazed it, carving a wound before shooting past. Cao Cao gritted through the pain and clashed with Leo, who was already charging in with another ice spear. The holy spear and the ice spear collided again and again, the sound of impact ringing without pause. Leo and Cao Cao streaked across the sky like twin meteors, one advancing, the other retreating, their battle reaching a white-hot intensity. Leo had something to rely on. Nature's hope. Whenever Cao Cao's holy spear thrust through him, Leo would dissolve into fire or lightning, completely ignoring the spear's holy aura, then counter with an ice spear aimed at Cao Cao's vitals, going for the kill every time. Cao Cao realized it. Leo was deliberately fighting at close range to neutralize the holy spear's extension ability. The spear's tip was devastatingly sharp. Even ignoring its holy power, the sheer edge could pierce through a mountain, and its ability to extend freely made distance meaningless. Even if Leo no longer feared the holy spear, a direct hit would still be catastrophic. And at range, Cao Cao would have time to react and counter. So Leo chose to fight in his face instead. It made the spear's extension useless, and the close distance made Leo's own attacks far more threatening, cutting Cao Cao's reaction time to nothing. With nature's hope, Leo's risk of taking damage at close range had plummeted. So why not try it? Just like that, Cao Cao was pinned down, forced into a close-quarters fight that crippled his options. Even after being smashed through several buildings and taking ice spear wounds across his body, Cao Cao didn't break. He swung the holy spear, its razor edge slicing through the air, slashing at Leo from every angle. Each time, the blade only carved sparks or flashes of lightning from Leo's body, unable to deal any damage. Cao Cao tried detonating the holy spear's sacred power, letting holy flames explode outward. He was the one sent flying. Leo scattered like windblown sand, easily flowing around the blast. Annoyingly tricky. Cao Cao tried to extend the spear, but Leo was already in his face again, gale force winds howling around him, blowing Cao Cao skyward. The next second, countless boulders ripped from the ground and shot into the sky in a barrage aimed at Cao Cao. He raised the holy spear high, ignited its holy aura, and swept it in a wide arc, shattering every last one. Then it started to rain. Leo had never released his control over the weather. The dark, oppressive clouds had been sitting overhead the entire time. Now a torrential downpour crashed down without warning, and Cao Cao knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, the rain quickly became a flood that swallowed Cao Cao whole, dragging him earthward. The ground buckled under the floodwater's impact, shaking as it transformed into an inland sea. Surrounding buildings were either submerged or swept away, as if hit by a tsunami. Cao Cao fought through the water, swimming toward the nearest building. He broke the surface with effort, collapsed onto the rooftop, and lay there gasping. Seriously, what kind of devil is this? He's basically a god of natural disasters. Cao Cao laughed bitterly again. He truly hadn't expected this fight to be this grueling. Last time's composure was completely gone. On top of that, all the intelligence he'd painstakingly gathered was outdated now, utterly useless. Leo's figure swept in like the wind, appearing overhead, looking down at the prone Cao Cao. Ready to give up? Leo asked with a smile. Cao Cao didn't answer. He slowly rose, shouldered the holy spear, and tapped it against his shoulder. Too early to talk about giving up. He looked up at Leo, battle spirit undiminished. You haven't even seen this spear's real power yet. Leo's eyes flickered. The situation was the exact reverse of their last fight, but the circumstances were the same. Last time someone interrupted us. Doesn't look like that'll happen this time. Leo smiled. That's right. Cao Cao declared. Watch closely. This is the true power of this spear. The holy spear raised high in Cao Cao's hand began to glow with blinding radiance. Balance breaker. The words carried power. The balance breaker that Cao Cao failed to activate last time finally triggered. Unlike Vala's dramatic transformation, Cao Cao's balance breaker was quiet. Apart from the holy spear blazing with brilliant light, there was no other phenomenon. No pillar of aura. No flashy magic. Instead, a halo of divine light materialized behind Cao Cao, and 7 bowling ball-sized black orbs slowly appeared alongside it. This is my true Longinus's balance breaker, Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin. Cao Cao stepped forward, and the 7 orbs orbiting him moved in unison. Can you withstand the power of these 7 treasures? Leo's expression turned serious. As someone who knew the original story inside and out, he knew exactly what Cao Cao's balance breaker was. Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin. Unlike Leo's and Vala's balance breakers, it didn't explosively boost the user's power upon activation. What it had instead was the ability called the 7 treasures. The 7 treasures were the 7 orbs orbiting Cao Cao. Each one possessed a unique special ability. That's right. Cao Cao's balance breaker had 7 distinct abilities. Elephant treasure. Cao Cao directed one orb beneath his feet, and for the first time, he flew. Elephant treasure granted the ability of flight. It could make the user fly, or even grant flight to others. Let's have another aerial battle, head of the Eligos family. Chow Chow rocketed skyward, far faster than before. Compared to when he'd been limited to jumping and vaulting, it was a night and day difference. Leo didn't hesitate. He flung a bolt of lightning, pulled from the pitch-black sky above, straight at the ascending Chow Chow. Pearl treasure. This time Chow Chow didn't dodge. He sent another orb above his head, where it transformed into a vortex. The descending lightning struck the vortex, and was swallowed whole. Then, behind Leo, an identical vortex appeared. Lightning erupted from it and slammed into Leo, blasting him backward. It absorbs enemy attacks and releases them from any position. Leo's devil wings flared as he fought to stabilize, but he couldn't avoid his body smoking all over, looking like he'd been flash-fried. Chow Chow's voice came from behind him. The holy spear's tip punched through Leo's chest, emerging from the front. But Chow Chow, who had somehow appeared behind Leo, frowned. He swept the spear sideways, shattering the body in front of him. The shattered Leo broke apart into countless chunks of ice, scattering before Chow Chow's eyes. That move again? Chow Chow murmured as the ice fragments gathered before him, and reformed into Leo's shape. That was teleportation just now, wasn't it? Leo reappeared without a scratch, asking calmly. Horse treasure. It can transfer any target. Chow Chow didn't bother hiding it. He'd been seen through, so he answered openly. Too bad female treasure doesn't work on you. Otherwise I could have tried sealing that technique of yours. Female treasure targeted females with supernatural abilities, completely sealing their powers for a limited time. It prioritized the strongest ability user on the field, could affect up to 3 targets simultaneously, and was unavoidable. If it worked on Leo, it could have sealed not just Nature's Hope, but potentially Zenith Tempest itself. The same applied to Will Treasure, which prioritized destroying the strongest weapon on the field. Since Leo didn't use weapons, it was useless against him. Though Will Treasure could also transform into a spear shape to attack, so it wasn't completely wasted. Next up. Householder Treasure. An orb behind Chow Chow flew out and split apart. Chapter 207, Chapter 204 1887 words. When the householder treasure cracked open, glowing humanoid figures poured out from within. A closer look revealed that every single one was identical to Chow Chow. Without question. The householder treasure's ability was duplication. Clone after clone emerged from the black orb, each wielding a spear of light, forming an army that charged at Leo. The sheer scale was staggering. Leo unleashed a wall of explosive flame at the charging army. The fire swelled on contact with the air, instantly becoming a sea of fire that swallowed the clones and burned most of them to ash. Even so, a good number punched through the inferno and hurled their light spears at Leo, riddling his body with holes. But the holes didn't bleed. They sprayed water. Leo had already shifted into his Nature's Hope water form, completely ignoring the physical attack. That move of yours is really cheap. Chow Chow's voice came from behind him again, followed by a blast of holy aura that scattered Leo into a shower of water droplets. Your bag of tricks isn't exactly fair either. The droplets quickly converged and reformed into Leo's body. A sword of flame was already in his hand, and he cut down several incoming clones in a single sweep. They burst into flame the moment they were bisected. When Leo hurled the flame sword at Chow Chow, it rocketed toward him before suddenly detonating, expanding into an enormous fireball that seemed to cover the entire sky. The heat alone from the resulting wave was terrifying. Against something like that, even a near miss would leave Chow Chow with serious burns. He was human, after all. No supernatural physique. The heat alone was enough to be a serious problem. Chow Chow raised the holy spear and split its tip, unleashing a powerful beam of holy light. The light swept out and dispersed the incoming heatwave like it was melting snow, then continued on toward Leo with undiminished force, evaporating the very atmosphere in its path. Leo beat his 10 wings and blurred aside like a gust of wind, letting the beam miss. The holy light slammed into a skyscraper, obliterating it without suspense. It tore through that building and continued on, punching through several more in succession. The destructive power was staggering. Leo clicked his tongue at the sight. The holy spear's power really was something else. Even a simple release of holy energy in beam form could effortlessly level multiple buildings. If he took a direct hit, even without the devil weakness, he'd be seriously wounded. No wonder it's said to be able to kill gods. Truly worthy of the title of strongest Longinus. This is the weapon that lets humans triumph over the supernatural, even over gods themselves. Chow Chow didn't sound proud or boastful. He glanced at the spear in his hand, then back at Leo wreathed in wind, fire, lightning, and ice, and spoke with a note of regret. If only Zenith Tempest were on our side too. The two strongest Longinus working together, maybe we really could defeat a god. You've actually thought about teaming up? Leo's half-smile returned. I figured you'd only want to beat a god one-on-one. Of course I want to beat one alone. But I know full well that the current me can't pull that off. Chow Chow was candid. So until I can, I don't mind leveraging humanity's greatest advantage in battle. Humanity's greatest advantage. Leo raised an eyebrow. Strength in numbers. Chow Chow lifted the holy spear and smiled. Adaptability and intellect. With that, the spear's tip blazed with holy light once more. Leo was about to counter with Zenith Tempest when one of Chow Chow's orbs lit up. Horse treasure. The one that could relocate any target at will. This time, Chow Chow didn't move himself. He moved Leo. Leo's vision blurred, and the next instant he was standing directly in front of the holy spear's tip. The spear point erupted with blinding radiance mere inches from his face, and Leo's expression changed completely. The next moment, holy aura condensed into light and engulfed Leo entirely. Leo came flying out of the explosion trailing smoke, crashing through building after building before finally slamming into a mountainside hard enough to make the entire mountain shudder. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, embedded in the rock face. Damn it, got careless. Before the words fully left his mouth, Chow Chow's laughter reached his ears. Just as I predicted. Your elemental transformation has limits. You can't maintain that state indefinitely. If nature's hope could be sustained forever, Leo would be effectively invincible. Impossible to defeat. Chow Chow had been watching the whole time. And he'd found the weakness. Each elemental transformation lasts about 1 minute at most. After that, you have to return to your physical form, or the natural forces will assimilate your body's structure permanently. You can't repeat the same element consecutively. After reverting, you have to switch to a different element, or your body risks being memorized and assimilated by that element's natural force. And after each transformation ends, you need roughly a 10-second interval before you can use it again. Your body needs that time to restabilize its original structure. If the interval isn't long enough, the result is the same, assimilation. Chow Chow rode the elephant treasure through the air, drifting over to where Leo was coughing blood in the mountainside. A smile spread across his face. Am I wrong, head of the Eligos family? Leo wiped the blood from his mouth, expressionless. His 10 black devil wings began to beat, pulling him free from the rock. You think figuring out nature's hope means you've got me beat? With a thunderous eruption, Leo released a massive surge of pure white aura. Wheel treasure. Chow Chow's expression shifted. Without hesitation, he summoned an orb, shaped it into a spear, and launched it at Leo. A bolt of lightning split from the sky and struck the spear-shaped orb, knocking it out of the air. Balance breaker. This time, it was Leo's voice that spoke the words of power. The aura exploding from his body shot skyward, piercing the clouds. Finally using your balance breaker. Chow Chow murmured, bracing himself. This was the first time Leo had used his balance breaker in front of anyone. Chow Chow had no idea what it could do. From this point on, every moment of the fight would be a complete unknown for him. He had to stay sharp. A 6th pair of devil wings emerged from Leo's back. The demonic energy radiating from him surged from 10-wing class to 12-wing class, reaching genuine mal-level. Speranza di Briscola. Leo's balance breaker. Because it was modeled after Giulio Gesualdo's balance breaker from the original story, it should have been called Flagello di Colori del Arcobaleno, Speranza di Briscola. But Leo wasn't an angel. He couldn't name it after the Holy Rainbow Messenger, like that reincarnated angel had. His balance breaker didn't sprout angel wings and a halo. It grew devil wings. So he'd dropped the first half entirely. Speranza di Briscola. That was his balance breaker's name. Here I come, ciao ciao. Carrying Malclass demonic power, Leo kicked off the air, broke the sound barrier, and shot toward Chow Chow. His speed was on a completely different level from before. Chow Chow could see instantly that trying to match Leo's speed would be suicide. He activated Horse Treasure without hesitation, teleporting himself far away to open the distance. He also used Horse Treasure to relocate Leo in the opposite direction, then fired a massive beam of holy light at the spot. But Leo, his speed dramatically increased, sidestepped it with effortless ease. Lightning rained from the sky, bolt after bolt aimed at Chow Chow's head, only to be swallowed by the Pearl Treasure's vortex materializing above him. The vortex reappeared around Leo, and the redirected lightning came streaking out, but Leo's body was now surging with such immense demonic energy that it formed a raging storm of power. The lightning was deflected on contact, unable to even touch him. Then Leo extended one hand toward Chow Chow. In an instant, a bubble appeared and enclosed Chow Chow within it. Not good. Chow Chow sensed the danger immediately, his face going pale. He activated Horse Treasure and teleported out. Almost the instant he vanished, apocalyptic destruction erupted inside the bubble. Raging fire, terrifying lightning, tidal waves, sandstorms, tornadoes, blizzards, every conceivable natural disaster materialized within that single bubble, colliding and intertwining in a cataclysm of pure destruction. Against something like that, forget a human. Even a real god wouldn't walk away unscathed. If those combined disasters swallowed him, Chow Chow had zero doubt he'd be reduced to ash in an instant, erased completely. So Chow Chow had teleported out. But when he reappeared, he found himself inside another bubble. He used Horse Treasure again. Another bubble. That was when Chow Chow finally noticed. The entire sky was filled with bubbles. No matter how many times he teleported, as long as he stayed in this pocket dimension, he'd just end up inside another one. Let's see you dodge this. Leo smiled coldly as he scattered bubbles across the entire battlefield, across the entire sky and earth. Every single bubble erupted with world-ending destruction, including the one Chow Chow was in. Fire, lightning, floods, sandstorms, tornadoes, blizzards, every natural disaster seemed to manifest at once, intertwining and raging mercilessly inside each bubble. This level of catastrophe wouldn't just kill a human. Even a true god caught inside would take damage. If the disasters consumed him, Chow Chow would be ash in the blink of an eye. So Chow Chow erupted with everything he had. The true holy spear which pierces through God. Suck the ambition of the king of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. Announce the will and turn into a glow. Chow Chow raised the holy spear high and roared the solemn, sacred chant. The spear's tip split wide open, further than it ever had before. Blinding light blazed forth. A massive eruption of holy aura followed. Chow Chow looked as though divine providence itself had touched him, radiating an intensity he'd never shown before. Truth idea. With Chow Chow's roar, sacred radiance flooded the entire world. Then, a miracle occurred. The bubble around Chow Chow popped. One after another, every bubble occupying the sky shattered in rapid succession, driven apart by that holy radiance. In a single flash, every bubble Leo had painstakingly created burst and vanished. Naturally, all the disasters raging inside them vanished with them, and Chow Chow was free. Leo's pupils contracted. His expression grew heavy. Chow Chow, meanwhile, had survived the crisis and neutralized Leo's near-certain kill, but he looked like he'd spent everything he had. He was gasping violently. The two faced each other in the sky, one grim-faced, the other struggling for breath. Truth idea. Leo gazed at Cao Cao across the distance, then spoke evenly. Just like the rumors said. The Holy Spear has the power of supremacy too. A power distinct from the Dragon of Supremacy and the Beast of Supremacy. A power of supremacy that belongs solely to the true Longinus. Chapter 208, Chapter 205 1952 Words Leo had known for a long time that the Holy Spear, like the sacred gears of the two heavenly dragons, possessed a power of supremacy. And unlike the Beast of Supremacy or the Dragon of Supremacy, it wasn't achieved by cursing oneself in exchange for power beyond one's limits. It was something far more unique. Other sacred gears derived their supremacy from sealed creatures. By releasing the being sealed within, the user gained its full living power at enormous cost. The true Longinus was different. No creature was sealed inside it. What it held was the dying will of the biblical God. The dying will of the biblical God himself. As the first and strongest Longinus, the God-slaying spear's connection to the biblical God ran impossibly deep. It possessed the power to pierce gods, yet was itself the highest-grade holy relic. That alone spoke to how intertwined it was with the divine. So the biblical God's dying will was sealed within this supreme relic. Truth idea didn't unleash a sealed creature's power. It unleashed miracles that the deceased biblical God had once performed. Leo vaguely recalled that once truth idea was activated, the divine will inside the spear would absorb the wielder's ambition or desire, then produce effects that varied depending on the opponent. In other words, what truth idea actually did upon activation was completely unpredictable. Sometimes it produced overwhelming destructive force sufficient to defeat the enemy. Other times it blessed the opponent to win them over. Depending on the wielder's wishes and ambitions, depending on the opponent, depending on the situation, truth idea's effects changed entirely. In the original story, Cao Cao had used truth idea twice. Once against the protagonist, Hayadu Issei. That time, the divine will inside the spear had actually sided with Issei, acknowledging his desire and deciding to observe him. Truth idea produced no effect whatsoever. It backfired on Cao Cao. The second time was during the Evil Dragon War. Truth idea repelled armies of mass-produced evil dragons and plate males, and left Apophis, the eclipse dragon, writhing in agony. So while truth idea shared the same supremacy classification as the beast and dragon versions, the actual effects were worlds apart. Using it could yield tremendous power, or it could backfire spectacularly. Extremely unstable, easily spiraling out of control. Leo had remembered Cao Cao had this ability, and maintained a degree of caution, but he hadn't dwelled on it too much. Not because he thought truth idea wasn't a threat. Because even if he wanted to prepare for it he couldn't. If you couldn't even predict what it would do, how were you supposed to counter it? The only countermeasure Leo could think of was to take Cao Cao down before he had a chance to use it. He hadn't expected that at the last possible moment, Cao Cao would gamble on truth idea and escape. Using something that unstable in a situation like that. I don't know whether to be impressed or call you insane. Leo didn't know what to think anymore. Truth idea's effects were random. If it hadn't produced the exact result of shattering all the bubbles, Cao Cao would have been finished. Leo had actually expected Cao Cao to use Pearl Treasure to absorb the disasters, and had prepared to activate Nature's Hope in case they got redirected back at him. But Cao Cao didn't use Pearl Treasure. He went straight to truth idea. Pearl Treasure can only absorb attacks from a single direction. It can't cover every angle. Cao Cao seemed to read Leo's mind. He spoke between ragged breaths, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. Against that kind of full 360 bombardment with no blind spots, using Pearl Treasure would have been actual suicide. So Cao Cao had no choice but to take the gamble. Fortunately, he'd bet right. The divine will within the spear answered his desire and pulled him from the brink. All Leo could do was lament that he didn't have protagonist luck. When Hayadu Issei faced Truth Idea, the ability turned on Cao Cao and sided with Issei instead. Leo didn't get that kind of fortune. At least it wasn't a total loss. Even if you won that bet, so what? Leo narrowed his eyes at the gasping Cao Cao. Being forced to use supremacy means you're not in great shape anymore, are you? Truth Idea might be a different beast from Beast of Supremacy and Dragon of Supremacy, but all supremacy powers shared one thing in common. The cost of using them was enormous. Ordinary users would lose years off their lifespan at minimum, potentially dying on the spot. Even Valak could only sustain his supremacy for a few minutes thanks to his massive reserves of demonic power. Cao Cao didn't have anything close to Valak's level of power. There was no way he'd escaped without paying a price. Of course, Truth Idea's cost was also variable. If the effect produced was powerful, the cost would be steep. If the effect was weak, the cost was minimal. In the original story, when it was used against Issei and produced no effect at all, there was zero cost. But just now, shattering every bubble Leo had spread across the entire pocket dimension had required a tremendous display of power. The cost was significant, leaving Cao Cao visibly drained and gasping for air. You probably can't use it a second time. Leo slowly extended his hand toward Cao Cao. So what's your plan now? Bubbles began forming around Leo once more, expanding outward. It was easy to imagine what would come next. Once those bubbles spread across the sky, the entire world would be engulfed in natural disasters all over again. Like hell. Alarm bells screaming in his head, Cao Cao shouted and forced his exhausted body to activate Horse Treasure, teleporting behind Leo in an instant. General Treasure. He launched the last of the 7 treasures. The final ability he'd been holding in reserve. His last trump card. The black orb shot forward at blistering speed, like a bullet, reaching Leo in the blink of an eye. Leo's reaction was swift. He spread all 12 devil wings and folded them in front of himself, wrapping his entire body, blocking the incoming orb. The black orb struck the layered wall of devil wings, and then detonated with an incomprehensible surge of force, producing a deafening roar. General Treasure. Its ability was simple, a sphere that produced extreme destructive force and impact upon contact. At first glance, the orb seemed to drift in lazily. But the instant it hit its target, the destructive power and concussive force it unleashed were horrifying. To Leo, it felt like being rammed by an entire mountain. The shockwave sent him hurtling backward, his body becoming a blur as he scraped through the air, the shriek of a sonic boom trailing behind him as he plummeted toward the ground. A sickening crack. The sound of Leo's devil wings breaking. Without question, General Treasure had snapped them. Leo's response was instant. Even mid-fall, he fired one last attack at Cao Cao. A bubble materialized around Cao Cao, trapping him before he could react. Natural disasters exploded into existence inside it. Raging fire tornadoes, flesh-tearing gales, absolute zero cold, lightning like divine wrath, blinding sandstorms, apocalyptic floods, every disaster imaginable descended on him like divine punishment, swallowing him whole. At the same moment, Leo's body slammed into the ground, kicking up a dust cloud dozens of meters high. The earth shattered and collapsed, forming a massive crater as violent tremors shook everything. Above, divine catastrophe raged inside the bubble. Below, the ground buckled with violent tremors and thunder. Then, one last sound. A strange cracking, like glass fracturing. The pocket dimension itself had cracked under the strain of so much chaotic power. The crack appeared fast and vanished fast. But in that single instant, from within the bubble in the sky and from the massive crater in the ground, 2 battered figures were swallowed by the rift. No one noticed. No one realized that Leo and Cao Cao, the leaders of their respective sides, were no longer in the pocket dimension. The Eligos Peerage and the hero faction members were still locked in their own fierce battles, with no attention to spare for what had happened here. When Leo opened his eyes and consciousness returned from the haze, the first thing he felt was searing pain. His body ached everywhere. He pieced together what had happened before he blacked out. General Treasure had hit harder than expected. In the original story, Issei had taken a direct hit in full balance breaker armor and still been badly wounded, so Leo wasn't surprised he'd taken damage. But it didn't matter. He'd launched his counterattack the instant he was hit. Chow Chow took the full force of every natural disaster Leo could throw. A fragile human body with no regeneration, no devil resilience. There was a real chance it had killed him outright. Where am I, though? Leo pushed down the pain and looked around. Only then did he realize he was no longer inside the Kuo Town replica. He'd arrived in a bizarre, alien world. No up or down. No sky or earth. No buildings, no trees, no plants. Just a space suffused with clashing colors, warped and twisted and swaying, chaotic beyond description. Leo was floating in this distorted space as if gravity didn't exist, and everything his eyes took in looked like the inside of a kaleidoscope. Staring too long made him nauseous. The sight snapped him to full alertness immediately. He recognized this place. Not long ago, he'd brought his entire peerage aboard a train and passed through here on the way to the underworld. This was the dimensional gap. Leo's eyes went wide. How had he ended up here? The pocket dimension must have destabilized. The crack ejected me, but instead of returning to the real world, I ended up in the space between worlds. That was the only explanation. The question was, had only he been thrown here, or was everyone else here too? Yutaha, Mahiru, Ravel, Ram, Rem. And Chow Chow and the hero faction. The thought made Leo anxious. The dimensional gap was no safe haven. It was a void world, and scattered throughout it were dangerous objects that history had deemed too hazardous to deal with. One wrong encounter could mean permanent disappearance, with no way back to the real world. Even without stumbling into danger, without the ability to breach dimensional walls, there was no way out. You'd drift here forever. This is bad. Leo's heart sank. He didn't have any means to escape this place either. The space here was inherently unstable and warped. Standard methods like magic circle teleportation were useless. Only specially calibrated transfer formulas worked here. Leo obviously didn't know any such formula. Nobody in the entire Eligos peerage did. If any of his peerage had fallen into this place, they'd be just as trapped as he was. What now? Leo racked his brain but couldn't find an answer. By the time he gave up thinking, he noticed that his injuries had already healed. Becoming a perfect devil really did boost the regeneration. He tested his limbs, confirmed the pain was gone, then spread his devil wings and took flight. Might as well start moving. Staying still and drifting aimlessly would never lead to an escape. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll find something useful out here. With that thought, Leo beat his devil wings and flew off in a direction. Before long, his figure vanished into the warped expanse, destination unknown. Chapter 209, Chapter 206. 1544 words. The dimensional gap really was as dangerous as the stories said. The original story had never gone into much detail about this place, and Leo had never had the chance to experience it firsthand. But now, drifting through the void, he finally understood why everyone treated it with such fear. There was no sense of direction here. No up, no down. Even the flow of time was imperceptible. Leo had no idea how long he'd been flying, or which way he was headed. It was the most disorienting thing he'd ever experienced. Along the way, he encountered various things that had been exiled to this place since ancient times. Some were useless debris. Others were genuinely dangerous. At one point, he came across an unidentifiable corpse floating in the void. It looked unremarkable enough, but the moment he got within 10 meters, some unknown toxin hit him. Black spots appeared on his chest, corrosive and vicious, nearly rotting through his lungs before he pulled away. His perfect devil constitution saved him. The enhanced regeneration and poison resistance kicked in fast, and he recovered quickly. But after that, he gave every unknown object a wide berth. That wasn't even the worst of it. At one point, he nearly touched a void fragment. Void fragments were exactly what they sounded like, pieces of nothingness given form. Anything that made contact with one, whether living or not, would be assimilated into the void. Erased completely. The terrifying part was that they were invisible. Nothingness by nature couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If Leo's magical detection hadn't been sharp enough to sense something deeply wrong approaching him, he might not have made it. Should have studied up on the dimensional gap beforehand. After several close calls, Leo was starting to feel genuine unease. The dimensional gap was feared by all factions, but they weren't helpless here. Devils had trains with protective formulas. Fallen angels had their own methods. Vale would eventually use specialized spells to explore ancient ruins in this very place. Every faction had some knowledge of how to survive here. If Leo had access to even a fraction of it, he wouldn't be stumbling through blind. This is what happens when you don't do your homework. Leo sighed, but didn't let his guard down. His magical detection stayed at full output, maximum focus, scanning for anything abnormal so he could dodge in time. All he wanted now was to find a spatial rift, anything that could get him out of here. He didn't need to land back in the human world or the underworld. Even stumbling into heaven would be better than staying here. If he was lucky enough to encounter an underworld train, or some faction's exploration team, even better. But the dimensional gap was incomprehensibly vast. Without any sense of direction, all Leo could do was fly aimlessly and hope. I'm not going to be stuck here forever, am I? The thought made him restless. Staying here indefinitely was psychological torture, and Leo wasn't someone with nothing to care about. He needed to know what happened to Cao Cao, whether his peerage was safe, whether the hero faction had beaten them. And the summit meeting. Had the old Satan faction's attack played out the same as canon? Or had his existence caused some butterfly effect that changed the outcome? Were Rias and Sona okay? Too many unanswered questions. Overthinking won't help. It'll just make me more anxious. Leo shook his head and forced those thoughts down. The summit should be fine. Surzex is there. Even in the worst case, nobody's dying on his watch. If someone actually pushes him far enough to trigger his true form, not even a god would walk away from that. Yukino and the others should be alive at least. None of them have lost their lives. That much he could confirm. Every member of his peerage had been reincarnated through servant conversion. Their souls bore his mark. Even if their bodies died, their souls would return to him. So they were alive. Knowing that much let him breathe a little easier. Compared to them, I'm the one who should be worried. With that thought, Leo continued drifting through the dimensional gap. He didn't know how much time passed. Just as he was about to give up and try something drastic, like breaking through the dimensional wall by force, a massive shadow appeared ahead. What's that? Leo's spirits lifted. Without hesitation, he flew toward it. At this point, he was desperate enough to investigate anything. Whatever it was better than nothing. Of course, he hadn't forgotten how dangerous this place was. His magical detection stayed at full power, sweeping over the shadow as he approached. What he found surprised him. An island. Not quite. More like a fragment of a continent, as if someone had carved a piece off a landmass and hurled it into the void. A vast stretch of earth, just drifting through the gap. There's something on it. As he drew closer, his detection picked up more details. The land held an ancient castle, enormous and crumbling, surrounded by barren, yellowed earth. The whole place radiated age and decay, like a ruin abandoned by time itself. Should I go up there? Leo considered it, then approached cautiously. What else was he going to do? Keep drifting. Here's hoping there's something up there that can get me out of this place. He flew toward the desolate land. To avoid another incident like the toxin, he triple-checked with his detection, confirming nothing abnormal before setting foot on the surface. Even then, he kept nature's hope on standby, ready to activate the instant something went wrong. But nothing happened. He landed safely. At least this place is explorable. Leo exhaled and turned his gaze toward the castle at the center. It was massive. More than 10 times the size of the Gremory estate. It looked like it was built for giants, not people. Cracks covered every surface, and sections of the outer wall had collapsed entirely. This castle's been here a very long time. Leo studied it briefly, then walked toward the entrance. He reached the front gate and stopped. Something was blocking his path. Not the gate itself. The gate was wide open, probably couldn't close anymore. But lying in front of the entrance was something impossible to ignore. A low, rumbling breath. The kind of sound only something enormous made in its sleep. A dragon was sleeping in front of the castle gate. It was beautiful. More beautiful than Tiamat, even. Its body seemed covered not in scales but in fur, soft and fluffy looking. It didn't look menacing at all. Almost cute. Its coloring was unusual too. Not the fierce reds or blacks typical of dragon kind, but a soft gradient of purple fading toward white. Despite the gentle appearance, Leo's expression grew serious the moment he laid eyes on it. The dragon's aura told a completely different story. It was immense. Not quite at Tiamat's level as the strongest dragon king, but not far off either. Which meant one thing. A dragon king. This was a dragon king-class dragon. And Leo was certain it wasn't any of the known 5. He knew every dragon king by sight. Tiamat was deep blue. Fafnir was golden. Vritra was dark purple-black and sealed in sacred gears. Yulong was green and living on Mount Sumeru. Midgardsormr was the largest dragon in existence at 500 or 600 meters. This one was a few dozen meters at most, with coloring that matched none of them. An unknown dragon king. Not among the 5. Leo rubbed his temples. What's a dragon king doing in a place like this? Was this floating ruin the dragon's territory? Or had the land been cast into the dimensional gap because of this dragon? He couldn't figure it out. After a moment's thought, he walked toward the castle anyway. Might as well try to make contact. A dragon king-level creature should at least have the intelligence for conversation, unlike the feral lesser dragons. This was the first living thing he'd encountered in the gap. If communication was possible, Leo wanted to talk. And if the dragon knew a way out of here, all the better. Leo approached the sleeping dragon, deliberately releasing his own aura to wake it. The dragon's eyes snapped open. It sensed Leo's presence and fixed its gaze on him. Then, without a shred of hesitation, it opened its jaws and fired a breath attack straight at him. Lightning. A torrent of electrical energy dense enough to vaporize the atmosphere and shatter the ground beneath it, crashing toward Leo like a divine hammer. Leo's body was engulfed by the lightning breath. But within that storm of electricity, another bolt of lightning shot free and streaked into the air, reforming into Leo's shape. He looked down at the dragon that had attacked him on sight, a smile on his face that carried more irritation than amusement. My mistake. Even a dragon king can apparently lack the intelligence for conversation. The dragon, whether it understood the insult or not, spread its wings and launched itself into the air. It charged straight at Leo. Chapter 210, Chapter 207. 1788 words. The dragon's lightning breath tore through the air like a river of plasma, splitting the atmosphere and sending shockwaves rippling through the dimensional gap itself. The graceful dragon soared overhead, wings beating steadily, unleashing devastating blasts of electrical energy at Leo. His hair stood on end, his body already going numb before the breath even touched him. Leo spread all 10 devil wings and shot upward faster than the lightning itself, dodging the breath that scorched the air and earth below. But the dragon was already on top of him. Its tail whipped forward like a blur, the crack of a sonic boom trailing behind it, and slammed into his body. Leo's body shattered on impact, crumbling apart like rock, dissolving into a spray of sand that scattered in every direction. The sand quickly gathered and reformed into Leo's shape, letting him slip past the charging dragon and veer off in another direction. The dragon wheeled around immediately, relentless, and dove at him again. Another blast of lightning breath flooded toward him, blanketing the sky. Seriously? What did I ever do to you? Leo streaked through the air, his entire form becoming a blur of light. He was faster than the breath, but the dragon only needed to turn its head slightly to sweep the torrent after him, tracking him without pause. It had attacked him without provocation, and now it was chasing him like he'd stolen its eggs. You want a fight? I'll give you one. A dragon king was intimidating, sure. The old Leo would have had to run. But the current Leo? He could take it. Decision made, Leo stopped running. He reversed direction and charged straight at the dragon. The dragon wasn't about to waste the opening. It fired its breath head-on, filling Leo's entire field of vision with electrical devastation. Leo locked his eyes on the incoming torrent. At the last possible instant before impact, he activated nature's hope and transformed into a bolt of lightning, plunging straight into the breath attack. The breath ripped across the sky above the floating landmass, tearing through the air and shooting into the endless void of the dimensional gap. Seconds later it stopped. Because Leo, in lightning form, had burst out the other end and appeared right in front of the dragon's face. He took in that surprisingly delicate visage and planted his fist square on it. Fire erupted across the dragon's face on impact. Leo's fist had ignited at some point during the charge, and as it connected, the flames detonated like a bomb, releasing a shockwave of force. The dragon was sent flying, its massive body crashing into the castle and collapsing an entire corner of the structure. The punch seemed to have genuinely dazed it. After hitting the ground, it lay there for a long moment without moving, its head swaying side to side, clearly stunned. That felt good. Leo exhaled, the frustration of getting breath attacked point blank finally venting. But the dragon recovered. Enraged, it threw off the rubble pinning it down and fired another lightning breath straight at Leo. Leo raised an eyebrow at its persistence, shifted into lightning form once more, and dove into the incoming breath. He rode the current forward, burst through, and arrived in front of the dragon's face. Just as he was about to repeat the same move, the dragon adapted. The instant Leo shifted from lightning back to his physical form, it cut off the breath and lunged with its jaws wide open, trying to swallow him whole. Leo wasn't about to let that happen. His 10 devil wings flared and he flickered sideways, dodging the snap of those massive jaws. The dragon raised a thick claw and swiped at him, howling wind trailing behind it. Leo dodged again. Then again. He weaved around the dragon at point-blank range, dancing just out of reach of its claws. Then the tail came again. A blur and a sonic boom, slamming into Leo and shattering his body once more. This time, Leo's body broke apart into shards of ice. The fragments drifted down like snowflakes and settled across the dragon's body, clinging to its surface, spreading and crystallizing, slowly encasing it in frost. The dragon shuddered violently. Sensing the danger, it unleashed its full draconic aura. The gradient-colored energy exploded outward and shattered every shard of ice on its body. Leo's form coalesced out of the drifting ice and snow. He closed in and drove another fist into the dragon's skull. This time it wasn't fire. It was wind. Savage, compressed wind wrapped around his fist, and the impact detonated like a mortar round, launching the dragon skyward. It nearly flew off the edge of the floating landmass entirely. The dragon struggled to stabilize, beating its wings desperately until it finally steadied itself high in the air. But the stinging heat on its face left it in a foul mood. It stared down at Leo, and in its eyes appeared something like grievance. "The hell are you looking at me like that for?" Leo was floored by the expression in those eyes. You attacked first. You're the one who wouldn't stop. So what exactly are you feeling wronged about? Is that expression even appropriate on a dragon? You're a dragon. In all his life, Leo had never seen a dragon look aggrieved. He didn't know what to do with that. The moment passed quickly. The dragon dove back down, charging straight at Leo, resuming its assault. Lightning breath rained from above, striking the earth with devastating force, pulverizing the terrain, and kicking up clouds of dust and debris. This time Leo didn't transform into lightning and charge through. He relied on his 10 devil wings for raw speed, weaving through the breath attacks. The dragon chased him relentlessly, blasting away, but Leo flew ahead with acrobatic precision, dodging every shot with increasingly absurd maneuvers while the dragon ate his dust. Eventually, Leo started hitting back. Thunder and lightning filled the sky. Not the dragon's breath but actual weather. Leo seized control of the atmosphere above the floating land, summoning storm clouds and calling down real lightning bolts, dozens of them in rapid succession, all striking the dragon. In seconds, the dragon was completely engulfed in crackling light. Against anyone else, even a thick-skinned dragon king, that barrage would have left them charred black and smoking, plummeting to the ground. But this dragon was completely fine. Its fur was still smooth. Its body still graceful. Its eyes were half-closed, wearing an expression of enjoyment. Like it was having a good time. On closer inspection, every bolt of lightning that struck the dragon was being absorbed. Not deflected. Only a faint shimmer of electricity remained on its surface. It absorbs lightning. Leo was genuinely surprised. It can do that? What kind of dragon was this? A sprite dragon? But sprite dragons couldn't absorb lightning, could they? Leo wasn't entirely sure. Sprite dragons were a high-level dragon species with lightning attributes. They used blue-colored lightning and electrical attacks that only harmed recognized enemies, never allies. They were especially fond of pure-hearted individuals, instinctively lowering their guard around them. But sprite dragons don't look like this. A subspecies? A mutation? Leo puzzled over it but didn't dwell too long. This dragon clearly had Dragon King level power despite not being among the known 5. That meant one of two things. Either it had recently ascended to Dragon King class, and nobody knew about it yet. Or its history predated the 5 Dragon Kings entirely, ancient enough that the world had forgotten it existed. Leo leaned toward the latter. Everything about this place screamed age. If the dragon had been exiled to the dimensional gap along with this landmass, then however long this ruin had been drifting here was how long the dragon had been here too. It might have reached Dragon King class during those long, forgotten centuries. Alone out here, unseen by anyone, absent from every record. The dragon didn't share Leo's contemplative mood. After absorbing all the lightning, it looked unsatisfied. It gazed up at the thunderclouds with an expression that said it wanted to fly in and feast on more. Leo immediately changed the weather, dispersing the storm, and replacing it with freezing winds and hail. Temperatures plummeted. Snow began to fall, quickly escalating into a full blizzard that swallowed the dragon whole, ice crystallizing across its body. The dragon unleashed its aura again, shattering the frost, then roared at Leo. The message was clear: why did you stop with the lightning? First the grievance, now you're making demands. Leo had never met a more shameless creature. You want lightning? Have some fire first. Leo raised both hands overhead. His white aura surged and crimson flames ignited above him, expanding rapidly. In moments, a massive vortex of fire spun above Leo's head. He compressed it, smaller and smaller, until the inferno that had spanned dozens of meters was condensed into a palm-sized fire lotus. The lotus glowed red-purple with heat, blazing with an intensity that made the air warp around it. It pulsed with destructive energy like a bomb about to detonate. Leo cradled the lotus in one hand, firelight casting sharp shadows across his grin. He hurled it. The lotus became a streak of red light, slicing through space and sky, hurtling toward the dragon. The dragon sensed the danger instantly. Without hesitation, it fired its lightning breath to intercept. Wrong move. The devastating breath made contact with the lotus and failed to stop it. The lightning parted around it like butter meeting the sun, splitting cleanly as the lotus punched through without losing momentum. It tore through the entire length of the breath and struck the dragon dead on. The dragon's pupils contracted as the impact connected. The world went still for a few seconds. Then the explosion. Above the floating land in the dimensional gap, a cataclysmic detonation bloomed outward. Fire consumed everything. Heat became the only reality. The blast flattened hills, scoured the wasteland bare, and the castle itself began disintegrating piece by piece under the shockwave. Even the dimensional gap seemed to react, hot winds howling outward, the floating landmass sinking under the force. It looked like a sun had detonated. Worse than the end of the world. If this explosion had occurred in any actual world instead of the dimensional gap, the devastation would have been catastrophic beyond measure. Even Leo had to enter nature's hope the instant the lotus detonated, transforming into fire and merging with the inferno to avoid being caught in the blast radius. The explosion raged on for a long time before finally fading. Chapter 211, Chapter 208. 1515 words. The dimensional gap seemed truly timeless. Even after an explosion of that magnitude, the kaleidoscopic distortion around the floating land remained exactly the same, as if nothing had happened. The landmass had stabilized again, drifting aimlessly as before. But the aftermath was carved into it. Rubble, scorch marks, and craters covered what had already been a desolate ruin, making it look even more wrecked than before. A flame materialized in the sky above the devastation and slowly took Leo's shape. He surveyed the damage and winced. Went a little overboard. He knew the compressed fire lotus would hit hard. He'd poured every ounce of fire attribute power Zenith Tempest could muster into it, compressed to the absolute limit. But he hadn't expected the detonation to be this extreme. At least I didn't destroy the whole place. He glanced at the castle. It had taken a beating from the shockwave. The outer walls had almost entirely collapsed, and 70 or 80% of the windows and inner walls were shattered, exposing the interior structure. But the main body still stood. That was a relief. The castle was his best hope of finding a way out of the dimensional gap. If it had been leveled, he'd have nowhere left to turn. A castle guarded by a dragon king had to contain something significant. Speaking of which, where's the dragon? Leo extended his magical detection and found it quickly. The dragon lay on a pile of rubble. Its condition was devastating. The soft, near-white fur had been burned away completely. Its skin was charred black. One wing was half destroyed, white bone visible through the ruin. The horn on its head had snapped off. Its face was drenched in blood. It was barely clinging to life. Leo flew over and landed in front of it, folding his wings. Want to keep going? That was deliberately cruel. In its current state, the dragon couldn't fight, let alone move. Worse still, its life signs were fading. Its breathing grew weaker. Blood-filled eyes slowly closed, crimson tears leaking from the corners. It was dying. Even a dragon king with centuries of accumulated vitality couldn't survive a direct hit from that attack. Leo had just achieved dragon slaying in the dimensional gap. A dragon king, no less. He didn't feel guilty about it. The dragon attacked first. Every single one of those breath attacks had been aimed to kill, with zero restraint. Why should Leo hold back? Do you want to live? Leo stood before the dying dragon. If you want to live, tell me what you know. He wanted to try communicating one more time. Even setting aside finding an exit, just learning the history of this land and the castle would make this trip worthwhile. The dragon didn't respond. This time, it probably wasn't unwillingness. It simply couldn't anymore. Its life signs vanished completely. It stopped breathing. It was dead. What a pain. Leo scratched his head. Then he held out his palm and summoned a magic circle, from which a single chess piece emerged. A pawn piece. The same type as Ram and Ram's. The piece was glowing brilliantly, telling Leo that the being before him was an ideal match for this evil piece. Making a dragon king into a servant, huh? Leo smiled. He pressed the glowing evil piece against the dragon's body, and began the incantation. By the name of Leo Eligos I command. You, unknown dragon, let your soul return to this place to become my servant. Be reborn as a devil, and rejoice in your new life. The incantation complete, the evil piece shattered into countless particles of light that sank into the dragon's body, enveloping it in a soft glow. Within that light, the dragon's charred body began healing at visible speed. Time seemed to reverse. Burned fur regrew. The broken horn reformed. Blood receded. Life signs surged back. At the same time, Leo received the feedback from servant conversion. Trait, servant conversion activating. Base feedback acquired, demonic power, massive. Advanced feedback acquired, sacred gear, enhanced. Extra feedback acquired, trait, lightning. The instant the feedback registered, Leo's demonic power skyrocketed. This was a Dragon King class servant. That alone qualified as a high potential evaluation, and the demonic power feedback was enormous, greater than any he'd received before. His power, which had just reached the 10-wing tier, surged all the way to the ceiling, and hit the barrier to the next level. His demonic power now was probably the strongest among all 10-wing devils, roughly on par with Kokobeel. Capable of confronting a Mao, half a step from Mao class, and liable to break through at any moment. At this rate, just one more mid-potential servant would push him straight into Mao class. Zenith Tempest had been strengthened again too. It might have already surpassed the true Longinus, the so-called strongest Longinus. But what excited Leo most was the extra feedback. Trait, lightning. He'd gained a new trait. Leo extended his hand and channeled his demonic power, attempting to convert it into lightning. In the past he could do this, but he'd had zero talent for it. The lightning he'd produced was pathetically weak, less than half the power of a basic demonic power bullet. He'd given up on that path entirely. The contrast was Rias's queen, Akino Himejima, the priestess of thunder. Lightning magic was her specialty, which was how she'd earned that title. But Akino's skill came from natural talent, which was different from a bloodline trait. Traits were innate. The Citri bloodline gave all pure-blooded members mastery over water magic, no training required. The Eligos bloodline granted natural aptitude for detection magic. Now, through servant conversion's extra feedback, Leo had gained a lightning trait on top of his detection trait. When he tried converting his demonic power to lightning this time, it flowed effortlessly. Brilliant arcs of electricity blazed to life in his hand, nothing like the feeble sparks of before. And the power was staggering. The lightning he produced now rivaled the natural lightning released through Zenith Tempest itself. What if I feed this lightning magic into Zenith Tempest as fuel? The thought became action immediately. He channeled the lightning magic into his sacred gear and released it. A pillar of thunder erupted from his hand, illuminating the entire sky. Leo's eyes lit up. He tried again with regular demonic power as fuel. The result was still impressive, but nowhere close to what the lightning magic had produced. The difference is several times over. Using lightning magic as fuel for Zenith Tempest's lightning output versus regular demonic power, the gap was massive. This new trait didn't just boost his base combat power. It supercharged Zenith Tempest's lightning capabilities as well. If it's me now, I could probably match Seraphal Leviathan's ice magic with my lightning. That was exciting. But his current situation quickly cooled him down. Whether I even get to see Seraphal again is still up in the air. Let's focus on getting out of here first. Leo dismissed the lightning and turned his attention forward. The dragon had fully healed and was awake. It rose, towering over Leo, staring down at him with those large eyes. The pressure was intense. Leo met its gaze calmly. "Can you take human form?" Not every dragon could. Among the 5 dragon kings in canon, only Tiamat had ever assumed human form. Even the 2 heavenly dragons had never done it. Shape-shifting clearly required either talent or practice. Leo was hoping this one could manage it. Otherwise he'd be traveling with a full-size dragon from now on. The dragon studied him in silence for a long moment. Then, softly, its body began to glow. The light enveloped it entirely, and the massive form shrank. Smaller and smaller, until it was even shorter than Leo. The glow faded. Leo's calm expression froze. Standing before him was a little girl, who looked like she belonged in elementary school. About 120 centimeters tall. Dressed in ethnic-style clothing. Gradient purple hair done up in twin tails. Big blue eyes. Tiny, adorable, and staring up at him like a doll. She gazed at Leo without a word. Her eyes said everything, and Leo's mouth began to twitch. "You're really the dragon from just now?" Leo was silent for a long time, before he could bring himself to speak. He looked like a man who refused to accept reality. The little girl caught the doubt in his tone, and puffed up, clearly offended. She made a fierce dragon roar face, as if trying to prove she was very scary. It looked like she was doing a cute pose. Leo put his hand over his face. He felt a little dizzy. The realization that he'd just accidentally killed what turned out to be a tiny adorable girl hit him with a wave of guilt. But more importantly, he recognized her. Another crossover character. "Tell me your name," Leo asked, though he was already fairly sure of the answer. The little girl blinked at him, then answered reluctantly. "Kanna Kamui." Chapter 212, Chapter 209 1757 words Kanna Kamui. A dragon from another world. In human form, she looked about 9 years old. In dragon form, a massive beast covered in white fur, capable of electrical attacks and able to recharge by absorbing lightning. Her actual age was over 14,000 years, older than some dragon kings. But she was still a hatchling. Willful, mischievous, afraid of being alone, and always hungry. In her original story, she'd been exiled from her world for taking her pranks too far, eventually ending up in the human world. And now this dragon was here, in the dimensional gap, living on this nameless floating landmass, apparently guarding a castle. Leo hadn't expected any of this. "Why are you here?" The question came out before he could stop it. Kanna didn't answer. She just glared at him, trying her hardest to look fierce. As always, it came across as adorable rather than intimidating. Leo sighed at the uncooperative hatchling. If she were an adult, he could pull the "you're my servant now" card and pressure her into cooperating. But despite being 14,000 years old, she was fundamentally still a child. A child who'd been exiled for pranking too much. Reasoning with her was pointless. If she'd been reasonable, she wouldn't have opened with a breath attack aimed at vaporizing him. She was still glaring, clearly sulking because he'd killed her. Leo thought about it for a moment, then opened a magic circle, and pulled something out of his personal storage space. That space was where he kept everyday items, phone, spare clothes, and occasionally snacks. What he produced now was a massive lollipop. Kanna's gaze instantly locked onto it. Her eyes changed completely. Her small nose twitched, catching the scent of sugar. Once she smelled the sweetness, she couldn't look away. Leo's lips curled slightly. His voice was gentle, coaxing. Like a villain about to trick a child. Kanna wanted to nod, but remembering that this man had just killed her, she swallowed hard and turned her head away. The voice. The attitude. Everything about it screamed the opposite of what she'd said. So Leo said, very simply. "Then I'll throw it away." He tossed the lollipop aside, sending it sailing through the air. In that instant, Kanna moved. She lunged with lightning speed, her head shooting forward, and clamped her jaws around the lollipop mid-flight. Then she swallowed it. Wrapper and all. She didn't bite. Didn't chew. Just swallowed it like water. The two of them stared at each other. Leo wore a knowing half-smile. Kanna's face was blank, but the tips of her ears had turned red. Feeling better? Leo decided not to tease her further. Now can you tell me why you're here? I'm not telling you. Kanna was softened but still stubborn. You killed me. You're a bad person. Then you must be a bad dragon. You attacked first. You were trying to steal my treasure. Kanna said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Humans who try to steal a dragon's treasure deserve to die. My father told me that. First, I'm not human. Second, I wasn't trying to steal anything. At least not before I knew what was going on here. Leo paused, then glanced at the castle. There's actually treasure in there. What are you planning? Kanna went on high alert immediately. I knew it. You are trying to steal my treasure. You're my dragon now. Your treasure is my treasure. Leo waved dismissively. Just tell me what's in there. Before Kanna could refuse, Leo produced another giant lollipop. Kanna snatched it at lightning speed and swallowed it whole again. She ate like she'd never tasted food before. Leo seriously doubted she could even taste the lollipop at that speed. So what's inside? Leo asked again. Tell me, and there's more where that came from. This time, Kanna was visibly tempted. Leo pulled out a third lollipop. Watched her inhale it the same way. Then, reluctantly, she answered. I've never been inside. I can't get in. Kanna muttered. There's a barrier around the castle. Every time I try to fly in, it pushes me away. Attacking it doesn't work either. So I just stayed outside. Leo stared at her. You've never even been inside, and you're calling it your treasure. There's definitely treasure in there. Kanna was adamant. I can't get in, but just being near the castle makes me feel really good. Even without recharging, my electricity and power keep growing on their own. That was why she'd stayed. Without that, a dragon who hated being alone would never have endured the solitude of this place. Leo was still a little exasperated, but Kanna didn't seem to be lying. He nodded. I'll go in and look for myself. Kanna panicked instantly. You can't take my treasure. Leo rolled his eyes, ignored the possessive hatchling, spread his 10 black devil wings, and flew toward the castle. Kanna immediately shifted to dragon form and followed. They reached the castle quickly and descended from above. Leo bypassed the front gate entirely, dropping straight into the inner courtyard from the air. But Kanna, descending right behind him, slammed into a barrier that materialized out of nowhere. She couldn't get through. The white dragon circled frantically in the air, unable to enter. This barrier is specifically designed to block dragons. Leo noticed it had appeared only for Kanna, letting him pass freely. I want to come in too. Kanna was desperate now, calling out to Leo for help. Leo didn't refuse, but he set a condition. I'll help you, but you have to listen to me. Kanna went quiet. She clearly didn't want to agree. Leo already knew exactly how to handle this stubborn hatchling. He turned and walked deeper into the castle, acting like he was going to leave her behind. Predictably, Kanna caved immediately. I'll listen to you. The fight went out of her completely. She deflated like a balloon. Should have just said so from the start. Leo smiled, victorious. Then he raised his hand toward the courtyard and fired a bolt of lightning at a derelict fountain. The lightning struck a crystal orb sitting at the fountain's apex. Leo had spotted it the moment he'd entered the courtyard. That orb was the core of the barrier. Destroy it and the barrier would collapse. The crystal shattered. The barrier dissolved like a mirage. Kanna's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she dove inside, trying to fly past Leo and reach the castle's interior first. You sneaky little brat. Leo almost laughed from the sheer audacity. In one breath she'd sworn to listen, and in the next she was trying to ditch him. His aura surged. He activated Zenith Tempest's balance breaker, his wings shifting to 12. He didn't use them to fly. Instead, he extended one hand toward Kanna and deployed a bubble. The bubble materialized around Kanna's dragon form, trapping her inside. Kanna tried to break free, but the bubble pushed her back. She fired a breath attack at the wall of the bubble. The lightning that could level a mountain range struck the surface and shattered harmlessly, as if hitting an indestructible wall. Kanna was dumbfounded. Leo squeezed his outstretched hand. The bubble began shrinking. Kanna's massive dragon body was compressed, forcing her to shrink along with it. She cried out in pain as the space squeezed tighter, until she had no choice but to cancel her dragon form and revert to the little girl. Only then did the bubble stop shrinking. Kanna raised her tiny fists and began pounding on the bubble's membrane. Let me out. Her protests were met with cold indifference. This is you listening to me, is it? Faced with Leo's accusation, Kanna didn't show a shred of guilt. You never said I couldn't go in ahead of you. The shamelessness coming from that innocent face was something else. Then you can come in like this. Leo didn't spare her another glance. He walked into the castle's interior. The bubble carrying Kanna floated along behind him automatically. Let me out. Kanna's protests echoed through the darkness as both of them disappeared into the castle depths. Leo's footsteps echoed through the silent corridors. This place is enormous. The hallway stretched endlessly. The walls on either side were at least 10 meters away from him, and the ceiling towered 20 to 30 meters above. It was built for something much larger than humans. Or maybe it was built for dragons. That thought felt right. A corridor this wide and tall was excessive for people, but just right for a dragon in its true form. A dragon's castle. Intrigued, Leo stopped walking and spread his 12 devil wings, taking flight down the corridor at speed. The bubble carrying Kanna followed, controlled by Leo. Seeing that he truly wasn't going to let her out, Kanna hung her head, looking so miserable she was on the verge of tears. Eventually, Leo did speak to her again, asking how she'd ended up here. This time, Kanna didn't hide it. I was thrown out. Her voice was small and sullen. Just as Leo knew from her original story, Kanna had been a dragon living in another world, exiled for taking her pranks too far. But unlike her canon story, she hadn't been sent to the human world. She'd been dumped into the dimensional gap, the same way many factions disposed of things too dangerous to keep. After being exiled here, Kanna had drifted through the void just like Leo had, surviving one close call after another, until one day she found this floating landmass. She discovered the castle immediately, and more importantly, discovered that staying near it made her feel good. Even without recharging, her electricity and power grew steadily on their own. So after failing to get past the barrier, she'd settled in front of the gate, claimed this place as her territory and the castle as her treasure, and made it her home. With no other living thing around, Kanna spent most of her time sleeping. She didn't even know how long she'd been here. All she knew was that when she'd first arrived, she was nowhere near this strong. Now she'd reached Dragon King class without even realizing it. From that alone, Leo understood. This sleepy little dragon had been here for centuries at minimum. Otherwise, she never would have grown to Dragon King level. Chapter 213, Chapter 210 14-11 words. Leo ignored Kanna after that, leaving her floating in the bubble behind him as he flew deeper into the castle. The Fire Lotus's shockwave had left the interior in rough shape. Collapsed walls, gaping holes, rubble everywhere. Broken statues, fallen armor, and objects that must have once hung on the walls lay scattered across the floor like wreckage from a disaster. Leo kept his magical detection fully deployed, sweeping every corner of the castle. What he found surprised him. Gemstones, rare minerals, ancient weapons, books that would make a collector weep. Treasures that would drive people mad with greed lay strewn about like garbage, discarded in random corners. If he'd been an adventurer or archaeologist, he'd have spent weeks in here. But none of it mattered right now. He needed a way out of the dimensional gap. Everything else was worthless. He passed through the corridor and entered a great hall. From here, the castle branched out. Multiple passages led left and right, dozens of rooms lined the walls, and a grand open staircase at the far end curved upward to a second floor, then continued deeper. The layout was European nobility in style, except scaled up to dragon proportions. The architecture looks human, but the scale is built for dragons. Leo didn't dwell on it. He began a thorough exploration of the castle, checking every corridor, entering every room, and collecting the scattered books along the way. During rest breaks, he read through them, searching for useful information. He'd been worried the text might be in an unknown script, but as he flipped through the pages, he realized the language was familiar. Dragon script. Fortunately, Leo could read it. A devil who'd found him early on and confirmed his Eligos bloodline had insisted that a proper noble must know at least 3 languages: human, devil, and dragon. Leo had thought it was a waste of time back then. Devils had an innate ability that automatically translated spoken language for both speaker and listener, so learning to read foreign scripts seemed pointless. But noble education was noble education. He'd learned it anyway. Now he was glad he had. Through the books, Leo finally pieced together the castle's history. This castle had once belonged to a nation called the Kingdom of Familion. It was their royal palace. Familion was a human kingdom with deep ties to dragonkind. According to the records, Familion had originally been a tiny, impoverished country, constantly ravaged by monsters. Its people had been driven to the brink of extinction. To save his kingdom, Familion's first king traveled far and wide seeking aid. Eventually, through means unknown, he decided to pray to a dragon god, hoping for divine protection. Somehow he succeeded. A dragon god descended upon his kingdom. Seriously? Leo was skeptical. He knew exactly what a dragon god was. Dragons were recognized as the most powerful living creatures. Gods were the most exalted beings in existence. Normally, the two had nothing to do with each other. But when a dragon achieved godhood, when a being that could be called a dragon god appeared, it shook the world. A dragon god was the absolute apex of dragonkind. Even the heavenly dragons and dragon kings bowed before one. The world's power structure was clear: low-class devils at the bottom, scaling up through mid-class, high-class, ultimate class, and Mao class, then super devil, and finally god-class beings at the level of gods and chief gods. Dragon kings fell somewhere between ultimate class and Mao class depending on their strength. The heavenly dragons matched god-class beings, capable of rivaling the chief gods of major mythologies. But above even that, 3 beings existed on an entirely different plane. One was Trihexa, the apocalyptic beast sealed by the God of the Bible at the cost of his own life. In canon, after Trihexa was released, every major faction had to join forces to create a pocket dimension and trap it inside, with chief gods and leaders constantly attacking it. Estimates said it could take 10,000 years to destroy it. That war became known as the Eternal Battle. And even Trihexa was only sub-dragon god level. The true dragon gods numbered exactly 2. Great Red. The true red dragon god emperor, the Apocalypse Dragon. A crimson dragon born of dreams, master of dreams, capable of seeing the desires in others' hearts. The strongest being in existence. And Ophis. The infinite dragon god, the Ouroboros dragon. The serpent that devoured its own tail, symbol of infinite cycles, born from the void of nothingness itself. These 2 stood at the absolute pinnacle. Every chief god and divine king across every mythology fell short. If either one appeared in the world, the combined forces of all mythological factions couldn't stop them. Great Red was the stronger of the two. It had driven Ophis, who was born in the dimensional gap, out of the gap entirely, then took up residence there as its guardian. And this being had supposedly descended upon a tiny, dying kingdom. As Leo read further, he was stunned to find that the account was probably real. The book recorded. On that day the sky split open, revealing a gateway to the world of nothing. There the crimson true dragon descended to earth. The king called it the dragon among dragons, the god among dragons, and offered devout worship. The dragon god was pleased with the king's devotion and bestowed a blessing. Thus the kingdom received its most precious treasure. Leo understood now. The dragon god that had descended upon Familion was Great Red. Great Red had always roamed the dimensional gap. It was the crimson dragon recorded in the Book of Revelation. The description in the books matched perfectly. The most precious treasure. Leo had a feeling this treasure was what Kanna had been talking about. The thing inside the castle that made her stronger just by being near it. The subsequent records confirmed it. After receiving the dragon god's blessing, the Familian royal family produced descendants with dragon blood, naturally powerful from birth. Those descendants wielded the dragon god's treasure and exterminated every monster in the kingdom. From then on, the Familian royals were known as the descendants of the Red Dragon. Only those with the purest bloodline and greatest power could control the treasure and claim the throne. For countless years, Familian expanded its territory and defeated powerful enemies, riding on dragon blood and dragon treasure. Its influence was unmatched. But nothing lasted forever. Drunk on its own violence, Familian eventually drew the ire of multiple factions, who joined forces to destroy it. The kingdom fell. In its final moments, the royal family sealed the last of their dragon bloodline and the dragon treasure within the palace. Then they performed a ritual to carve out the land surrounding the palace and cast it into the dimensional gap. They believed that the last heir, bearing the dragon treasure, would eventually encounter the dragon god again in the gap, be freed from the seal, and return to the world someday. That never happened, though. Leo closed the book and exhaled. He'd finally learned the castle's history. But the kingdom of Familian didn't appear in any historical records he knew of. This kingdom must have existed so far in the past that even devil history, which spanned the ancient Great War, had no mention of it. Which meant this castle had been drifting through the dimensional gap for an incomprehensible amount of time, never encountering Great Red, or at least never earning the dragon god's attention. None of that was Leo's concern. He only cared about one thing, getting out. If Familian had the ability to cut out a piece of land and send it into the dimensional gap, they must have had the technology to open a path through the dimensional wall. That was what Leo needed. Could it be somewhere in this castle? With renewed urgency, Leo explored even more thoroughly, collecting every book, reading every page, extracting every scrap of useful information. Days passed without results. By then, he'd explored nearly the entire castle. All that's left is the top floor. Leo flew upward, bringing the sleeping Kanna along in her bubble prison, and arrived at the castle's highest level. There was only one room up here, the throne room. Leo had already found this place earlier, but he hadn't been able to enter. The door simply wouldn't open. Chapter 214, Chapter 211 1580 words. The massive door stood over 20 meters tall, faintly glowing with luminescent script. Leo pressed his palm against it. Not even a tremor. He fired a bolt of lightning at it. Still nothing. If anything, the glow intensified. A complex array of sealing formulas materialized across the door's surface, impossibly intricate. Leo had to accept the reality. This door is locked with multiple layers of ultra-high-grade sealing formulas. Without undoing every single one, it's not opening. It really won't open. Kanna, still trapped in her bubble, stared at the door with a look bordering on drool. I can feel it. The treasure is right behind that door. And it was. The dragon bloodline and dragon treasure that Famillion had guarded with their lives lay sealed behind this door. That was what Kanna had been drawn to all along. She'd spent centuries guarding this castle as a hatchling and grown to Dragon King class because of it. I told you, it's multiple layers of ultra-high-grade sealing formulas. The complexity alone gave me a headache from one glance. Leo didn't turn around. Without a top-tier magician, even a super devil couldn't brute force through this. The seals weren't on the level of what the god of the Bible had used on Trihexa, but Leo could tell the casters had been Mao-class at minimum, working in concert through a ritual to layer this many formulas together. Breaking it would require either a specialist of the highest order, or raw power at the god-class level. Ram was a gifted magician and Yukino had read every book in the Eligos family library, but even they'd be stumped. Without god-level power, brute force was off the table. That was why Leo had given up on this room earlier. He'd turned away and searched the rest of the castle for an escape route first. He'd found nothing. Now he was back, out of options. What do I do? Leo tried to read the formulas on the door. A few seconds in, his head started pounding again. Let me out. Let me try. Kanna banged on the bubble's membrane. Leo rolled his eyes, snapped his fingers to deactivate the balance breaker, and the bubble popped. Kanna immediately reverted to dragon form, opened her jaws wide, and began absorbing ambient electrical ions from the air. Arcs of electricity crackled and flowed into her mouth. Then she unleashed the most powerful lightning breath she could muster, a plasma-like pillar of light that slammed into the door. The entire castle shook. Blinding light erupted across the top floor. When it faded, the door was completely unscathed. Kanna froze, devastated. I did tell you. Leo waved the lingering smoke away from his face, utterly unfazed. Kanna slowly shrank back to her girl form, shuffled to a corner, and crouched facing the wall. Can't get in again, can't get in again. First the anti-dragon barrier had kept her out of the castle. Now that she was finally inside, a door stopped her. Her mood plummeted. The tiny figure radiated despair, back turned, practically wilting. It was genuinely pitiable. If only Surzex were here. Or failing that, Valley or Chow Chow. Leo ignored Kanna and muttered to himself. Surzex in his true destruction form was a genuine god class. His power of destruction could almost certainly shatter these seals. Valley using Juggernaut Drive would at least hit god-level output, enough to break through. Or he could use Divine Dividing's having ability to weaken the formulas. Chow Chow's truth idea might be able to dissolve the seals outright if the effect landed right. And Horse Treasure from his balance breaker could teleport him past the door entirely, assuming the seals didn't counter spatial abilities. Leo had none of those options. Zenith Tempest was unrivaled in destructive power, range and scale, but in terms of special or unique abilities it couldn't compare. If Issei were here with his boosted gear to amplify me, I could probably try brute forcing it. After taking Kanna as a Dragon King class pawn, Leo's base power had reached half-step Mao class. Without his sacred gear, he could already take Kokabeel. With Zenith Tempest active, even without balance breaker, he'd rank among the strongest at Mao class. At minimum, beating Vala without Juggernaut Drive, or Chow Chow without balance breaker wouldn't be a problem. And with balance breaker active, Leo was confident he could compete with Super Devil class beings. Seraphal, Grafia, even Tiamat, the strongest Dragon King. He couldn't guarantee a win, but as long as he didn't want to lose, none of them could push him around anymore. Add boosted gear's amplification on top of that, and he could probably deliver a single strike at God class level. That would be enough to crack the seals. But he didn't have boosted gear. Wishing for it wouldn't make it appear. What do I do? Leo racked his brain, then decided to try a different approach. His body suddenly burst apart, dissolving into water that splashed across the floor. Kanna turned around at the sound and stared, baffled. The water hung in the air for a moment, then flowed toward the door. toward the gap between the door and the frame. Nature's hope. Transform into liquid and seep through the crack. If this didn't work, he was truly out of options. This was his last hope. The water reached the crack and the sealing array materialized again, forming an impenetrable wall across the gap, blocking him completely. He couldn't get through. No matter how he pushed, the formulas wouldn't give. Figured it wouldn't be that easy. The water reformed into Leo's shape. He let out a long breath. He was out of ideas. Do I just give up? Leo stared at the door. He didn't want to accept it, but he had nothing left. He wasn't the type to wallow, though. Once he confirmed there was no way forward, he adjusted quickly. If this place is a dead end, I'll find the next one. I'll get out eventually. Worst case, he'd wander the dimensional gap until he stumbled across a train traveling between the human world and the underworld. He refused to believe he'd be trapped here forever. Kanna, you. He turned around to address her. Before he could finish, something interrupted him. An impact. Distant but enormous. Far more violent than even the fire lotus that had nearly killed Kanna. The entire castle lurched as though struck by an invisible tsunami. The floating landmass itself shook. A second later, the shockwave hit. Walls shattered. The ceiling caved in. The floor cracked. The castle was coming apart. Leo nearly fell, dropping to one knee, his face pure shock. What's happening? Kanna was terrified. She curled into a ball with her hands over her head, panic written across her small face. A second impact followed almost immediately. The already crumbling castle couldn't take it. It began to collapse entirely. Leo grabbed Kanna, spread his 10 devil wings, and flew through the nearest breach in the wall. They burst out of the castle and into open air. Only then did they see the full picture. It wasn't just the castle. The entire landmass was breaking apart. Massive cracks split the ground like chasms, carving the earth into fragments. The once whole landmass fractured and scattered in different directions. Some pieces crumbled further into rubble, drifting off into the depths of the dimensional gap. What's going on? Leo held Kanna and hovered in the air, deploying his magical detection. What he sensed made his blood run cold. 2 auras. Coming from deep within the dimensional gap. Both unfathomably powerful. Vast as oceans. Heavy as the sky itself. Even from an immense distance, every hair on Leo's body stood on end. Every instinct screamed danger. Whose aura is this? Leo was stunned. Either of these auras dwarfed every powerful being he'd ever encountered. Combined, every strong individual he'd ever met might not even compare. God class. Leo hadn't witnessed a being of that caliber going all out before, but he was certain even that wouldn't feel like this. At the very least, with God class power, he should be able to sense its limits from a distance. These 2 auras had no limit he could find. They were bottomless. And this was from an unknown distance away. If they were right in front of him. Leo shuddered. He didn't want to think about it. So scary. Kanna felt it too. Her entire body was trembling. What is that? It's so scary. She clung to Leo, shaking uncontrollably. Then, in a trembling voice, she said something that made Leo freeze. There are really scary dragons out there. Leo hadn't realized it until Kanna said it, but both auras were draconic. Dragons more terrifying than god-level beings. Leo's heart lurched. He knew exactly who those auras belonged to. Only 2 beings in existence could produce auras this bottomless. His expression shifted, flickering between emotions. We need to go. We can't stay here. Kanna didn't notice Leo's face. She was too busy panicking. Let's run. Leo whispered the word. She was right. The smart move was to flee. But after taking a deep breath, his expression hardened with resolve. "We're going toward them." Kanna went rigid. Toward them." She stared at Leo in disbelief. Leo's voice was calm. "It might be dangerous. But this was the closest he'd come to escaping the dimensional gap." Chapter 215, Chapter 212 1985 words. A streak of light shot through the kaleidoscopic dimensional gap like a bolt of lightning, leaving sonic booms echoing in its wake. Leo flew at maximum speed toward the source of those two auras, 10 demonic wings beating furiously. He only veered off course when his magic detection picked up fragments of nothingness drifting into his path. Kanna wasn't with him. The cowardly dragon refused to go anywhere near those two auras, no matter what he said, so Leo left her at the castle to wait and serve as a coordinate anchor in case he couldn't find his way back. He'd already carved a magical marker into Kanna, the same kind he'd once used on Cerberus, allowing him to sense her location from any distance. Then he set out alone. The journey wasn't smooth. A cataclysmic boom ripped through the gap, and a shockwave tore outward like an invisible detonation, more violent than any storm, warping the very fabric of the dimensional gap around it. Leo grunted. The pressure wave hit him like swimming against a tidal surge. Every bone, every muscle in his body rattled and groaned, threatening to come apart. He barely held his ground, fighting to stabilize himself against being blown away. What are those two doing? How are they generating shockwaves this massive? Leo grimaced. Good thing this was the dimensional gap. In the real world, a shockwave like that could have flattened an entire city, reshaped the terrain, shattered the earth, and sent skyscrapers tumbling through the air like scraps of paper. And the closer he got to the source, the worse it became. Leo was starting to wonder whether flying straight toward it was going to get him killed. But he had no choice. This was his only lead on escaping the gap. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his own aura. Balance breaker. He had no choice but to activate it. Only by enhancing his own power could he get close to those two auras without being torn apart. Pure white aura erupted around him, shielding him from the incoming shockwaves. His demonic power surged, and the wings on his back shifted from 10 to 12, pushing him firmly into the highest tier of demonkind. With Balance Breaker active, Leo's raw demonic power alone reached Supermao class, incomparably stronger than before. Thanks to that, he finally moved through the shockwaves with ease, his form becoming a streak of light again as he rocketed toward the source. He flew for what felt like an eternity. Then he stopped. And he saw them. His eyes went to the massive creature first. Entirely crimson, covered in scales, ferocious and majestic. Its body stretched at least 100 meters long, and the aura radiating from it was deep and vast as an ocean, carrying an unimaginable weight. That aura was both draconic and divine. The true Red Dragon God Emperor, the Apocalypse Dragon. Great Red. Leo murmured the name without thinking. The strongest being in this world. One of the two dragon gods. The guardian of the dimensional gap, master of dreams. Great Red. Looking at the crimson dragon, Leo felt a shock that went beyond words. Not just from witnessing the dragon's imposing true form, but because standing before this dragon god felt like standing at the end of all ambition, the far shore of every ideal. The awe rose from somewhere deep inside him, unbidden. But his attention quickly shifted to the other presence. Compared to Great Red, this one had almost no presence at all. Where Great Red's body stretched over 100 meters, this one was a petite girl who might not even reach 150 centimeters tall. She wore a black dress, somewhat revealing, leaving her slender limbs, arms, thighs, and midriff exposed. Her features were more delicate than a porcelain doll's, more refined than a figurine's. Only her eyes stood out, hollow, as if they could swallow everything in existence, hiding an endless abyss within. And yet, despite her insignificant appearance next to Great Red, the aura pouring off this girl was staggering. It was no less terrifying than Great Red's. But where Great Red's aura was deep and weighty like an ocean, Hers carried an indescribable sense of desolation, of absolute emptiness. More distant than a black hole. Leo knew exactly who she was. There was only one being in all of existence who could stand against Great Red as an equal. The infinite dragon god, the Ouroboros dragon. The serpent that devoured its own tail, symbol of infinite cycles. Born from the nothingness itself, crowned with titles of chaos, infinity, and the void. The other dragon god. Leo's hunch had been right. Those two bottomless auras could only belong to these two supreme beings. Both had been born in the dimensional gap. Their presence here was only natural. But these two didn't get along. The proof was right in front of him. The two dragon gods, radiating seemingly infinite and terrifying auras, were clearly in the middle of a fight. Another deafening collision. The shockwave shook the entire dimensional gap. Great Red's colossal body shot forward at terrifying speed, becoming an afterimage too fast for even Leo to track, and slammed into Ophis. Ophis watched with empty, quiet eyes. Her body was smaller than a single one of Great Red's teeth. A single snort from the dragon's nostrils could have blown her away. Yet she didn't retreat a single step. She simply threw her small, delicate fist forward and struck Great Red square in the forehead. The impact was apocalyptic. An invisible distortion rippled outward, pulverizing everything in its vicinity. Leo's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he activated his balance breaker ability and deployed a bubble around himself, sealing himself inside. The bubbles created by Speranza di Briscola might look fragile enough to pop with a touch, but in reality they could contain countless natural disasters raging within them without cracking. They were impenetrable barriers. Used defensively, a bubble could trap an enemy inside with no escape. Used as a shield, it could block external attacks. Even a meteor falling on it wouldn't make it budge. Leo's only goal right now was to use it to survive the aftershocks. Even so, the bubble containing him tumbled through the invisible distortions like a tiny boat tossed into a tsunami, rolling end over end, completely unable to stabilize. And this was just the beginning. The two dragon gods seemed entirely unaware that a tiny devil had wandered into the vicinity. They clashed within the kaleidoscopic dimensional gap, generating terrifying shockwaves with every exchange. Their fighting style was brutally simple. No overwhelming barrages of attacks, no exotic abilities. Just pure physical collision, body against body. Each casual strike could shift the stars. Each slight movement shook the earth. Every collision was like two planets smashing together, devastating beyond comprehension. All Leo could do inside his tumbling bubble was sense the two colossal auras surging, colliding, and thundering. Beyond that, he couldn't perceive a thing. So this is what dragon gods are. Leo gritted his teeth, and held on, fighting to keep his bubble from being blown too far away. His magic detection was running at full power, but all it could pick up were those two oceanic auras. Nothing else registered. One was the true dragon of the apocalypse. The other was the Ouroboros serpent of infinity. Both were dragons among dragons, gods among dragons. Either one possessed the power to single-handedly challenge every mythological faction in the world combined, forcing countless gods and devils to bow before them. With Leo's current strength, not yet even at god class, there was no way he could perceive anything more. All he could do was endure, surviving in the gap between two titans, fighting not to be swept from the battlefield. He endured. And endured. For how long, he couldn't say. Then, with one final, earth-shattering collision, the two dragon gods finally separated, their forms becoming visible again. Is it over? Leo barely survived the last aftershock. Looking at his bubble, now cracked and on the verge of shattering, he turned toward the center of the battlefield with lingering dread. Great Red stood there, still imposing, still massive, seemingly uninjured. Its aura was just as overwhelming as before. Ophis, by contrast, looked somewhat worse for wear. She didn't appear injured either, but her aura had become unstable, and for the first time, something like emotion flickered in those hollow eyes as she stared at Great Red. Great Red stared back, looking far more composed. The verdict was clear. Both dragon gods wielded terrifying power, but Great Red was ultimately the stronger of the two. They faced each other in silence for a moment longer. Then Ophis moved first. As if acknowledging that she couldn't win, her expression remained blank as she dissolved into nothingness and vanished, disappearing without a trace. Great Red huffed with satisfaction, like a victor savoring a battle well won, then turned and began drifting leisurely in another direction. It looked like a whale singing in the ocean. As carefree as could be. Leo saw his chance. He had to call out to Great Red. Get the dragon god to open a way out of the dimensional gap for him. As the guardian of the gap, Great Red had the ability to open passages to the real world at will. That was why Leo had risked coming here in the first place. But Great Red either genuinely hadn't noticed Leo's existence, or had noticed and simply didn't care about something so small. The dragon continued drifting away without pause. Great Red. Leo was about to give chase when a voice from behind stopped him cold. The voice was clear, almost musical, yet utterly devoid of emotion. Leo froze. Then he whipped around. Standing there in the warped space of the dimensional gap, was the girl who had just dissolved into nothingness and vanished moments ago. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, she stood quietly, watching him. Leo forced her name out. The infinite dragon god had come back. Not a human. The girl didn't seem to care that he recognized her or knew her name. She spoke as if talking to herself. Those quiet, hollow eyes fixed on Leo. She wasn't doing anything, yet the pressure bearing down on him was immense. And the pressure was warranted. This seemingly fragile girl could probably erase Leo from existence with a flick of her finger. With the true Red Dragon God Emperor, Great Red, serving as the dimensional gap's guardian, and never willingly leaving this place, the infinite dragon god was, for all practical purposes, the strongest being in the world. Above every god. Above every devil. Compared to her, Leo was no different from an ant. Frankly, the fact that Ophis had even noticed his existence, when Great Red hadn't spared him a glance, already surprised him. Leo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I am a devil. His voice had gone hoarse without him realizing it, but he spoke to Ophis steadily. I'm here to ask for help. He had no intention of beating around the bush. He stated his purpose directly. Because he knew that both Great Red and Ophis, for all their overwhelming power, had equally straightforward personalities. Ophis especially was innocent and naive, completely ignorant of the world's complexities. In some ways, she might actually be easier to communicate with than Great Red. So Leo planned to be direct. No games, no pretenses. Ophis was a dragon god born from the dimensional gap. If she was here, she could obviously enter and leave at will. Asking Ophis for help was just as viable. Even if, technically speaking, she was supposed to be his enemy. Chapter 216, Chapter 213 1833 words. The moment the symbol of the Ouroboros appeared, anyone who knew of Ophis's existence would know the dragon god had entered the world. So when Laphi-Trix had consumed that Ouroboros snake and enhanced himself, Leo had made a point of reporting it directly to Cerzex, giving him fair warning. Cerzex had immediately understood. Behind the old Mao faction, behind the hero faction, behind that entire underground network of terrorist cells, the infinite dragon god was pulling the strings. That was the truth of it. Ophis was the leader of that underground alliance. She was an infinite wellspring of power, capable of shaping that power into snakes and bestowing them upon others. Anyone who consumed one of her snakes gained a massive boost in strength, just as Laphi-Trix had. Multiple terrorist factions, the old Mao faction included, had received Ophis snakes. Only the hero faction, committed to proving humanity's strength without relying on non-human power, had refused to consume them. They still accepted the snakes as research material, though. Thus, Ophis was the head of these terrorist organizations and a common enemy to the devil, angel, and fallen angel factions alike. Which meant that as a member of the Devil's side, Leo was technically Ophis's enemy too. Ophis probably knew this. She was aware her subordinates were at war with the three great factions. Under normal circumstances, forget helping Leo, the fact that she hadn't erased him on the spot was already a miracle. But Leo asked for her help anyway. Because he knew Ophis had never cared about allegiances or politics. She didn't even care whether her so-called subordinates lived or died. She cared about one thing, and one thing only: how to defeat Great Red. Only Great Red mattered to her. Everything else, in the heart of this pure and singular dragon god, was irrelevant. Sure enough, Ophis didn't question why a devil was asking his enemy for help. She simply studied Leo in silence for a moment, then spoke. "You carry the scent of Great Red." Leo blinked. Great Red scent? He glanced in the direction Great Red had drifted off. Had he picked it up just now? Or had Great Red done something to him without him noticing? Very faint. Ophis stared at him, unblinking. Not from just now, and not Great Red's doing. Where did you come into contact with something connected to Great Red? The words hit Leo like a revelation, and he understood instantly. Apart from just now, there was indeed one other place where he'd come into contact with something connected to Great Red. The castle. Or more specifically, the dragon bloodline and dragon treasure sealed within it. Those were relics born from Great Red's blessing. Of course they'd carry the dragon's essence. He hadn't touched the treasure directly yet, but he'd been close enough for a trace of that scent to cling to him without him realizing it. Others might never have detected something so faint, but Ophis would never miss it. Again, this dragon god cared about nothing except Great Red. Even the faintest trace, as long as it was connected to Great Red, would command her full attention. That must have been the real reason she'd turned back and sought Leo out. Understanding this, Leo actually felt relieved. As long as this overwhelmingly powerful dragon god hadn't singled him out personally, everything was negotiable. "I did come across some things Great Red left behind." Leo thought for a moment, then said, "Would you like to see them?" Ophis barely hesitated. She nodded. "I want to go." She couldn't stay in the dimensional gap for long. If she did, Great Red would eventually notice her presence. The gap was Great Red's domain. The dragon normally didn't care what wandered in, since nothing could threaten it. But Ophis was a different story. Another dragon god couldn't be allowed to roam freely here. The moment Great Red sensed Ophis, it would come straight back to drive her out. "Then follow me." Leo could guess why Ophis was in a rush. Without wasting words, he checked the magical marker he'd left on Kanna and pointed in a direction. "This way." He started to lead the way. But Ophis reached out and grabbed him. The next instant, Leo felt himself yanked into a world of light speed, dragged through infinite distance and stretches of void. The kaleidoscopic scenery of the dimensional gap blurred past and vanished behind him. By the time his senses returned to normal, Ophis's flat, emotionless voice was already in his ear. "The scent of Great Red." Her gaze had left Leo entirely. She was staring downward. Leo almost didn't process it. He followed her line of sight and realized with a start that beneath him sat the familiar castle. No, the castle hadn't appeared before him. He'd already arrived at its location. A distance that would have taken him considerable time to cross on his own, Ophis had covered in the blink of an eye. So this was the power of a dragon god. Leo looked at Ophis with new eyes. But Ophis had already forgotten about him. Her attention was entirely on the castle. She dove downward without warning. Leo snapped out of his daze and hurried after her. The floating landmass that had once supported the castle had crumbled apart under the earlier shockwaves, leaving only the castle itself drifting alone. The structure had also suffered heavy damage, with most of the upper levels now exposed to the open air. Including the corridor leading to the sealed throne room door, its ceiling completely collapsed. Kanna was crouched in front of the door, idly poking at it. She looked oddly adorable. "Your BA." She perked up when she sensed Leo's return and stood, but the greeting died on her lips as she spotted Ophis flying ahead of him. Kanna went rigid. In that instant, every instinct in her body screamed. Her eyes flooded with terror. She spun around and bolted. A bubble drifted over and caught her, trapping her inside. "Why are you running?" Leo stared at Kanna, mildly exasperated. What was wrong with this hatchling? How did she keep doing things he didn't expect? Kanna didn't care what Leo was thinking. She just wanted out. Let me out. Let me out." She hammered at the bubble wall, eyes watering. That person is scary. Really scary. Kanna didn't know who Ophis was. She might not even know what a dragon god was. But as a fellow dragon, she instinctively felt it. The girl in front of her, who looked about Kanna's own age, was something terrifying beyond comprehension. Facing Ophis, Kanna didn't feel like a dragon. She felt like an ant. A speck of dust that could be crushed or flicked away without a thought. She'd never experienced anything like it in her entire life. So she ran. Pure instinct. Ophis, who had been fixated on the throne room, turned her gaze toward Kanna. A dragon from another world. She saw through Kanna's origins immediately. Also carries great red scent and very strongly. At those words, Kanna felt the terrifying being's attention sharpen with a hint of hostility. Am I going to die again? Kanna trembled inside the bubble. She personally had no connection to Great Red. But having spent centuries here, absorbing power from the dragon treasure that Great Red had blessed, her body was saturated with the dragon's essence. Far more than Leo, who had only been here for less than 2 days. If even Leo's faint trace had caught Ophis's attention, Kanna's overwhelming concentration of Great Red's essence was impossible to miss. For a moment, Ophis nearly mistook the hatchling for one of Great Red's own kin. But she quickly realized Kanna wasn't the source of the scent. Whatever lay behind this door was. Ophis looked away from Kanna, who immediately went limp inside the bubble, feeling like she'd just been pardoned from a death sentence. Can you open this door? Leo had landed in front of the door by now, his demonic wings retracted. He glanced at Ophis and asked. Ophis didn't answer. She simply placed her hand on the door. A faint glow bloomed across the massive doors, easily 20 meters tall, revealing an elaborate ceiling array built from impossibly complex patterns. Those layered, high-level ceiling formulas were the same ones that had stopped Leo cold, forcing him to give up. But to Ophis, they were tissue paper. Black aura poured from her hand, roaring like a dragon, coiling like a serpent, slowly consuming the ceiling array until it covered the entire door. The intricate formula shattered like glass. The glow faded. The doors, freed from their seal, groaned open on their own, heavy and ancient, trailing dust, parting like the gates of a temple buried for millennia. Leo's eyes lit up. So did Kanna's. It's open. The castle's final chamber lay before them at last. Ophis walked in first. Leo followed without hesitation. Kanna, still trapped in the bubble, instinctively wanted to call after Leo, to take her along. But one look at Ophis ahead of him, and she shrank back, swallowing her words. She wanted the treasure inside. But with that terrifying being there, she wouldn't be able to claim anything anyway. With that thought, Kanna gave up. Leo, unaware that the hatchling was still scheming to steal the treasure, followed Ophis into the throne room, and took in his surroundings. The hall resembled a medieval audience chamber, spacious and solemn, still carrying echoes of the era when Familion's court had filled it with ministers and knights. White stone walls and pillars. A red carpet running straight to the throne. Unlike the rest of the castle, this room showed no sign of decay. It was merely dark from the absence of light, making it hard to believe no one had set foot here in ages. The power of Great Red. Ophis walked to where the throne should have been and stopped, speaking quietly. Leo followed her gaze. His eyes widened. Where the throne should have stood, a crystal casket had taken its place. Enormous, like a crystal pillar connecting floor to ceiling, wrapped in creeping vines. But that wasn't what caught his attention. Inside the casket lay a person. Perhaps a year or two younger than Leo in appearance, but with a strikingly full, mature figure. Her features were exquisite. Her body was completely bare, her skin pale and flawless. The kind of face that belonged on an angel, paired with a body that didn't. Her hair was long, vivid red like blazing fire. Her eyes were closed, as if she were deep in slumber, a princess waiting for someone to wake her. Beside her lay a sword. Crimson from tip to pommel. Both the girl and the sword slept within the crystal casket that stretched from floor to ceiling, frozen in time, giving off nothing. Chapter 217. Chapter 214. 1773 words inside the throne room. The appearance of the beautiful girl sealed within the crystal casket seemed to add an ancient solemnity to the air, as though some great history buried in darkness was quietly making itself known. Under the weight of that atmosphere, Leo barely registered the girl's bare body, despite her figure being genuinely striking, on par with Rias or Aquino. After confirming there were no signs of life from the girl, Leo turned his attention to an inscription carved into the side of the crystal casket. Stella Familian. Last princess of the kingdom of Familian. Sealed here of her own will, to protect the final dragon bloodline and seek a path to survival. May the dragon god watch over her. The inscription confirmed her identity. So she really is the last of the Familian dragon bloodline. Leo shifted his gaze to the sword beside the girl. And that must be the dragon treasure. Unlike Stella Familian, who showed no signs of life and seemed to have died long ago, the sword still radiated a powerful draconic aura even through the seal of the crystal casket. That draconic aura was peculiar. It pulsed in a rhythmic pattern, spreading outward in ripples rather than burning like a typical aura. It permeated the entire throne room, the entire castle, and radiated out into the dimensional gap beyond. That must have been what kept Kanna, the lonely hatchling, anchored here for centuries, and what elevated her to Dragon King class. A dragon bloodline and dragon treasure born from Great Red's blessing having that kind of effect isn't surprising. Leo rubbed his chin, watching the naked girl in the crystal casket as his mind raced. Ophis, meanwhile, had been staring at the casket since entering the throne room. After a long moment, she suddenly raised her hand. A terrible power began gathering in that slender palm. "What are you doing?" Leo snapped to attention. Seeing what Ophis was about to do, a bad feeling washed over him. His instincts were right. "This is one of Great Red's kin, and a portion of its power," Ophis said without looking at him. "I'm going to destroy it." Her emotionless voice carried a matter-of-fact certainty. She'd come here because she sensed Great Red's power. Now that she'd confirmed both a descendant of Great Red's blessing and a fragment of that power existed here, destroying them was the obvious course of action. Wait. Leo moved to stop her. "This girl isn't Great Red's kin. She's just a descendant of a dragon bloodline born from Great Red's blessing, one that's been passed down for generations. She probably never even met Great Red. There's no reason to treat her as a threat." If the Familian royals who had gone to such lengths to seal their last princess, and the dragon treasure here knew that their final hope hadn't found the dragon god they'd worshipped for generations, but had instead been destroyed by the other dragon god, they'd be rolling in their graves. Leo also felt it would be a waste to let Ophis destroy them, so he spoke up. But Ophis disagreed. A dragon bloodline and power born from Great Red. If left alone, they may become my enemy one day. That was all the reason she needed. Leo knew that defeating Great Red was Ophis's sole purpose in life. As a dragon god, she'd been born in the dimensional gap just like Great Red. But Great Red had claimed the gap as his own territory and driven her out, leaving Ophis with no way to return to her birthplace. The dimensional gap might seem like a desolate void to anyone else, but to the free-spirited Great Red and Ophis, it was home. Their birthplace. Their domain. So Ophis had always wanted to return to the gap and reclaim the silence she'd once known. But every time she tried, Great Red would sense her presence and come to drive her out again, denying her wish across the long ages. That was why someone so innocent and naive had become the figurehead leader of the Cows Brigade, an alliance of terrorist factions including the Old Mao faction and the Hero faction. They'd promised that in exchange for her power, they would help her defeat Great Red and return to the dimensional gap. In other words, Ophis had never actually wanted to lead terrorists or plunge the world into chaos. Her wish was simple: defeat Great Red and go home. That was the only reason she'd accepted the Cows Brigade's deal. As for the consequences of lending her power to those factions, the threats posed to devils, angels, and fallen angels alike, none of that registered. Her pure, single-minded nature couldn't process such complexities. She had no concept of good or evil, only the desire to achieve her goal. Given all that, encountering a dragon bloodline and dragon treasure born from Great Red's blessing naturally made her want to destroy them. Of course, in Leo's view, the Cows Brigade's promise to help Ophis defeat Great Red was laughable. Great Red was the true strongest being in the world, someone even Ophis couldn't beat. Both dragon gods possessed the power to single-handedly take on every mythological faction combined. Even if the entire world united against them, victory wasn't guaranteed. What could a single terrorist alliance possibly do? Unless they resorted to underhanded tricks. And Ophis was naive enough to believe their promises without question, which was exactly why she'd been manipulated into leading the Cows Brigade. Leo strongly suspected she'd shown up in the dimensional gap today because she couldn't wait any longer and came to challenge Great Red on her own. The result proved that Great Red was still the stronger of the two, forcing her to retreat. If she hadn't sensed Leo's presence, and the faint trace of Great Red's essence on him, she would have already returned to the human world to keep waiting for her unreliable subordinates. Now that she'd found something connected to Great Red, wanting to destroy it was entirely in character. How about this? Seeing that Ophis was set on it, Leo thought for a moment and made his pitch. I'll take her as my servant. She'll leave Great Red's side and join mine. That should be fine, right? Leo had his eye on the sleeping princess. Setting aside the fact that she was the inheritor of a dragon bloodline born from Great Red's blessing, and held a mysterious dragon treasure, the reaction in his evil piece storage space alone made it impossible for him to stand by and let Ophis destroy her. Inside that space, one of his evil pieces was radiating brilliant light, telling Leo exactly how perfectly suited this girl was. And it wasn't a pawn. It was a knight. Leo's remaining evil pieces were 1 queen, 1 knight and 5 pawns. If he could take this girl as his knight, he'd only need a queen and 5 pawns to complete his full set. He wasn't about to pass up this opportunity. You want to take her as a servant? Ophis paused, lowering her hand, and looked at Leo. That's right. Leo produced the knight piece directly, holding it up in front of Ophis. I won't let her become your enemy. That removes your reason to target her. Ophis fell silent. Leo wasn't worried about her refusing. If this pure, naive dragon god could be talked into things by the Cows Brigade's terrorists, then he could persuade her too. Besides, he wasn't lying. As long as Ophis spared the girl, Leo could guarantee that when Ophis eventually clashed with Great Red again, his side would stay out of it. At least, barring extraordinary circumstances, that was his intention. Whether Ophis believed him or not, she was silent for a long while before walking to the crystal casket. Just as she'd broken the seal on the door, Ophis placed her hand on the casket and released her black aura, the dragon-like, serpent-like energy covering the entire structure. The crystal casket shattered. The girl sealed within was freed, her body slowly falling toward the ground. Leo rushed forward and caught her. The sensation of smooth skin against his hands nearly broke his composure. This was a beautiful girl with nothing on and a figure that could stop traffic, falling directly into his arms. Any normal man would have reacted. Especially Leo, who was no longer inexperienced in that regard. But he reined himself in quickly and glanced at Ophis, who was watching him silently from the side. She'd given her tacit approval. So Leo began the incantation. By the name of Leo Eligos I command. You, Stella Familian, let your soul return to this place to become my servant. Be reborn as a devil, and rejoice in your new life. The crimson evil piece shattered, dissolving into countless particles of light that flowed into the girl's body. Trait, Servant Conversion Activating. Base feedback acquired, demonic power, massive. Advanced feedback acquired, rank, 12 wings. Extra feedback acquired, trait, flame. Another high potential servant. Reincarnating Kana had already pushed Leo's demonic power to the threshold of Mao class. One more mid-potential servant would have been enough to break through. Instead, he'd landed a high-potential servant. His demonic power surged instantly, blowing past the threshold with ease. Leo's demonic wings unfurled behind him. 12 pitch-black wings. The mark of the highest-ranking devils. Leo had officially reached Mao class. So this is what Mao class power feels like. Leo took in the vast demonic power flowing through him. He'd possessed this level of power before, but only by forcing it up through balance breaker. That hadn't come with any real sense of growth. Reaching Mao class through his own strength was an entirely different feeling. And I gained another trait on top of it. Leo channeled demonic power into his hand and ignited a blaze. Just like the lightning trait before, the moment he acquired the flame trait, he could instinctively materialize his demonic power as fire. And the power behind it was incomparable to before. Channeling this fire-attuned demonic power through Zenith Tempest to generate fire element nature's hope multiplied its destructive force several times over. Another massive leap in strength. Leo extinguished the flames, his mood excellent. If before there had been any doubt, now he was confident he could match veteran super Mao class beings like Seraphal and Graphia. That meant in the entire underworld, only Surzex and Ajuka, the two super devils, still stood above him. His strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among all living devils. Chapter 218, Chapter 215 1396 words. While Leo savored his power-up, he didn't notice the subtle shift in Ophus's eyes. She watched his demonic power explode far beyond what it had been moments ago, watched his wings evolve from 10 to 12, watched a new flame aura manifest that hadn't existed before. For the first time, something other than emptiness flickered in those hollow eyes. Before, the only thing about Leo worth her attention had been the faint trace of great red scent. Everything else was beneath notice. Near Mao class demonic power. Meaningless to someone who viewed gods as insects. Zenith Tempest, the world's second strongest sacred gear. Even the first-ranked wouldn't warrant a second glance. The biblical god who created the sacred gear system didn't even register as significant to her, let alone the sacred gears themselves. But now, in this moment, Ophus had stopped looking at the dragon bloodline and dragon treasure entirely. Her eyes were only on Leo. Leo, unaware of this, finished assessing his new power, and turned his attention to the girl in his arms. The girl who had shown no signs of life just moments ago let out a faint sound. Her body temperature began rising rapidly. The aura of a living person returned to her, bit by bit. Her eyelids trembled, as if fighting free from some deep nightmare. Even the simple act of opening her eyes seemed like an enormous struggle. But she persisted. Slowly, painstakingly, she forced her heavy eyelids open. And the girl who had slept for untold years found herself staring into a pair of eyes she had never seen before. Time seemed to freeze. Leo held the girl and met her gaze, neither of them speaking. Leo stayed quiet because he was observing, curious how a girl would react to waking up naked in a stranger's arms. But she didn't react at all. That threw him off. He'd expected confusion, bewilderment, maybe outrage or disbelief. Instead, those fire-colored eyes held nothing. An emptiness rivaling Ophus's, perhaps even deeper. Then the fire came. Not metaphorically. Actual flames ignited in her eyes. The air around her began to warp from heat. The temperature spiked. Sparks like phosphorescence drifted upward. The girl in his arms became hotter than magma. The hands he had on her skin started to smoke. Leo's instincts kicked in. He threw her away from him without hesitation. He was a fraction too late. The instant before she left his arms, searing flames erupted outward. The blast wave hit Leo like a detonation, hurling him across the throne room, and igniting everything it touched. The dead silent chamber became an inferno in seconds. Fire crawled across the floor, wound up the pillars, climbed the walls, consumed the ceiling. Firelight replaced all other light, and blistering heat filled the hall. What the hell? Leo flared his 12 wings to arrest his momentum, stabilizing in midair. His face showed genuine surprise. The girl stood wreathed in flames on the ground below, staring up at him with those same hollow eyes. Something was wrong with her. Defensive instinct. Ophis appeared beside Leo, delivering the explanation in her flat, weightless voice. My power triggered the defensive instinct of the dragon bloodline inside her. Ophis was looking at Leo rather than Stella, as if the girl no longer interested her. Her dragon bloodline originates from Great Red. The moment I broke the seal, her bloodline sensed my presence and instinctively lashed out. Leo understood. Ophis's presence had overridden Stella's consciousness with pure bloodline-driven survival instinct. Just as Ophis would never ignore traces of Great Red's power, Great Red's bloodline would never ignore Ophis's power. And the problem was that those empty eyes were locked onto him. Stella's defensive instinct had tagged him as an enemy too. Come and serve me. The flame-wreathed girl parted her lips and spoke. The voice was melodic but devoid of any emotion. Levitine. The moment the name left her mouth, the crimson sword that had fallen to the floor when the casket shattered trembled violently, then wrenched itself free from the ground with a metallic ring, and flew into her waiting hand. Flames erupted along the blade, radiating a terrible heat. Girl and sword, both cloaked in fire, began walking toward Leo, one deliberate step at a time. Leo could tell there was no avoiding this fight. Need me to step in? Ophis offered, surprisingly. Leo shook his head. She's my servant. My problem to solve. Mainly because he was afraid the dragon god might accidentally reduce Stella to ashes without meaning to. Besides, Leo glanced at the blazing sword in Stella's hand, interest shining in his eyes. I want to see for myself how strong the dragon bloodline and dragon treasure born from Great Red's blessing really are. According to the castle's records, Familion's dragon bloodline and dragon treasure were exceptional. Inheritors could manifest the physical power of a dragon in a human body and wield dragon breath as a controllable ability. Stella's bloodline had the highest affinity with fire dragons. She could wrap her body in flame breath, generating temperatures of several thousand degrees with every movement. Ordinary beings couldn't even get close without being vaporized. And Levitine, the dragon treasure, amplified that power further. It could push the wielder's dragon bloodline to its absolute limit. The purer the blood, the greater the amplification. It could even subjugate dragons whose bloodline potential fell below the wielder's own, bending them to her will. That was why Familion's royal castle had been built to dragon-scale proportions. Every wielder of Levitine throughout Familion's history had commanded dragons. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands of them. Kanna had been drawn here by Levitine's power too, willingly staying for centuries, absorbing its radiance, eventually reaching Dragon King class. Stella might not be as strong as Kanna in raw power, but as the last and purest inheritor of Familion's dragon bloodline, her bloodline potential exceeded Kanna's. That was why Levitine could exert an attraction over Kanna that the dragon couldn't resist. On top of all that, Levitine could purify its wielder's dragon bloodline over time, preventing dilution across generations. But it required the wielder to possess a dream worthy of its recognition, because Great Red was a dragon god born of dreams, drawn to those who dreamed greatly. The first Familion king had likely attracted Great Red's attention precisely because of his dream. And so Levitine, Great Red's gift, shared that trait. The grander and more resolute the dream, the stronger its power became. Honestly, it rivaled a Longinus. Most Longinus couldn't even compare. Now, Leo wanted to test it firsthand. "Come on then, princess." Leo beckoned to Stella with a crooked finger. "Time to show you how strong your new master is." Before he even finished speaking, Stella surged forward on a wave of fire. Her flame-wrapped slash came down, and the dragon sword smashed into the floor where Leo had been standing. The entire throne room floor buckled and shattered, caving in to leave a massive crater with edges glowing red from the heat. Leo dodged the strike and clicked his tongue. That power, she's definitely a dragon. From that one blow alone, he could tell. Stella Familian, the last princess of the kingdom of Familian, was close to Dragon King class even if she hadn't quite reached it. With Levitine factoring in, aside from Kanna, who had lived for 14,000 years, Stella was without question the strongest member of his peerage. She might have even been stronger than Leo himself before he'd reached Mao class. Flames of purgatory pierced the heavens. Stella raised the dragon sword and pointed it skyward. The fire blazing along the blade intensified, growing more massive, more ferocious, until it erupted upward in a spiraling pillar of flame that punched through the ceiling and shot into the sky beyond. The light was blinding as the sun. The heat was scorching as magma. Cotharterio Salamandra. The girl spoke the name of her ultimate technique without a trace of emotion, and swung down with a slash carrying apocalyptic heat. The explosion was deafening. T/N, Stella Familian, is based on Stella Vermilion from Chivalry of a Failed Knight, Rikudai Kishi no Cavalry. The author renamed her surname from Vermilion to Familian to match the kingdom of Familian in this FIC's world-building. Her sword Levitine and fire abilities are from the source material. Chapter 219, Chapter 216 1193 Words inside the ruined castle. A pillar of flame erupted through the ceiling and ignited the sky. In the inferno that the throne room had become, Stella swung her massive flame sword like Surtur himself, bringing about Ragnarok. Levitine carved through everything in its path, ceiling, floor, walls, before detonating in a wave of fire that shattered the ground. The destructive force had already crossed beyond ultimate class into Mao class territory. The throne room's reinforced construction, built to accommodate dragons, was the only reason the entire castle didn't disintegrate. Even so, the blast wave spilled through the open doors and consumed the top floor of the castle. Outside, Kanna and her bubble were blown away by the shockwave. Leo couldn't dodge an attack of that scale. So he used nature's hope, transforming into flame and merging with the surrounding inferno, letting the attack pass through him harmlessly. When he reformed, Stella was already raising the blazing sword for another strike. Cotharterio Salamandra had no physical blade. It was pure condensed heat, extending her attack range from 2 meters to over 100 without any loss in speed or agility. She could swing it endlessly as long as her dragon power held out, and now that she'd been reincarnated as a devil, her demonic power extended that stamina considerably. The second swing came down. Another section of the throne room was carved open and reduced to a glowing crater. This time Leo folded his 12 wings around himself as a shield. The blast still engulfed him, his entire body wreathed in fire as he shot backward and smashed through a pillar. Stella pressed the attack. A third swing chased his trajectory, the massive flame sword trailing a wake of fire and sparks. Leo couldn't stay on the defensive any longer. A thick bolt of lightning erupted from his body and collided head-on with the incoming blade. The impact threw off sparks and arcs of electricity in every direction. Leo stabilized midair and fired a second bolt. The second strike was the tipping point. The flame sword was blown apart by overwhelming force, and the recoil wrenched Stella's arm wide open, leaving her completely exposed. Leo's wings flared and he closed the distance in an instant, throwing a punch aimed at knocking her unconscious. Better to end this without injuring her if he could. Dragon Stomp. The naked girl raised one slender leg and slammed it into the ground. The floor shattered into a spiderweb of cracks radiating from the impact point. The rebounding shockwave launched Leo into the air like a toy, nearly slamming him into the ceiling. Then Stella swung the flame sword and cut him clean in half. Leo's body split at the waist, the edges glowing red-hot like severed steel. Against anyone else, the fight would have ended there. But Leo's bisected body dissolved into crackling lightning, welded itself back together and reformed. Holding back isn't going to work. His expression held both surprise and satisfaction. If she were an enemy, discovering he'd underestimated her would have been alarming. But she was his servant. This was good news. She could freely control Dragon Flame, unleash devastating physical force, and Levitine amplified all of it. Even fighting a Mao head-on, Stella wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But Stella, still running on pure bloodline instinct, couldn't appreciate any of that. She would attack until her enemy fell. Devour the enemy whole. She raised the dragon sword again, flames roaring. Dragon Fang. Stella pointed the blade at Leo. The fire writhing along it surged to life, coalescing into 7 crimson flame dragons that shot across the battlefield with jaws wide open, each radiating heat even more intense than the flame sword. Leo flicked his finger 7 times. 7 bolts of lightning lanced out and met the flame dragons head-on. 7 explosions. 7 flame dragons annihilated, scattering into mist. Without pausing, Leo flicked once more, firing a single thicker bolt straight at Stella. The lightning crossed the distance instantly, punched through the sea of fire, and struck her dead center. The impact sent her flying. Her feet carved deep trenches in the ground. The flames wreathing her body scattered, and smoke rose from her skin where the bolt had scorched her. Leo didn't let up. He fired several more bolts in rapid succession, pressing down on her without mercy. If he wasn't holding back anymore, he wasn't going to worry about roughing her up. As long as he didn't land a killing blow. And without restraint, Leo was simply in a different league. Stella with Levitine's enhancement topped out at around Mao class. Leo, now a 12-winged devil, was Mao class in his base state. On top of that, his lightning and flame traits amplified Zenith Tempest's elemental output several times over, pushing his effective power well beyond Mao class into Super Mao class territory, even without Balance Breaker. Bahamut howl. Stella sensed the danger. Her entire body erupted with blinding light and heat, radiating outward in every direction like a detonating star. The thermal wave swallowed Leo's lightning, crashing against it in layers. Each bolt shattered one wave only for the next to rush in, steadily sapping the lightning's power until it reached Stella with barely any force left, neutralized by the flames still clinging to her body. Dragon Nest. She reversed her grip on the dragon sword and drove it into the ground. Blinding light erupted from every crack in the floor, and molten magma burst upward like blood from torn veins. Leo shot skyward, blasting through the ceiling, and out of the castle entirely to dodge the eruption. Hovering in midair, he looked down. The entire castle was drowning in magma, burning from the inside out. What absurd destructive power! Leo shook his head, grudgingly impressed. Dragons were destruction incarnate, and Stella, with her pure dragon bloodline, had inherited that trait in full. In raw destructive output alone, she might already outclass dragons of the same tier. But destructive power wasn't everything. Zenith Tempest couldn't simply commandeer her flames because they were fundamentally dragon fire, not regular elemental fire. Same reason he couldn't hijack Kanna's lightning breath. The underlying force was draconic, not elemental. Which meant there was no trick to this. I'll just have to win with pure strength. Stella erupted from the burning castle on massive dragon wings, charging straight at him. Leo's body flared with white aura. He raised his hand. Lightning gathered in his palm, condensing, raging, until it took the shape of a blade of pure electricity clutched in his fist. I'll call this one Raikiri. Another borrowed technique from a half-remembered life. Leo's wings flared and he rocketed toward Stella. She raised the dragon sword, flames blazing, and swung. Leo became a bolt of lightning, crossing the remaining distance in a blink, and appeared directly in front of her. The lightning blade in his hand cut through her body. Stella froze in midair. Leo materialized behind her, the crackling light in his hand fading. A moment later, the flames wreathing Stella's body went out. She began to fall. Leo turned, caught her, and flew toward the castle, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 220, Chapter 217 1200 words. By the time Leo returned to the castle with Stella, the fires were already out. Not naturally. The dragon god, still standing quietly in the ruined throne room, had taken care of it, likely just to keep a place to stand. Ophis looked as if nothing had happened, her expression unchanging, but her eyes followed Leo the moment he entered. They weren't empty anymore. The castle was wrecked beyond the word dilapidated. Between the earlier shockwaves and the fight with Stella, everything outside the throne room was scorched rubble. Leo set Stella down, took off his jacket, and draped it over her still naked body. Then he turned to go find Kanna. Ophis spoke first. "You're looking for this hatchling." She was holding Kanna by the scruff like a sack, dangling her in front of Leo. Kanna let out a weak whimper, limp and unresisting. Her legs hung slack, her head lolled, completely out of it. What happened to her? She was being controlled. Ophis said it like it was nothing. So I knocked her out. Leo's mouth twitched. Simple enough to piece together. After Stella's blast wave sent Kanna and her bubble flying, the hatchling had broken free from the weakened bubble, only to be brought under Levitine's control. Levitine could subjugate any dragon whose bloodline potential fell below the wielder's. Kanna might be stronger than Stella in raw power, but in bloodline potential, she was inferior. So the moment Stella's defensive instinct kicked in, and she started fighting Leo, the freed Kanna had been drawn in by Levitine, about to join the fight against him. She never got the chance. She'd run straight into Ophis, who knocked her out with a single tap. Leo took the groggy hatchling from Ophis's hand. If Ophis hadn't intervened, fighting two Dragon King-class opponents at once wouldn't have been a real problem at his current level, but it would have been annoying. Ophis didn't care about his gratitude. She was staring at him, watching him like he was something fascinating. Then she spoke. "Your power. It's special." Leo paused. "To most people, maybe. But to you, it shouldn't be anything worth noting. His Zenith Tempest, his Mao-class demonic power, his elemental traits. Impressive by any faction's standards, sure. But to a dragon god who treated gods as insects, none of it should matter." Ophis said nothing to that. Instead, she held out her other hand. A magic circle Leo didn't control materialized in front of him. From within it, an evil piece drifted out and floated into Ophis's palm. His evil piece. And not just any piece. The queen. The one piece that had never found its owner. The moment it touched Ophis's hand, the queen piece erupted with light so intense it was almost blinding. Brighter than any reaction Leo had ever seen from any of his other evil pieces. Not even close. If every other piece's reaction had been a campfire, this was a star. The radiance of a sun's core. Leo's pupils contracted. Ophis held the blazing piece and spoke quietly. "I can feel it. The power connected to this piece. Its authority is on par with my infinity and Great Red's dreams. Perhaps even above them." Her voice was soft, almost weightless, but it struck Leo like a hammer. "Just now you became stronger because of this power, didn't you?" She had watched the entire process. Leo using the evil piece on Stella. The servant conversion feedback making him stronger. She'd seen it all. Leo finally understood. The special power Ophis was talking about wasn't his sacred gear or his demonic power. It was servant conversion. Super devil. Ophis looked directly at him. "Your kind has those, correct?" Leo blinked, then nodded without thinking. "Your power is something similar to that." Ophis's eyes rippled faintly. But theirs is of the body. Yours is of the soul, of magic, perhaps something even deeper. Leo fell silent. He understood what she meant. Even Vala's grandfather, the son of the original Lucifer. The reason these three were called superdevils was because their very existence had undergone a mutation, elevating them beyond the devil race entirely. They were racial transcendents. Mutants who had evolved past what devils were supposed to be. As Ophis said, their transcendence was physical. Of the body. Of the blood. According to Ophis, Leo was the same. Leo Eligos, the young devil the underworld had such high expectations for, was also a superdevil. Just not in the same way. His mutation wasn't of the body, or blood, or race, or life. It was of the soul, of magic, of something deeper still. And from that mutation, servant conversion had been born. If that was true, then Ophis's claim that its authority rivaled the dragon god's concepts made sense. Surzex and Ajuka were no longer truly devils but something beyond devils. So Leo's mutated trait couldn't be an ordinary devil's ability either. It was something above that. A power, a concept, operating at a fundamentally higher level. Leo never expected to learn the true nature of his mutation here, of all places. And he certainly never expected to be a superdevil himself, one even more unusual than Surzex or Ajuka. Because he was a transmigrator? Had his soul mutated when it crossed into this world, eventually producing this result? That was the only explanation he could think of. What kind of luck is this? Leo rubbed the bridge of his nose. His feelings were complicated. Ophis didn't understand or care about his inner turmoil. She simply watched him and continued. It requires a medium, but if used properly, this power could one day surpass me. And Great Red. She paused. Can you help me defeat Great Red? The request blindsided Leo, yanking him out of his thoughts. You want me to help you defeat Great Red? Even Leo was taken aback. But Ophis was serious. I can't defeat Great Red on my own. But if you can surpass me, surpass Great Red, then you can. She had taken what she'd seen in Leo's power and turned it into hope. And honestly, that hope had more basis in reality than anything the Cows Brigade had ever promised her. If what Ophis described was truly possible, then Leo genuinely could reach that level someday, unlike the Cows Brigade's empty promises. The problem was, Leo had zero reason to agree. Defeat Great Red. Setting aside whether he even could, he had no grudge against the dragon. Why would he pick a fight with the strongest being in existence, just to help a lost girl find her way home? While Leo was mentally rolling his eyes, Ophis spoke again. I can share my power with you. As much as possible. And I can help you grow stronger. She held up the queen piece, still blazing with light, her expression unchanged. If you use this on me and make me your servant, you'll become much, much stronger. The words entered Leo's ears and sank straight into his core. And then, with my power added on top, you should be able to surpass Great Red. Chapter 221, Chapter 218. 2142 words surpass Great Red. Nobody understood the weight of those words better than Leo. It meant becoming the strongest being in existence, a dragon god-level powerhouse that no one could oppose. From that point on, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. He wasn't going to pretend he'd never dreamed about it. He'd fantasized before about one day punching Ophis and kicking Great Red, making every god and devil kneel before him, never again having to worry about some unknown powerhouse appearing out of nowhere and killing him. But that was just a fantasy. A pipe dream so far removed from reality that not just Leo, but even the chief gods of every mythology could only entertain it in their imaginations. None of them could ever make it real. Even someone as broken as the original story's protagonist only managed to become a superdevil after 30-something years, still light years away from dragon god level. The infinite dragon god and the true red dragon god emperor. These two were the insurmountable ceiling of this world. Nobody could reach them, let alone surpass them. Not the famous top 10 strongest beings, not even the legendary Trihexa, said to rival dragon gods. None of them truly measured up, much less exceeded them. But now, that possibility had appeared right in front of Leo. It went without saying, if Ophis accepted his queen piece, and became his servant, the servant conversion feedback would be the most absurd it had ever been, triggering a fundamental transformation. The target was one of only 2 dragon gods in existence, the one said to possess infinite power. A being born destined for greatness. Once she became Leo's servant, no rating of high potential, or mid-potential, or low potential, could even begin to describe it. You could figure it out with your knees. If the servant was a dragon god, then both the potential and the ability involved would dwarf anything categorized as high potential. The feedback Leo would receive. Just thinking about it made his heart tremble. Of course, if it were only that, surpassing Great Red would still be difficult. Simple logic. No matter how massive the feedback from servant conversion was, it probably couldn't exceed Ophis herself. Ophis was already a bug-level existence. At most, Leo would become equally broken. To reliably surpass Great Red, that alone wasn't enough. But if Ophis shared her power with him at maximum capacity, that was a different story entirely. The entire Cows Brigade had received Ophis's snakes, and could use the power she'd bestowed. But the snakes she gave the Cows Brigade members were small, each one boosting the recipient by roughly 1 tier at most. She could produce that level of snake in unlimited quantities without it affecting her at all. She was the dragon god called Infinite. She possessed limitless power. As long as it didn't touch her essence, her core, she could endlessly distribute portions of her strength without weakening herself one bit. But that level of snake obviously couldn't make Leo surpass Great Red. So for Leo to surpass Great Red, Ophis would have to share her power at maximum capacity. That kind of distribution would absolutely touch her essence. Once given away, Ophis would definitely be weakened, and she might never fully recover. However, precisely because of that, if Leo received that power, he would have a very real chance of completely surpassing Great Red. That was Ophis's thinking. In her view, if Leo grew stronger through making her his servant, and then also received her power on top of that, he could fully surpass Great Red. Then he could help her defeat Great Red and reclaim her world of silence. The ruined throne room plunged into a silence even heavier than before. Leo looked at Ophis. She was completely serious. He had to admit, his heart was wavering. 18 years in this world. From the moment he'd confirmed he was the last surviving member of the extinct House Eligos, carrying half a pureblood devil's bloodline, with a future that only required becoming a high-class devil to inherit the family, restore the house, and join the ranks of the underworld's nobility, Leo had been working hard. Of course he wanted to grow stronger. Of course he wanted power. He didn't have grand ambitions of conquering the world or anything like that, but knowing that this world was full of overwhelmingly powerful beings, countless gods and devils, he naturally felt pressure. A sense of crisis. As a transmigrator, what Leo feared most was getting dragged into those foreseeable dangers at some unknown moment, wasting the second life he'd worked so hard to obtain. So even knowing his talent was mediocre, that he couldn't compare to chosen ones like Sona, Leo had never stopped trying to get stronger. His thinking back then had been simple: become a high-class devil, inherit House Eligos, restore the family, be a landlord in the underworld, stay far away from the chaos of the future, and enjoy a comfortable devil's life until he got bored of it. It was only after becoming a high-class devil, gaining access to evil pieces, and awakening servant conversion through them that Leo's aspirations grew. He started actively recruiting excellent servants to boost his strength and status, but even that was ultimately about protecting himself when the inevitable crises arrived. And even then, in Leo's imagination, whether he could use his 15 evil pieces to reach the level of super devils like Surzex and Ajuka was still deeply uncertain. Excellent servants were hard to find. Even someone like Asuna or Yutaha, who were undeniable heroines in their own stories, had only rated as mid-potential. High potential required at least a Longinus holder or something equivalent. Talent like that was vanishingly rare, and Leo had never imagined he'd be able to collect them all and convert them into fuel for his growth. Given all that, in Leo's most realistic projection, reaching Super Devil level and not falling behind the original story's protagonist was the absolute best-case scenario. At least at that level, even if his opponents were the chief gods and divine kings of various mythological factions, he could hold his own. He'd qualify as one of the world's strongest. Unless a dragon god-level bug showed up, he could rest easy. That was the most realistic future Leo could envision. The goal he'd been working toward all along. And now, the chance to become a dragon god-level being, to surpass even Great Red, had just presented itself. How could he not waver? If you give me your power, what happens to you? Leo suppressed his inner turmoil and forced the question out, his voice hoarse. Generally speaking, the stronger a being was, the less willing they'd be to give away the power they prided themselves on. It weakened you without even hurting the other side. Just letting someone else benefit for free. Without an overwhelming reason, nobody would do something that stupid. But Ophis was exactly that kind of fool. I don't care. Ophis said it lightly. As long as I can return to a world of silence, that's enough. Born great, born with infinite power, Ophis was perhaps the being in all of existence who cared least about how much strength she had. Her mind was pure. She didn't want to be the world's strongest. She didn't want some lofty status. Whether she was strong or weak, she genuinely didn't care. That was also the main reason she'd been tricked by the hero faction in the original story, losing most of her power. If she'd actually been serious, there was basically no way a bunch of insects could have schemed against her. Her behavior after losing most of her power in the original story proved this. Even after being drastically weakened, no longer able to defeat Great Red, she remained as carefree as ever. Not a hint of frustration or depression over losing her strength. Later, when the other half born from the power taken from her returned to her side, she didn't even think about reabsorbing it. She truly didn't care about how much power she held. The only thing she cared about was defeating Great Red, returning to the dimensional gap, and reclaiming her silence. For that, she didn't mind becoming the leader of the Cows Brigade, the head of a terrorist alliance, making enemies of countless factions. She didn't mind handing out her power, becoming a power ATM for terrorists. And now, if it meant defeating Great Red, she equally didn't mind giving the bulk of her power to Leo or even becoming his servant. The stronger the dragon, the purer the heart. That was both a virtue and a flaw. In any case, from every angle, Leo could only see this as an incredibly good deal. The only question was, can a being like you actually be reincarnated as a devil and become my servant? Leo had to question this. The original story had mentioned that beings with divine status shouldn't be valid targets for evil peace reincarnation. Beings with divine status were the highest, most exalted form of life. They themselves symbolized perfection, eternity, and immutability. Even in death, they had the chance to revive. Their life level was so elevated that mere evil pieces shouldn't be able to affect them. Reincarnating humans or other species as devils was an upgrade, a strengthening. But reincarnating a god as a devil was a weakening, a diminishment. Taking an inherently noble, higher existence and dragging it down to a mundane level. So reincarnating a god as a devil was impractical. That wasn't reincarnation. It was demotion. Degradation. And it wasn't just evil pieces. Many powers that lack sufficient authority couldn't affect beings with eternal divine life. In the original story, Vala's divine dividing couldn't properly work on targets with divine status either. Its having ability couldn't function smoothly against gods, and its effectiveness was severely reduced. If even a Longinus had that limitation, evil pieces were even less likely to work. Moreover, evil piece power was tied to the wielder's own capability. If the wielder's ability was insufficient against a high-potential target, multiple pieces or a mutation piece might be needed to succeed, and if the target's ability was simply too great, the reincarnation could fail entirely. Just like with Ram and Remington. Before Leo came along, countless others had tried to reincarnate them and failed every time, proving how much the wielder's own ability mattered. Under those circumstances, who could possibly be strong enough to reincarnate a god as their servant? Even Surzex and Ajuka, the two super devils, probably couldn't manage it. Given all that, reincarnating Ophis as a servant was nearly impossible. Even if Leo was special, even if his evil pieces were connected to the servant conversion trait, and had undergone a fundamental change, whether he could reincarnate a dragon god remained a complete unknown. It will work. But Ophis said it with certainty. This power's authority matches my infinity and Great Red's dreams. In other words, even we would be affected by it. She paused, then asked again. Will you do it? Will you do it? That was a serious question. With things laid out this clearly, Leo couldn't avoid giving it genuine consideration. The deal seemed to offer nothing but benefits and no drawbacks. Not accepting would be foolish. But it also meant Leo would have to help Ophis and make an enemy of the true Red Dragon God Emperor. That was a dragon god even stronger than Ophis. Making an enemy of that kind of being, the danger was obvious. Even if Ophis said he'd surpass Great Red, whether things would actually play out that way was still completely uncertain. Whether to help Ophis, the leader of the Cows Brigade, the head of the terrorists. Leo genuinely needed to think it through carefully. The temptation was enormous. But if he gave in too easily, the final result could be catastrophic. Leo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I need time to think. His voice was steady. I'll give you my answer when I've decided. Ophis watched him for a long time without speaking. Finally, she gave an almost imperceptible nod. She tossed the blazing queen piece back to Leo. He caught it and noticed something new. A faint black snake, gaseous rather than solid, like a phantom, coiled and twisted within the evil piece. I left my power inside that piece. Ophis said it simply. Activate it and I'll come find you. The message was clear. When he'd made his decision, he had a way to reach her. Leo nodded silently, staring at the black snake curling inside the queen piece. He said nothing for a long time. Chapter 222, Chapter 219 1855 words Ophis left. Without a shred of hesitation, as if she hadn't just spent the last while trying to recruit Leo to her cause. She had to leave. Even with her power suppressed and her presence minimized, staying in the dimensional gap too long meant Great Red would eventually sense her and come looking. So after returning the evil piece to Leo, Ophis departed the dimensional gap. Where she went, Leo had no idea. Before she left, though, Leo had hurriedly asked her how to get out of the gap. Ophis didn't say a word. She simply left open the exit she'd created for herself when departing, a black vortex hovering in the center of the ruined throne room. The message was obvious, walk through it, and he'd be back in the real world. I just go through here. Looking at the swirling black portal, Leo finally felt the tension in his chest unwind. Relief showed plainly on his face. With a way out, there was no longer any rush. I wonder what's been going on outside. Leo's concerns had shifted from himself to others. He'd accidentally broken through the hero faction's pocket dimension, and been flung into the dimensional gap. That had been several days ago. By now, the summit should have concluded. The battle between his servants and the hero faction couldn't still be going on. It had to be over. But the outcome was what worried him. The summit itself was probably fine. If events followed the original story, things would have ended without major casualties. The old malfaction's attack on the three factions' leaders would ultimately fail. No one would die, no one would be seriously hurt. Only one person would defect from their faction and join the Cows Brigade, becoming a terrorist. After this incident, the original story had the three factions formally signing a peace treaty. No more wars. Instead, they'd cooperate, jointly developing the heavenly realm, the underworld, and the human world, expanding their influence, eventually drawing in other mythological factions and moving toward world peace. That was a good thing. Leo genuinely hoped the plot hadn't deviated. If it followed the original timeline, Rias, Sona, and the others should all be safe. But the outcome of his own servant's battle against the hero faction was completely unpredictable. The original story had no such event. Going by the original timeline, the hero faction shouldn't have even appeared yet. They were supposed to emerge only after the old Mao faction's forces were rooted out by the three factions. But because of Leo, the hero faction had surfaced early, inserting themselves into the struggle between the current and old Mao factions, making enemies of Leo and his peerage. This was uncharted territory. Leo had lost the original plot as a reference, and couldn't predict how things had played out. As long as Cao Cao wasn't there, Yukino and the others should have been able to handle the rest of the hero faction. Leo thought this with some uncertainty. The hero faction was packed with talent. Every member was a descendant of heroes, and nearly all were sacred gear users. Their main fighters had all achieved balance breaker. They weren't weak. But compared to the old Mao faction, the hero faction's overall strength should be somewhat lower. Their ideology was to defeat non-human races using only human power, proving humanity's worth. So they pushed themselves to their limits, training relentlessly, refining their sacred gears, rather than taking Ophus's snakes like the old Mao faction members had. With Ophus's snakes, the old Mao faction members had all received massive power boosts. Even Leifei Trix had jumped from an 8-winged to a 10-winged. Everyone else who'd consumed a snake had grown substantially too. The descendants of the original Mao especially, sharing Vala's pedigree as old Mao bloodline, had reached Mao class after consuming their snakes. That gave the old Mao faction at least 3 Mao class fighters, the descendants of Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. The hero faction, having refused the snakes, had no Mao class fighter besides Cao Cao. Their next strongest was probably Siegfried, the former church elite warrior who'd inherited the hero Siegfried's genetic legacy, and wielded multiple demonic swords, including the demonic Emperor Sword Gram. Siegfried hadn't reached Mao class, but at full power he could likely match a 10-winged. Against Leo's peerage from before, only Yukino in Balance Breaker, and Ram at full power could probably hold off someone of Siegfried's caliber. Yutaha, also in Balance Breaker, could put up a fight without being embarrassed. The rest of the hero faction members were strong but not unreasonably so. The only ones that warranted real concern were the 2 top-tier Longinus holders, the wielders of Annihilation Maker and Dimension Lost. Against those two, even Ravel with her ultimate class devil strength would struggle. But Ravel had her immortal body. Even if she couldn't win, she shouldn't lose easily. Running the numbers, as long as his servants chose their matchups wisely and didn't get outmaneuvered, they might not be guaranteed a win, but they weren't destined to lose either. And in a worst-case scenario, the Eligos peerage still had Remington. If Rem went into Oni transformation, her power would instantly surge to ultimate class. For a limited time, aside from Siegfried, nobody in the entire hero faction could confidently claim they'd beat her. All things considered, the outcome of the Eligos peerage versus hero faction battle was still unclear. At least I can be sure of one thing, the girls are all still alive. Otherwise, their souls would have returned to Leo's side already. That was the reason Leo had been able to maintain a degree of patience and composure even while trapped in the dimensional gap. If the girls' fates had been unknown, he would have lost his mind long ago. In any case, I need to get back and see for myself. His mind made up, Leo prepared to take the sleeping Kanna and the unconscious Stella back to the real world. But to his surprise, someone woke up before he could move. Stella had sat up at some point. She was clutching Leo's jacket tight against her body, her fire-colored eyes locked on Leo. No longer empty and hollow, they were sharp with scrutiny and wariness. "You're awake." Leo looked at her with mild surprise. Noticing the wariness in her eyes, he immediately said, "I'm." Before he could explain, Stella cut him off. "You're a devil. You're the one who woke me up." Her tone was blunt, unapologetically cutting him short. It wasn't hostile, exactly. Nor was it condescending. If anything, it carried an air of authority, more like a knight than a princess. You even know what a devil is? Leo raised an eyebrow, surprised. I figured you wouldn't. According to the records, the era when the kingdom of Familion existed should have predated the era when angels, devils, and fallen angels first appeared. Devils as a species might not have even existed yet when Stella was sealed. I didn't, originally. Stella's voice was oddly cold. But after you broke into this place, I learned. Leo paused. What did that mean? I was sealed inside the dragon crystal, but I wasn't always asleep. Perhaps sensing his confusion, Stella offered an explanation. Whenever someone entered the sealed grounds, or even the castle itself, I would briefly awaken. In other words, Stella had been aware of everything happening around her. Not just what happened after Leo arrived. She'd witnessed everything after her seal was broken, including losing control to her dragon bloodline's defensive instinct. Her consciousness had been clear throughout. She could see and hear everything. So you also know that you've been reincarnated as a devil and taken as my servant. Leo nodded, noting her unfriendly attitude without being particularly bothered by it, and stated the fact plainly. Servant. Stella's hands tightened on the jacket pressed against her chest. A flicker of anger surfaced in her eyes. She clearly couldn't accept being reduced to such a status. Understandable. Stella was the last princess of the kingdom of Familion. Even if the kingdom was gone, she had been genuine royalty. Noble, exalted, great. Waking up to discover she'd gone from princess to someone's servant overnight was not something anyone could easily accept. It wasn't unique to her, either. Plenty of the girls in the Eligo's peerage had struggled with it at first. Yukino and Asuna had been the same way. They'd only gradually come to terms with it because Leo had saved their lives, and they owed their continued existence to him. Stella had no such reason. But the princess didn't vent her frustration or anger. She stared at Leo for a long time, then spoke. What era is it out there? What does the world look like now? She chose to set aside the issue and get her bearings first. Leo studied her for a moment, then replied. Explaining it all would take too long. Easier if you just see for yourself. He raised his hand and opened a magic circle above his palm. He'd already developed this method of imparting knowledge and memories directly to save time on explanations. He was simply using it again. A torrent of information about the modern world flooded into Stella's mind through the magic circle. Stella's head swam. She involuntarily let go of the jacket with one hand, ignoring the glimpse of skin that showed, and clutched her forehead, looking pained. Unlike the others, who'd only needed to learn about the underworld, Stella had been asleep for so long and disconnected for so many ages that she was completely out of touch. Leo had to pour in most of the modern world's common knowledge all at once. The state of the heavenly realm. The underworld. The human world. Fallen angels. He even gave her the basics of every other mythological faction, bringing her up to speed on what era she'd woken up in. After a long while, Stella finally finished absorbing it all. The pain on her face gave way to blank shock. The outside world has become all this. She murmured, almost to herself. Her voice held loss. Bewilderment. A trace of helplessness. Her homeland had become a footnote so ancient it wasn't even recorded in history. Everything she'd once fought to protect had long since perished. The world she'd woken up in was the same one she'd lived in, technically. But it might as well have been a different world entirely. Everything familiar was gone. Only the unfamiliar remained, assaulting her sense of self. She was no longer the gallant princess. She was just a ghost abandoned by time. Suddenly, she heard Leo's voice. Are you crying? The word snapped Stella back to reality. She touched the corner of her eye. It was wet. She was crying. Stella immediately wiped the tears away. The gaze she turned on Leo sharpened to a blade's edge. Leo met that razor-sharp stare with a slight smile. "Don't worry. You'll find a new place to belong." He said it quietly. Chapter 223, Chapter 222,107 words. Stella stared at the faintly smiling boy in front of her, frozen for a long time. When she finally snapped out of it and realized she'd been staring at his face, her cheeks flushed without warning, and her words came out in a stammer. "Who would look for a place to belong with you?" The reaction was a bit much. "Then where else are you going to go?" Leo shrugged. "You don't exactly have options." Stella bit her lip. He was right. Where could she go? In this era, she had nowhere. "Can you help me find the dragon god?" Suddenly, as if something had occurred to her, Stella asked. "Dragon god?" Leo frowned. "You mean Great Red?" Stella was quiet for a moment. "I want to meet the dragon god." In Stella's era, nobody had known the name Great Red. The kingdom of Familion had worshipped the dragon god, but they'd never learned the deity's true name. They didn't even know the title, True Red Dragon God Emperor. That wasn't unusual. Both True Red Dragon God Emperor and Infinite Dragon God were titles people had given them in later ages. Neither dragon god had ever used those titles themselves. As for their true names, in the ancient era when Familion still existed, legends about the dragon gods were scarce. They weren't the type to announce their names wherever they went. Unless there was a special reason, they stayed in the dimensional gap and never appeared in the mortal world. Very few beings in that era knew the dragon gods' real names. Ophis and Great Red had never become widely known. So even a nation blessed by a dragon god like Familion only knew their patron as the Red True Dragon, the dragon among dragons, the god among dragons, and other such vague descriptions. They had no idea that their object of worship was the being famous in the modern era as the True Red Dragon God Emperor, Great Red. The royal family, Stella included, had simply called it the Dragon God. It wasn't until Leo and Ophis had broken into the throne room and shattered her seal that Stella finally learned what the dragon god's true name and title were. Honestly, discovering that Ophis was also a dragon god, an existence of the same standing as the one her kingdom had worshipped, had been quite a shock. In Stella's time, all of Familion had only ever known of one dragon god. The idea that a second one existed had been unthinkable. And this second dragon god was apparently hostile toward their patron. That shocked Stella even more. If Ophis hadn't already left, Stella wouldn't have been able to stay calm. As for Leo, someone who could speak directly with a dragon god and seemed to have had direct contact with one, Stella couldn't help but see an opportunity. After all, when the kingdom of Familion fell, they had poured all their remaining strength into sealing the last dragon bloodline and dragon treasure inside the castle and sending it into the dimensional gap. The whole purpose was to meet the dragon god again and receive its aid. They'd hoped the dragon god would notice Stella's presence, descend in person, break the seal, and help her return to the real world to rebuild the nation and restore Familion's glory. But Great Red had never noticed that one of its former beneficiaries was here. Or perhaps it had noticed, and simply hadn't done what Familion's people had hoped. True, Great Red had once been drawn by the first king of Familion's dream, and descended to the mortal world. But it had been attracted only by that one king. The rest of Familion's people had no such power to draw its attention. Without attracting Great Red, it naturally wouldn't pay them special attention, let alone consider them worshippers or subjects. Great Red didn't operate on faith. It had no need for anyone to worship or revere it. In other words, after bestowing the dragon bloodline and dragon treasure, Great Red had washed its hands of the matter. It had zero interest in the kingdom of Familion itself. In a way, Great Red was just like Ophis, extremely pure, extremely straightforward. It would take interest in a dream that captivated it, and help that dream's bearer on a whim. But that was all. Just like the original story's protagonist, who had once attracted Great Red's attention. Great Red had provided its own flesh and blood to rebuild the protagonist's body, even crashed into the underworld with him, and combined their power to defeat a rampaging super beast. Then it had flown off humming a tune, without the slightest interest in sticking around to clean up. Toward anything it didn't find interesting, Great Red's approach was total indifference. Even if someone held a sword to its neck, it would just lazily drift over their head and keep going, like an old man out for a stroll. A being like that was never going to rebuild a kingdom for a group of royals with delusions of grandeur. And Famillion shouldn't be forgotten for what it had become. Empowered by the dragon bloodline and dragon treasure, the kingdom had expanded its territory relentlessly, drunk on violence, until multiple factions joined forces to destroy them. They'd brought their own ruin. A people who had abused the power Great Red gave them, even if they'd seen the error of their ways in the end, how could they possibly still harbor a dream capable of attracting Great Red? Great Red ignoring Stella and this castle was only natural. From the very start, Famillion's plan had been flawed. That was why their princess had spent countless years sleeping in a sunless castle until even the spark of life had nearly faded from her body. If not for Leo. If Leo hadn't happened to want to take her as a servant, if the evil peace reincarnation ritual hadn't revived her, Stella would have slept here forever. Leo didn't know whether Stella understood any of this. But she wanted to meet Great Red. She wanted to see the dragon god that the kingdom of Famillion had always worshipped. It was the only thing left connecting her to anything. Do you actually think Great Red is going to help you rebuild your kingdom? Leo's frown deepened, and he asked the question bluntly. It's the mission my predecessors entrusted to me. Stella was silent for a long time before answering. That mission is completely unrealistic. Leo didn't mince words. I can tell you right now, with absolute certainty, Great Red is not going to help you rebuild your kingdom. Stella grew agitated. How would you know without even trying? Her emotions surged, and she lost control of her power for a moment. Crimson flames flickered to life around her. This is the only thing I can do. It's the mission my father, my family, my people entrusted to me. No matter what, I have to try. What burned in Stella's eyes now was no longer wariness of this unfamiliar era. It was something heavier. An obsession, almost crushing in its weight. She could still hear those voices in her ears. You're our last hope, Stella. Bring back our great dragon god. Whether Famillion's glory continues to shine upon this world depends on you. We cannot let this great nation perish on our watch. You must take up your duty as a member of the royal family and restore our kingdom. These were the words her father, her mother, her brothers, her sisters, and all her other siblings had repeated over and over before she was sealed and put to sleep. Remembering those words, recalling the hope and desperation in their eyes, and on their faces, Stella felt the fire in her own heart blaze. That's right. The kingdom of Famillion couldn't die with her. She was Famillion's last princess. The one with the purest dragon bloodline. The Crimson Princess. She had a duty to restore the nation and bring back Famillion's glory. To do that, seeking the dragon god's aid was essential. Leo saw how worked up she was, and was about to say something when he suddenly raised his head and looked skyward. At the same time, the dragon treasure still embedded in the ground beside Stella began to vibrate, pulsing like a heartbeat. Stella felt the dragon bloodline inside her boil. Like a lost child catching sight of its mother. Instinctively, Stella raised her head too, and looked toward the sky above the castle. The next instant, both Leo and Stella saw it. With the air itself trembling, an enormous shadow appeared without any warning. Over 100 meters long. Covered in crimson scales. Ferocious and imposing. The colossal dragon materialized above the castle, drifting leisurely through the warped dimensional gap. It wasn't releasing its terrifying aura, yet its presence was overwhelming and unmistakable. It wasn't roaring, yet everything in its path seemed to tremble in reverence. The disturbance was anything but subtle. Great Red. Leo's heart rate spiked. Why was it here? Drawn by Stella's dragon bloodline and the dragon treasure. That wasn't it. Leo realized almost immediately, Great Red had come because it had picked up on the traces of Ophus's presence lingering in the area. It had come to check. The instant he understood that, Leo shoved the queen piece containing Ophus's snake back into his storage space, his heart pounding. Stella, on the other hand, went from worked up to electrified the moment she laid eyes on Great Red. The dragon god. The dragon god has descended. Forgetting all about the jacket barely covering her, Stella shot to her feet and screamed toward the sky, shaking with emotion. Great true dragon. Great true god. Have you finally turned your gaze upon your people? Stella's impassioned cries received no response whatsoever. The massive red dragon drifted lazily above the castle, and its gaze did drift downward, but it wasn't looking at Stella. It wasn't looking at Leo either. It was looking at the black vortex of the exit portal, still open and visible in the throne room. Great Red stared down at the swirling portal for a moment, apparently sensing traces of Ophus's power on it. But upon confirming Ophus wasn't actually here, that she'd only opened a passage to the real world, Great Red lost interest. Humming what sounded like a victory song, Great Red drifted off, seemingly satisfied that it had chased its old rival away once again. It swayed leisurely into the distance, its mood obviously excellent. As for Leo, Stella, and everything in the castle, the dragon bloodline and dragon treasure included, Great Red chose to ignore all of it. As if it hadn't seen a thing. Dragon god. Dragon god. Stella panicked when she saw it leaving. Please hear my plea. She shouted toward Great Red with everything she had, but no matter how loud she screamed, the dragon never looked back. Stella unfurled her flame dragon wings and launched herself skyward like a streak of fire, chasing after Great Red. Please listen to me. I'm begging you. She chased and shouted, but Leo couldn't even stop her in time. Great Red didn't acknowledge the girl behind it. Its flight looked slow and lazy, but it was actually far faster than Stella. The distance between them didn't shrink. Before long, Great Red's massive silhouette vanished into the depths of the dimensional gap, gone from sight. Stella stopped. She stared after it, motionless, all life draining from her expression. Watching this, Leo didn't know if he should feel relieved or sorry for his newest servant. It was clear, Great Red had no intention of answering the last princess of Familion's plea. Just as he'd said. Perhaps Great Red hadn't been unaware of Stella and the castle. But in the end, it had chosen to ignore them. That utterly indifferent departure, leaving without so much as a glance at Stella, said everything. This is what a god is. Gods were merciful. Gods were also merciless. Even a dragon god with the purest, most straightforward personality was still a god. Stella wanting Great Red to help her had been a pipe dream from the very start. Compared to Great Red, Ophus actually has more of a human touch. At least, that was how it seemed from Leo's perspective. Thinking of the promise between them, Leo felt a fresh wave of uncertainty. Perhaps it really was time to start thinking about what to do. Chapter 224, Chapter 221 1960 for words The underworld. Devil territory. A black vortex appeared in midair at some unknown point, spinning slowly. It gave off no aura, no fluctuation whatsoever, as if nothingness itself had taken visible form. Never mind ordinary devils, even a mouse standing right next to it probably couldn't detect it without laying eyes on it directly. Suddenly, several streaks of light shot out of the vortex, materializing into 3 figures of varying sizes. This is the underworld. Leo, 12 black demonic wings spread behind him, held Kanna's hand in his left and Stella's in his right. He looked down at the mountainous, river-threaded landscape below, studying it for a while before confirming where they were. Ophus was surprisingly thoughtful. Leo figured the exit opening into the underworld instead of elsewhere was deliberate on Ophus's part. Since he was a devil, she'd connected the portal to the underworld. Too bad, I'd rather go back to the human world right now. The dragon god's thoughtfulness had missed the mark. What Leo cared about most was the situation at Kuo Academy's summit, and whether his servants had escaped the hero faction's pocket dimension. He wasn't particularly eager to return to the underworld. Well, being out at all is good enough. Leo quickly stopped dwelling on it. Compared to the dimensional gap, the underworld was familiar ground. He could use a magic circle to jump back to the human world. It just took time. Compared to being trapped in the gap, that was nothing. The priority was contacting Yukino and the others to check on their situation. With that in mind, Leo let go of Stella's hand, raised his palm, and prepared to open a communication magic circle. But before he could reach out to Yukino, someone else contacted him first. "Are you back? Where are you?" The voice that came through the magic circle, along with the projected image, belonged to none other than Sona. The normally calm and rational heir to the Citri house was speaking with an urgency that was completely out of character. A rare crack in her composure. The obvious worry and relief were enough to make Leo smile. "Yeah, I'm back. I'm fine for now." Leo's voice softened unconsciously as he spoke to Sona. "I'm in the underworld. I'm out of danger, so don't worry." The underworld? Sona visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted. "That's good. How are things on your end?" Leo asked immediately. "Is everyone okay?" "More or less. At least no one died." Sona had already regained her composure. That day, a dense fog that appeared to come from the Dimension Lost Wielder filled the entire Kuo Academy grounds. "It forcibly transported you and all your servants away, but left us behind. After the fog cleared, we were attacked immediately." Sona seemed to have guessed that Leo had been cut off from the outside world and was desperate for information. So she gave him a concise rundown of what had happened that day, bringing him up to speed. The situation was largely similar to the original story. While Leo and his servants were forcibly transported into the pocket dimension to fight the hero faction, the old Mao faction launched their own assault. They attacked the school buildings, overwhelmed the guards the three factions had stationed at Kuo Academy, and then directly assaulted the three factions' leaders. Their intent was clear: kill Surzex, Serafal, Azazel, and Michael right there. To that end, the old Mao faction's leaders, the descendants of the original Mao, all took the field. And the unexpected part wasn't just them. Someone who had been on their side had also joined the attack. Vala Lucifer. He'd secretly joined the Cows Brigade and been recruited by the old Mao faction. Sona's tone was heavy as she brought this up. She also filled Leo in on the context before he could respond, in case he didn't already know. The Cows Brigade is the underground alliance that the old Mao faction, hero faction, and other terrorist groups all belong to. This organization was established at some unknown point, recruiting dissidents and dangerous individuals from every major faction under the banner of the Infinite Dragon God. Without anyone realizing, it grew to a scale capable of influencing the entire world. Especially within the Devil, Angel, and Fallen Angel factions. Many who were dissatisfied with the status quo had secretly joined. People like Kokobeel, who wanted to reignite the war, were everywhere within it. Radicals and heretics from the church had also joined. Before this, nobody had noticed the organization existed. Only the Fallen Angel's governor had sensed something off, secretly sent people to investigate, and eventually discovered it. On our end, we only picked up on some clues after the Leifei Tricks incident and started looking into it. Sona paused, still clearly shaken. The idea that such a dangerous force had emerged without anyone knowing was terrifying. Especially after learning that the organization's leader was none other than the Infinite Dragon God, Ophis. Not just Sona, even the leaders of the major factions had gone pale. But Surzex-sama and my sister seemed to already know something. Even when Governor Azazel brought up the Infinite Dragon God and the Cows Brigade, they weren't too surprised. Their expressions just turned somewhat grim. Sona's observation skills had always been sharp. She'd noticed this at the time but hadn't mentioned it. Now, recalling the situation, she brought it up in passing. What happened after that? Leo asked, not telling Sona he already knew about the Cows Brigade and Ophis, nor that Surzex had known in advance because Leo had deliberately tipped him off. After the Lafii Tricks incident, Leo had pointedly brought up the Ouroboros symbol in front of Surzex. If Surzex still couldn't figure out that the old Mao faction had the infinite dragon god's backing after a hint that obvious, he'd have no business being a Mao. Given its connection to Ophis, Surzex couldn't possibly ignore the potential threat. He'd clearly conducted a deep investigation afterward, likely following the infinite dragon god thread until he, like Azazel, discovered the Cows Brigade's existence. After the three factions decided on the peace treaty, Surzex had actually intended to raise the matter. Unfortunately, the attack came before he could. As for Vala defecting and joining the Cows Brigade, not just Leo, even Azazel had probably seen it coming. The governor of the fallen angels was sharp. Vala was someone he'd personally raised, practically his own son. There was no way he hadn't noticed something off. Even if he hadn't noticed anything specific, Azazel would have suspected Vala might do something, because he knew all too well what kind of person Vala was, a battle-obsessed warrior who craved nothing more than fighting the strong. For most people, that was the dream. For Vala, it was a death sentence. He didn't want peace. He wanted to fight. To face the strongest opponents and revel in combat. So once the three factions decided on peace, putting an end to their conflicts, and working toward a harmonious world, Vala naturally wouldn't want to stay. Joining the Cows Brigade, making enemies of the three factions and potentially every other mythological faction, was probably far more appealing to him. Vala's betrayal and departure were entirely predictable. Leo didn't need to be surprised. What he wanted to know was what happened afterward, and whether it matched what he knew. After that, Sona slowly recounted the events for Leo. Unlike the original story, since the attackers were the old Mao faction and no other Cows Brigade faction had moved against the three factions, Surzex and Serafal felt the devils should take responsibility for dealing with the old Mao faction themselves. So Azazel, Michael, and the others ended up as spectators and didn't intervene. Vala had challenged Surzex, the strongest Mao, in the name of Lucifer. Meanwhile, the descendant of old Leviathan didn't waste a single word before consuming Ophis's snake and attacking Serafal, the current Leviathan. The battle between old and new Mao had begun. With those matchups set, the Gremory and Citri peerages naturally couldn't stand by watching. They each engaged one of the remaining two old Mao descendants. The Gremory peerage fought the descendant of old Beelzebub. The Citri peerage fought the descendant of old Asmodeus. The results were brutal. Neither peerage was a match for their opponent. The Gremory peerage especially was in far worse shape than when they'd faced Kokobeel. The descendant of old Beelzebub was the strongest leader of the old Mao faction. After receiving Ophis's snake, his power rivaled that of the original Mao Beelzebub. A peerage that couldn't even beat a sub-Mao-class Kokobeel had no business fighting someone like that. Fortunately, Azazel provided support from the rear. His years of sacred gear research had produced several practical tools, including one that could force Issei into Balance Breaker without any cost. That let Issei unleash combat power surpassing anyone else in the Gremory peerage, barely holding the line. Without that, the Gremory peerage would have been completely overwhelmed and wiped out by old Beelzebub's descendant. The Citri peerage was in dire straits too. Without Sona's quick thinking, they couldn't have stalled old Asmodeus's descendant at all. In the end, Surzex settled things first. He crushed Vala with overwhelming force, so fast that Vala couldn't even activate Juggernaut Drive before going down. Then Surzex moved to reinforce the Gremory peerage, saving them from the brink. Serafal proved herself equally worthy, as one of the underworld's strongest female devils. Her Super Mao-class power was on full display. Old Leviathan's descendant, who'd only reached Mao-class through Ophis's snake, was no match for her whatsoever, and was frozen solid on the spot. After defeating old Leviathan's descendant, Serafal naturally rushed to save her little sister's peerage, easily defeating old Asmodeus's descendant as well. By then, Serzex had similarly taken down old Beelzebub's descendant. The results stunned everyone who witnessed them. To the uninformed, the current Mao shouldn't have been able to match the old Mao descendants in bloodline or innate traits. Even if the current Mao were competent fighters, going up against old Mao bloodlines enhanced by Ophus's power, a draw would have been a good result. How could they have won so easily? Not just ordinary observers. Even Azazel and Michael had thought the same. They didn't have a thorough understanding of the current Mao's true strength. To beings from the ancient era who had fought the original Mao, the current Mao, who'd only existed for a few centuries, were practically children. How could they be well acquainted with their actual power? Serzex especially had never entered his destruction form since the Devil Civil War. The details of that battle hadn't been leaked, so outsiders had no way of knowing that this young devil, who'd taken the name Lucifer, could actually rank among the world's top fighters, standing alongside chief gods and divine kings of other mythological factions. Seraphal, while not as strong as Serzex, was still Super Mao class, already surpassing the original Mao. The current Mao were all monsters in disguise. Only a few centuries old, yet every single one of them had quietly grown to jaw-dropping levels. For old-timers like Azazel and Michael, who were still coasting on their ancient foundations, it was almost embarrassing. In terms of raw power, the Devil faction had already pulled far ahead of the other two factions. If the current Mao hadn't all been easygoing, content with peace, and unconcerned with power and status, the Devils would have been dominating the angels and fallen angels already. And so, this crisis of the old Mao faction's collective assault was never really in question as long as Serzex and Seraphal were there. Chapter 225, Chapter 222 2060 words. What happened after that, Leo could guess without Sona needing to tell him. With two Mao of that caliber anchoring the defense and all four old Mao descendants defeated, the remaining old Mao faction members were just a disorganized mob with no hope of turning things around. Only then did the Gremmery and Citri peerages finally demonstrate the quality expected of the new generation's leading devils. Working alongside the underworld's security forces, they mopped up the remaining old Mao faction members and put an end to the premeditated assault. Unfortunately, Serzex and Seraphal had been too merciful. They hadn't killed any of the four old Mao descendants, giving them the chance to survive, and all four had escaped Kuo Academy. Their whereabouts were unknown. That was the only regrettable part of the battle. Even Leo thought so. In the original story, only Valley and old Leviathan's descendant had attacked the summit. Valley was wounded and fled, old Leviathan's descendant was killed outright. The other two old Mao descendants didn't surface until later events, where they were dealt with one by one. This time, all four old Mao descendants attacked simultaneously, yet all four survived and escaped. The old Mao faction took a heavy blow, and is weaker than before, sure. But as long as those four still exist, they can regroup. That remained a significant threat to the underworld. Valley was a non-issue. He only wanted to fight strong opponents, and held no grudge against the current underworld. But the other three had perfectly inherited the old Mao faction's arrogance and prejudice. No matter how many times they were beaten, as long as they lived, they'd keep eyeing the current regime from the shadows. Serzex and Seraphal understood this. But their one flaw was being too merciful, too soft-hearted. In some ways, they were even more naive than Ophus or Great Red, because they kept trying to accept the old Mao faction, hoping devils could unite and coexist peacefully rather than repeating the civil war of centuries past. That civil war was something Serzex had never stopped regretting. The other Mao felt the same. They'd always wondered if they should have been more committed to finding a path of coexistence, instead of letting it devolve into devils slaughtering each other. Only those who had lived through that war knew how many of their kin had died, how many comrades who'd shared their ideals had been lost. Remembering the carnage, neither Serzex nor Seraphal could bring themselves to decisively execute these former countrymen. Serzex especially. He'd killed old Mao Beelzebub's son with his own hands. So when he went to reinforce the Gremmery peerage and faced old Beelzebub's descendant, he couldn't help pulling his punches. Fortunately, his power was so overwhelmingly superior that even without entering his destruction form, he could effortlessly suppress one or even several Mao class opponents. Otherwise, showing mercy like that would have eventually gotten him killed by those ruthless old Mao descendants. Leo respected Surzex and Serafal. But their decision to let the tigers return to the mountain was something he genuinely couldn't endorse this time. He knew the original story. Aside from Valley, the other 3 old Mao descendants were all scum. Coexist and reconcile with people like that. Even if it were possible, Leo would always be watching his back around them, wary of getting stabbed. Still, this was the Mao's call. Even if Leo disagreed, he'd show respect. Besides, his own strength had grown enormously. Even without Balance Breaker, he had super Mao class combat power. At full strength, he could probably remain undefeated against anything below God class. A few old Mao bloodline remnants couldn't threaten him. Even Valley, who could use Juggernaut Drive, was already a step below Leo now. Juggernaut Drive could briefly give Valley power rivaling a god, true. But as long as Leo avoided a direct confrontation during those minutes, he could handle it easily. He wouldn't even need Balance Breaker. In his base state, he could toy with the White Dragon until Valley burned through his stamina, and then it would be over. With that thought, Leo felt at ease. What about Yukino and the others? Only after confirming how the summit had ended did Leo finally ask about what he cared about most. How are my servants? Sona seemed to have been prepared for this question. She answered without a moment's hesitation. They're fine. She gave Leo the conclusion first, putting his mind at rest. Then she elaborated. When we found them, a number of them were in pretty rough shape. But they'd managed to repel the hero faction, escape the pocket dimension, and win a battle that genuinely surprised all of us. Leo smiled unconsciously. They won? He murmured. Yes, they won. Sona confirmed it, her voice carrying both admiration and praise. I have to say, you've gathered an exceptional group of servants. They blew all our expectations away. They wanted to go look for you afterward, but we stopped them. Winning was one thing, but those girls really weren't in great condition. I had them return to Chiba to rest and recover first. They're all at the estate now. You can go straight there. Sona's words finally let Leo set down the worry he'd been carrying. I'll head back first, then come see you all afterward. Leo was already itching to get back. Now that you're back, we can relax too. Surzex-sama and sister have been sending people to search for you this whole time. I need to report your safety to them first, so they can stop worrying. Sona naturally understood how Leo felt right now, so she considerately agreed, and said she'd handle the aftermath on her end to keep him from being disturbed too much. Leo nodded, chatted with Sona for a few more moments, then ended the call. Let's go. Leo looked at the 2 dragon girls beside him and smiled. Time to introduce you to your seniors. The 2 dragon girls had very different reactions. Kanna's eyes darted around, looking cute and innocent on the surface, though she was probably scheming some kind of mischief in her head. Stella remained silent. She didn't react to Leo's words at all, standing there mute, as if she'd lost interest in everything the world had to offer. Looking at Stella like that, Leo felt a headache coming on. Ever since she'd seen Great Red in the dimensional gap and been completely ignored, the princess had been stuck in this state. That look of someone whose last hope had been shattered, whose heart had turned to ash, was painful to see. Leo didn't feel heartbroken over it, but after trying and failing to communicate with her, he'd decided to just bring her out of the gap first and deal with it later. He didn't have the luxury of worrying about a new servant's mental state right now. At the very least, he needed to confirm that Yukino and the others were completely safe before he'd have the emotional bandwidth to deal with Stella. Then there was Kanna. That hatchling was obviously still restless, and knowing her, she'd probably cause trouble before long. He'd need to rein her in and set some ground rules. With that in mind, Leo opened a magic circle, and the 3 of them vanished in a flash of red light. The estate's underground chamber. When the familiar red glow appeared and Leo's group gradually materialized, someone rushed over immediately, hand on the sword at her waist, on full alert. "Oh, it's you, Leo-sama. Welcome back." Recognizing who had emerged from the magic circle, the newcomer's wariness gave way to a delighted expression. She released her grip on her blade and came forward. It was the female sword master who'd been stationed at the estate under Seraphal's orders, the woman who'd gradually become the Eligos peerage's guardian, Miyamoto Musashi. Leo looked at the swordswoman, radiant as autumn maples. He nodded while asking, "How are things?" "Nothing happened at the estate." "Not a thing," Musashi replied briskly. "Since the summit, the old Mao faction's been crippled, your Eligos peerage sent the hero faction packing, and the angel and fallen angel factions are allies now instead of enemies. All the surveillance around the estate has completely vanished over the past few days. No more eyes watching your every move like before." Leo wasn't remotely surprised. He simply asked, "Where's Yukino and the others?" Musashi blinked, then smiled. "They really made a name for themselves this time, Leo-sama. The price was quite a few of them getting seriously hurt, but after proper treatment over the past few days, everyone's injuries have stabilized. Right now, aside from the Oni sisters who are up and handling chores, and Ravel who's in good enough shape to move around freely, everyone else is still resting in bed. If you want to find them, just head to their rooms." Then Musashi's gaze shifted to Kanna, who was busy looking around the underground chamber with curious eyes, and to Stella, who stood in silence. Musashi's eyes narrowed slightly. And who might these two lovely young ladies be? The question sounded casual, but a faint edge of sharpness was hidden beneath it. This swordswoman who had attained the realm of zero could naturally tell that both girls were far from ordinary. She sensed a thread of threat from each of them, proving that despite their young, delicate appearances, both possessed strength worthy of her caution. Her eyes even held a glint of interest and fighting spirit. "They're new servants I've taken in," Leo said, pretending not to notice Musashi's look. "I'll introduce them properly later." Before Musashi could respond, Leo felt a stir in his senses and turned toward the chamber's entrance. 3 figures were walking in at the same time. "Leo-sama." Ravel's voice rang out, unable to hide her joy. "Welcome back, master." "Welcome back." Ram and Rem followed close behind, both bowing toward Leo in perfect sync, every inch the maids welcoming their lord home. Leo looked over the 3 familiar faces, studying each of them for a moment, then smiled. "Looks like none of you are in bad shape." "That's a relief." With Leo's magic detection, he could tell at a glance. All 3 had stable, steady auras, nothing like someone who'd been seriously injured. Ravel being fine was no surprise, given her immortal body. She could barely sustain a serious wound if she tried. But if Ram and Rem were also this healthy, it meant that whatever injuries they'd sustained were already mostly healed. And that was indeed the case. Ram and Rem's injuries weren't severe. "The battle just drained us more than usual. A bit of rest was all we needed." Ram stated this matter-of-factly, as if Leo was making a fuss over nothing, and the whole affair had been trivial. Her tone was calm, yet somehow managed to convey that familiar blend of pride and sharp tongue. Of course sister wouldn't be hurt by something like that. After all, sister is very strong. Rem, as always, heaped unconditional praise on her sister while saying nothing about herself. "Oh, come on. You two have some nerve." This time, it was Ravel who called them out without mercy. "The reason you two are up and about is because your injuries were the worst of everyone's. I pulled strings with my family to get you 2 bottles of Phoenix Tears, so you could recover the night you got back. You were bouncing around fine after that. Don't pretend to be tough in front of Leo-sama." The smile faded from Leo's face. He stared hard at Ram and Remington. Both of them immediately looked away, avoiding his gaze. That actually made Leo laugh despite himself. "I'll deal with you two later." Leo glared at the twin maids, then turned to Ravel. Where's Yukino and the others? Can they get out of bed now? They can, Ravel answered like a personal secretary, ready with information on demand. Their injuries aren't fully healed yet, but they're not severe enough to need phoenix tears. Getting up and moving around a bit should be fine. Leo smiled faintly. Let's head to the living room. We've got a lot to talk about. Chapter 226, Chapter 223 1932 Words The estate. Living room. Called by Ravel, Ram and Rem, the entire Eligos peerage had gathered here. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru had left their rooms the moment they heard Leo was back, hurrying over to find him standing with Kanna and Stella behind him. President. You jerk, about time you showed up. Where on earth did you go? We were so worried. Asuna's face lit up with joy. Yutaha's tone was pure complaint. Yukino fired off a pointed question. Mahiru's eyes still held lingering worry. Each reaction was different, but all reflected who they were and how they felt. Ravel, Ram and Rem understood and stayed quiet, watching from the side. As for Kanna and Stella, the former was eyeing the assembled girls with open curiosity, studying each of them as if cataloging something. Stella's gaze flickered briefly, seemingly surprised by how many striking beauties were present. These are all his servants. Stella glanced at the faintly smiling Leo, thought this privately, but kept her silent, withdrawn demeanor. Leo stood up, a smile on his face that was equal parts relieved and exasperated. Long story. I'll explain later. He looked at Yukino and the others. How are your injuries? He'd done a rough assessment. No visible external wounds, at least nothing obvious on the surface. Internal injuries were harder to gauge. Their complexions weren't great. There was a pallor to them, a frailty, as if they were recovering from a serious illness. They were all still in sleepwear with jackets draped over their shoulders, giving off a fragile, convalescent air. Leo would have liked to check them over properly, but he wasn't skilled in healing. Even if he tried, he probably wouldn't find much. So he just asked directly. We're fine. Just a little weak. Yukino's expression softened when she saw Leo worrying about them first. She was clearly curious about the two girls behind him, but answered his question before anything else. After we escaped the pocket dimension that day, we received initial treatment right away. We didn't have phoenix tears like Ram and Rem, but by now, most of our injuries have healed. Asuna gave the detailed rundown, her warm, gentle voice drawing glances from both Kanna and Stella. Mainly because the Gremory peerage's bishop is really good at what she does. Her sacred gear seems to heal any wound almost instantly. That's why we recovered so quickly. Yutaha mentioned Asia. Clearly, the one who'd treated them that day was the former church saint, the Gremory peerage's bishop who wielded twilight healing. Asia-san's healing ability is incredible. Mai and Asuna-senpai's recovery abilities can't compare at all. Mahiru sounded a bit self-conscious. She'd apparently tried treating her companions with her own abilities, but the results were far inferior to Asia's twilight healing. Their external wounds were actually the easy part. Those were mostly healed the same day, Ravel chimed in. The real issue was everything else. They fought way too recklessly that day. If they hadn't pushed so hard, they wouldn't have needed this much bed rest. At that, several of the girls lowered their heads. Even Ram and Rem. Leo raised an eyebrow and called Ravel over. What exactly happened that day? Give me the full breakdown. Ravel was the strategist of the group. Her understanding of the battle would be more comprehensive than anyone else's. Asking her was the obvious choice. The girl wasn't remotely surprised by the request. She seemed to have prepared for this and began her account. Through Ravel's detailed narration, Leo gradually came to understand how the battle between his servants and the hero faction had unfolded. According to Ravel, after Leo and Cao Cao had moved their fight elsewhere, the Eligos peerage and the hero faction entered into a full set of individual matchups. Yukino was immediately targeted by Sharon, who'd been obsessed with her since their last encounter. They clashed instantly. Asuna was challenged by Jean, the inheritor of Joan of Arc's soul, and a fellow wielder of Blade Blacksmith. A battle between holy sword-wielding women. Yutaha was matched against Heracles, the inheritor of the great Greek hero's soul, and wielder of variant detonation. One specialized in offense, the other in defense. The ultimate clash of spear versus shield. Mahiru was singled out by Siegfried, the former church elite, an inheritor of the dragon-slaying hero's genetic legacy, armed with multiple demonic swords including Gram. She had no choice but to fight the powerful demonic swordsman. Ravel, Ram, and Rem ended up facing the remaining two top-tier Longinus holders together. George, a descendant of the legendary George Faust, a master of Norse formulas, demonic arts, fallen angel arts, black magic, white magic, and spirit magic, who also wielded the Longinus dimension lost. Leonardo, a descendant of Leonardo da Vinci, the genius artist. The youngest member of the hero faction, wielding the Longinus Annihilation Maker. Despite his youth and incomplete mastery of his sacred gear, he possessed terrifyingly dangerous battlefield control capabilities. Against those two, Ravel, Ram, and Rem had to fight together. Solo, their odds weren't good. That was Ravel's judgment. She'd even prepared for the possibility that other hero faction members would interfere, devising contingency tactics. Thorough as always. The hero faction naturally had more than just the members mentioned above. Plenty of outer members existed too. They were either sacred gear users or inheritors of some historical hero's bloodline or abilities. Decent in strength, just not on the level of the main fighters. That day, the hero faction had deployed in full force, vastly outnumbering the Eligos peerage. So it wasn't just Ravel. Yukino and all the others had prepared themselves for being outnumbered and overwhelmed. But to everyone's surprise, the hero faction's remaining members didn't join in. No, they'd intended to but were stopped. The hero faction members are all human, but they carry ideals that weigh too heavily for ordinary humans. I could see it clearly, they genuinely didn't want to rely on others to beat us. They preferred one-on-one duels, winning through their own strength. Ravel's analysis was calm and precise. Of course, that was only the situation at the time. Given their nature, if it became necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to gang up on us. They'd use any means to achieve their goals. The reason they didn't that day wasn't so much a sense of heroic honor, as it was overconfidence in their own abilities. It had curdled into arrogance without them realizing it. They probably didn't think they needed help to beat us. They didn't say it outright, but I could tell. They were looking down on us. Ravel's words drew cold or bitter smiles from Yukino and the others. Leo understood. It was perfectly natural. In the entire Eligos peerage, aside from Leo himself, every single member was a girl no older than 18. They were all pretty and delicate looking. Of course they'd be underestimated. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru especially. Yukino had been the earliest to join, yet even she'd only been a devil for half a year. Longinus holder or not, how strong could she possibly be in that time? The hero faction were all human, and nearly all sacred gear users. Their understanding of sacred gears far exceeded the norm. They knew that in just half a year, even a Longinus holder couldn't have grown that much, let alone girls who'd been ordinary humans before reincarnation. The hero faction members, while also human, had mostly inherited some legendary hero's power. Both their potential and abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. So in their eyes, ordinary-born girls like Yukino couldn't possibly have surpassed them in 6 months. That was the hero faction's arrogance. They called themselves heroes, yet they'd inherited none of the virtues and all of the flaws. This was what Leo despised most about the hero faction. They talked about being weak, ordinary humans, but the people who actually looked down on the weak, the ordinary, the unremarkable the most were precisely these so-called hero descendants who'd been born with inherited power. Just like in the original story. Issei, derided as the weakest red dragon emperor in history, a regular human, had been dismissed by Cao Cao. That arrogance later cost Cao Cao an eye. Of course, after that lesson, the hero faction never underestimated Issei again, even treating him as a priority threat. Credit where it was due, once they recognized a mistake, they corrected it fast. But that only happened after they'd already paid the price. At least on this first encounter with the Eligos peerage, with Yukino and the others, they were still arrogant. Their overconfidence in their own strength made them stumble badly. The first to fall was Sharon, who'd charged straight at Yukino without a second thought. She'd come for revenge, burning to reclaim her dignity after the last defeat. She'd prepared extensively, determined not to fall for Yukino's tricks again. What she hadn't imagined was that Yukino had grown immensely since their last fight. After the Leifei tricks incident, Yukino had gone through multiple rounds of special training, pushing herself again and again. Compared to the last time she'd fought Sharon, she was on an entirely different level. Back then, Yukino had been a novice whose demonic power hadn't even reached high-class devil level, who was still figuring out her sacred gear's abilities. Now her demonic power had broken through to high-class devil level, she'd fully mastered absolute demise, and she'd even achieved balance breaker. She was a completely different fighter. Sharon, by contrast, hadn't changed much since last time. She'd assumed her previous loss was just carelessness, that she'd fallen for Yukino's trap. This time, as long as she stayed alert and didn't get tricked, she'd win. After all, she'd held an overwhelming advantage last time. If not for Yukino's trap, there was no way she could have lost. She never expected that this time, Yukino didn't need any tricks to beat her. Without even activating Balance Breaker, Yukino displayed overwhelming power and crushed Sharon from the very first exchange. She went all out immediately, giving Sharon no room to fight back. Sharon couldn't even believe this was Yukino's strength. Before she could even process her shock, she ended up exactly like last time, a frozen statue. The difference was that last time, she'd been caught by a spell Yukino had specifically learned for the occasion. This time, the Ice Princess, acting on Yukino's command, had simply breathed on her and frozen her solid, stripping her of all combat ability. My feud with that woman should be over now. When recounting this, Yukino wore a complicated expression. In her view, after this battle, Sharon was no longer her equal. She couldn't threaten Yukino anymore, and naturally couldn't keep pursuing her. Yukino hadn't even needed to use Balance Breaker. She'd one-sidedly dominated and easily defeated Sharon. How could Sharon possibly challenge her after this? From now on, that woman wouldn't be able to bother her. Don't be so sure. Who knows what that lunatic might do next? Leo figured that given Sharon's obsessive nature, gaining some forbidden power to rapidly close the gap wouldn't be surprising at all. Ophus's snakes, for instance. The hero faction members might be too proud to consume them directly, but Sharon might not feel the same reluctance. If that woman swallowed one of Ophus's snakes, she might actually become a threat to Yukino again. But that was a concern for later. Yukino's victory was the Eligos peerage's first highlight of the day. What followed was the hero faction's turn to shine. Chapter 227, Chapter 224 2215 words Yukinoshita Yukino's easy victory over Sharon gave the Eligos peerage a strong opening. Unfortunately, while she was securing that win, someone on the hero faction's side had pinned down another member of Leo's servants, putting them in serious danger. That someone was none other than Siegfried. As mentioned before, this former top-tier church warrior possessed extraordinary strength. He stood firmly in the number 2 position, the strongest member of the entire hero faction after Cao Cao. He carried the genetic legacy of the dragon-slaying hero Sigurd, and the church's brutal warrior training program had brought his combat ability into full bloom. As a demonic swordsman, he wielded several formidable demonic swords, each with different abilities. His swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, at least on par with Kiba Yudo's, if not outright superior. He was also a sacred gear user, possessing a subspecies of twice critical, a sacred gear capable of doubling his power for a set duration. It manifested as silver arms sprouting from his back, boosting his strength, while allowing him to wield additional demonic swords simultaneously. The result was a force multiplication far greater than the sum of its parts. His balance breaker, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage, could increase the number of arms further. Like the legendary Azura, he could sprout 6 arms total. Each arm multiplied his power again, and with a demonic sword in every hand, even a typical ultimate-class devil wouldn't last a single exchange against him. Naturally, Shina Mahiru was no match for him either. The angel had grown considerably through repeated training, but she simply hadn't reached the balance breaker threshold the way Yukino and Yutaha had in just a few months. Incinerate Anthem was powerful, certainly, but against a human opponent like Siegfried rather than a creature with demonic weaknesses, her ceiling was somewhere around high-class devil level. An ultimate-class opponent was still too much. So after engaging Siegfried, Mahiru was quickly overwhelmed. She came dangerously close to being cut down by his demonic swords on several occasions. Yuki Asuna found herself in the same predicament. Jean wasn't quite as powerful as Siegfried, but she was still a supremely skilled swordswoman. Having already reached balance breaker, she outclassed Asuna entirely. In terms of swordsmanship, Jean was every bit Asuna's equal. In terms of innate gifts, Jean was human, but she had inherited the soul of the Maid of Orleans. At minimum, she wasn't inherently inferior to Asuna, who'd been reincarnated as a devil. In terms of sacred gears, Asuna could freely wield holy swords of various attributes by now, but Jean had reached balance breaker, putting her leagues ahead. In the original story, it took both Rias and Himejima Akino fighting together just to hold their own against this swordswoman. Asuna trying to take her on alone was simply premature. As a result, despite both wielding Blade Blacksmith, Asuna was completely outmatched by Jean in every regard, facing danger every bit as dire as Mahiru's. If the fighting had continued like that, both Mahiru and Asuna would have met the same fate, being thoroughly brutalized until they stopped breathing. At the critical moment, Yukino and Yutaha, having defeated their own opponents, arrived just in time to save them. During that same stretch, it wasn't just Yukino. Kasumigakaka Yutaha had also defeated her opponent and claimed victory. Her opponent Heracles truly did inherit the famous Greek hero's strength. Physically imposing with tremendous raw power, his sacred gear variant detonation allowed him to generate explosions on impact, and his balance breaker, Detonation Mighty Comet, transformed his entire body into a weapons platform, sprouting countless missile launchers across every surface. Through sheer firepower alone, he could suppress an entire devil legion. But he'd picked the wrong opponent. The barriers Yutaha erected with Create World could already withstand the full power attacks of an ultimate-class devil. Even with his balance breaker unleashed, Heracles' formidable firepower couldn't breach her defenses. Worse, his lack of agility, a consequence of his own bulk, made him easy prey for Yutaha to catch. She simply trapped him inside a barrier, and subjected him to a merciless bombardment from all directions. Heracles was perfectly countered. Within a few exchanges, he collapsed in a cloud of smoke, unable to rise again. With him down, Yutaha was free to join Yukino in supporting Mahiru and Asuna. Yukino went to Mahiru's aid, and together they took on Siegfried. Yutaha went to Asuna's side, and together they fought Jean. With reinforcements, the nearly crumbling Mahiru and Asuna could finally catch their breath and push back. Even so, Siegfried and Jean were genuinely formidable. Even 2-on-1, they proved difficult to break through. Seeing Yutaha coming to Asuna's aid, Jean decisively activated her balance breaker, Stake Victim Dragoon, creating a dragon whose entire body was composed of countless holy swords. She seized control of the skies, raining attacks down on Yutaha and Asuna from above. Siegfried likewise unleashed his balance breaker alongside the demonic Emperor Sword Graham, cleaving through Yukino's blizzards and Mahiru's purple flame crucifixes one after another. None of their attacks could touch them. Jean's mobility was on a completely different level from Heracles. Soaring through the sky astride her holy sword dragon, even Yutaha's barriers couldn't catch her. Meanwhile, Siegfried relied on pure brute force suppression to compress Yukino and Mahiru's room to maneuver, making the fight a miserable grind for the girls. Left with no choice, Yukino and Yutaha finally activated their balance breakers one after another, going all out. Sounds like it was a hell of a fight. Leo felt a pang of something. As their master, he naturally knew what Yukino and Yutaha's balance breakers entailed. Absolute Demise's balance breaker was the eternal silver world. It could flash freeze a vast area, conjuring blades of ice throughout the domain, and bringing a world of ice and blades crashing into reality. The technique was devastatingly powerful. At full output, it could freeze an entire country solid permanently. Unless countered by a Longinus ranked above Absolute Demise, or an equivalent force, breaking the ice was simply impossible. The world of ice and blades also dealt extreme damage, a torment rivaling the frozen hells. It was a terrifying power capable of slicing through and shattering even a Mao's body. Create World's balance breaker was illusion and reality utopia. It could expand the barrier's coverage to encompass everything within line of sight, and freely convert the nature of any power manifesting inside the barrier between illusion and reality. In simple terms, enemy attacks aimed at you were converted to illusion and rendered harmless. Allied attacks aimed at the enemy were converted to reality, meaning even intangible mental assaults or phantom illusions could inflict physical damage. Terrifying in every sense. With these two balance breakers in play, Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru finally had the means to fight back. Siegfried's demonic swords couldn't withstand the ice and blades capable of freezing an entire nation. All 6 of his arms were frozen solid, and then Mahiru's purple flame crucifix slammed into his body. He ignited on the spot, reduced to charcoal. The first casualty of the entire battle. Pitiful, really. If measured by raw combat power alone, Siegfried was arguably the strongest fighter on the field. Yet he'd been the first to die. Life was cruel that way. Jean didn't die outright like Siegfried, but she fared little better. Yutaha's balance breaker couldn't directly affect living beings, but the holy sword dragon Jean rode was a manifestation of sacred gear power, not a living creature. Once Yutaha's expanded barrier caught it, a snap of her fingers turned it to illusion. Jean plummeted from the sky, where Asuna's hidden trump card, a strike from the Nitten Ichi-ryu, found its mark. Countless sword wounds opened across her body, and she crumpled into a pool of her own blood, barely clinging to life. Hearing all this, Leo couldn't help but raise a question. They just lost like that? Didn't they use anything else to fight back? His brow furrowed slightly. He vaguely recalled that in the original story, the hero faction possessed a forbidden drug called Chaos Break. It was a substance refined from the blood of the original Mao, capable of forcibly activating sacred gears created by the God of the Bible. By fusing the holy nature of divine artifacts with the abyssal nature of demonic blood, it induced a state called Chaos Drive, dramatically amplifying the user's power. In the original, both Siegfried and Jean had resorted to this drug. Heracles had carried it too. There was no reason these 3 wouldn't pull it out when cornered. But Yukino and the others said otherwise. Apart from their balance breakers, they didn't use any other means to fight back. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru all confirmed it without hesitation, and Leo could only nod thoughtfully. Maybe it's still too early in the timeline, and the hero faction hasn't developed that drug yet. That was the only explanation. After that, the rest of the battle hardly bore mentioning. Once Yukino and the others had defeated their opponents, the only enemies left were George, Leonardo, and a handful of second-string fighters who didn't amount to much. Those second-stringers, seeing Siegfried and the others fall, finally scrambled into action, but against Yukino and Yutaha and their balance breaker states, with their devastating area of effect capabilities, they were completely ineffective. They were wiped out in short order. There was no denying it. Once they'd reached balance breaker, Yukino and Yutaha were genuinely powerful. Setting aside the recently recruited Kanna and Stella, the 2 of them could absolutely compete for the top 3 spots in the entire Eligos peerage, maybe even contest first place. At the very least, unless Ram used pawn promotion to massively boost her power, and unless Rem activated her Oni transformation, both of them could very well fall short. Knowing balance breaker versus not knowing it were two entirely different things. Take the original protagonist, Hayadu Issei. Before achieving balance breaker, he'd been a perpetual underdog who needed to pull off mid-battle power-ups just to scrape by. He was constantly on the receiving end, more punching bag than fighter. It wasn't until he mastered balance breaker that he finally looked the part of someone strong, capable of facing powerful enemies head-on instead of serving as comic relief and a walking buff station for his teammates. Within the hero faction itself, only those who'd achieved balance breaker could serve as frontline fighters. Without it, you were relegated to the second string. If not for Sharon's special circumstances, she wouldn't have had the right to deploy alongside Siegfried and the others that day. After that, seeing the tide turn against him, George began retreating. He manipulated the mist generated by dimension loss to forcibly teleport hero faction members out of the pocket dimension en masse, preserving as much of their fighting strength as possible. Leonardo, at George's signal, threw everything he had into one last gambit. Ignoring the strain on his young body and his incomplete mastery of the sacred gear, he forced Annihilation Maker into Balance Breaker, Bandersnatch, and Jabberwocky, spawning 12 Bandersnatch, each roughly 150 meters long, and a single Jabberwocky measuring nearly 200 meters. All 13 monstrosities charged the Eligos peerage at once. To deal with 13 colossal beasts, the entire Eligos peerage threw everything they had into the fight. In the end, they managed to put down 12 of the Bandersnatch, but the final Jabberwocky was beyond them. Defeating those 12 had already pushed everyone past their limits. Yukino and Yutaha had overloaded their balance breakers. Ram had activated pawn promotion. Rem had gone into full Oni transformation. Asuna and Mahiru had traded wound for wound in desperate exchanges. Even Ravel had exhausted every last drop of power, to the point where she couldn't even maintain her immortal body, her demonic power completely drained. Even after all that, every one of them had taken serious injuries, and the final Jabberwocky simply couldn't be brought down. Despair was closing in. Honestly, you've already done well. Leo saw the girls' spirits dip as they recounted this part, and he couldn't help but speak up. He wasn't just saying it. Their performance had genuinely exceeded his expectations. In the original story, it was Leonardo's balance breaker that had thrown the entire underworld into chaos. Those 12 Bandersnatch had devastated city after city across the underworld, and it had taken the mobilization of numerous powerful devils to finally deal with them. As for the final Jabberwocky, defeating it had required deploying Surzex's entire peerage. Graphia herself had taken to the field. And in the end, it was Hayadu Issei, merged with Great Red, who finally brought it down. For the Eligos peerage to handle a monster like that without Leo present was simply impossible. So Leo didn't blame the girls in the slightest. If anything, he thought they'd performed far better than they had any right to. They were the heroines of their respective stories, after all. The fact that they'd managed to destroy those 12 Bandersnatch was already a monumental achievement. The only question remaining was, so who took care of the last Jabberwocky? Leo's question made the girls exchange glances. Then Yukino gave him the answer. Chapter 228, Chapter 225, 2169 words. The Jabberwocky was never actually destroyed. Given the state the Eligos peerage had been in, they simply didn't have the ability to bring down a monster that even the current Lucifer's peerage had struggled to handle. Yukino and the others weren't like Hayadu Issei, who could pull off a mid-battle power-up whenever it suited him, even attracting Great Red to merge with him against the Jabberwocky. At that point, the girls had been genuinely desperate. If not for the fact that the Jabberwocky was a demonic creature, heavily countered by Asuna's holy swords and Mahiru's holy cross, and if Yukino and Yutaha hadn't been there in Balance Breaker to pin it down, while Ram in promotion and Rem in Oni form tanked damage on the front line, the peerage would have been wiped out in that state, no question. In the end, it was Ravel, the strategist, who saved the day. I noticed the pocket dimension seemed to be having some kind of structural problem. It was becoming very unstable, like a corner had been knocked out. It felt like it could collapse at any moment. That was Yutaha speaking. As a barrier specialist, her sensitivity to spatial disturbances was far sharper than most. When she'd noticed this and mentioned it, her original intent was to warn everyone to be careful not to shatter the pocket dimension, which would strand them all with no way back to the real world. But Ravel, hearing those words, made an immediate call. Deliberately destroy the pocket dimension's structure and banish the Jabberwocky. If you can't beat it, there are only three options: hold out until reinforcements arrive, retreat, or make the enemy disappear. No fourth choice exists. The Eligos peerage couldn't hold out long enough for help. They had no idea how to leave the pocket dimension on their own. So Ravel chose the most aggressive option without hesitation: collapse the space, and send the enemy tumbling into the dimensional rift. Given the pocket dimension's condition at the time, pulling it off wasn't even that difficult. Not when they had a barrier specialist who'd reached balance breaker, and another member whose balance breaker could transform an entire area into a world of ice and blades. With clever positioning, the plan was entirely feasible. And so the girls went all in. Following Ravel's instructions, they poured everything they had left into confining the Jabberwocky within a section of space, then had Yukino and Yutaha shatter that section. The Jabberwocky was successfully banished. You really went for it, didn't you? Leo was stunned. He could roughly guess why the pocket dimension had been so unstable. First, because the intensity of his battle with Chow Chow had exceeded the space's structural limits. The force of their final clash had fractured the pocket dimension's framework outright, sending both of them tumbling into the dimensional gap. Under those conditions, the remaining space was naturally on the verge of collapse, its structural integrity severely compromised. Second, because the creator of that pocket dimension, George, the wielder of Dimension Lost, had already decided to pull back. In order to preserve the hero faction's fighting strength, he'd been forcibly teleporting members out en masse. Each forced transfer placed additional strain on the already damaged space, making it even more fragile. On top of all that, Yutaha's balance breaker could convert an opponent's power from real to illusory. Once the already unstable dimensional structure lost its reality, and was then hit by the world of ice and blades from Yukino's balance breaker, collapse wasn't just possible. It was inevitable. And so the Jabberwocky was banished. In all likelihood, it had been swept into the dimensional gap, just like Leo and Chow Chow, which meant the girls were finally out of danger. That was the logical conclusion, but Leo was still shaken by the sheer audacity of Ravel's plan. With the pocket dimension in that state, one miscalculation, and it wouldn't have been just the Jabberwocky that got banished. The entire Eligos peerage would have gone for a swim in the dimensional rift. Given the situation, we had no choice but to take the gamble. Otherwise we were looking at a total wipe. Ravel was remarkably composed. Almost cold about it, really, enough to make even Kanna, a dragon king, shrink back and tuck her chin. This young lady of the Phoenix House had always walked the path of the decisive. In a sense, she shared a certain quality with the hero faction, the willingness to accept necessary sacrifices in pursuit of an objective. Getting her to make a risky call wasn't difficult. Leo gave the girl a long look but said nothing critical. Decisive or not, Ravel was right. If they hadn't taken that gamble, the only outcome would have been the complete annihilation of the Eligos peerage. Better to try than to accept certain death. If Leo had been there, he'd have made the same call. Besides, Ravel had not only committed no fault, she'd achieved something remarkable. She'd successfully banished the Jabberwocky, and brought every single member of the peerage back alive. If he were to lecture her about being too ruthless after results like that, he'd be the worst kind of armchair critic. Leo had no interest in being the sort of person who stood on moral high ground and spewed self-righteous garbage. So he just reached over and patted Ravel on the head with a word of praise. Well done, Ravel. That's my servant. One sentence and the cold composure on the girl's face dissolved instantly, replaced by a faint blush. That level of difficulty was child's play, really. She was clearly embarrassed, yet still insisted on speaking with that haughty air of hers. The sight drew laughter from everyone present, Leo included. So how did you all escape the pocket dimension in the end? Leo asked his last question while still stroking Ravel's head. We used the mist from that dimension-lost wielder. Ravel provided the answer. Ram analyzed the mist, reverse-traced it to pinpoint the real world's coordinates, and we were able to jump out of the pocket dimension via magic circle and return. Yukino added a supplementary explanation, prompting Leo to look at Ram. I simply felt it could be done, so I did it. Ram's expression was perfectly calm, but that matter-of-fact attitude only made her seem all the more impressive. And she had every right to be proud. As an Oni who'd invested her talents in the wrong skill tree, one whom Tiamat had evaluated as a transcendent prodigy, a divine child among the Oni, Ram's aptitude for magic was genuinely exceptional. Her greatest specialty was wind attribute techniques. Manipulating atmosphere and airflow was routine for her, and both were tangentially connected to how mist formed and behaved. Even though this mist wasn't ordinary vapor but the product of a Longinus, Ram's remarkable talent had allowed her to analyze a portion of its properties and successfully locate the real world's coordinates. Her innate gift of clairvoyance spoke to the same point. Ram's sensory talents were nothing short of extraordinary. Since Dimension Lost's mist served as a medium for forced spatial transfer, the fact that she could analyze it to pinpoint the real world's position was, when you thought about it, perfectly logical. And so, the Eligos peerage successfully repelled the hero faction and escaped the pocket dimension alive, achieving an outstanding record of victory. The cost was heavy. Everyone had sustained serious injuries. Ram and Rem's wounds had been severe enough to require Phoenix tears. But the fact remained that they had driven back the hero faction through their own strength and brought every member home alive. That was indisputable. Just as Sona Citri and Miyamoto Musashi had said, the Eligos peerage was likely to make waves across the entire Devil world and beyond, turning heads among every faction. After this battle, the upper echelons of Devil society would surely reassess their evaluation of these girls, recalibrating their estimates of the peerage's capabilities. If not for their injuries requiring rest, and if not for Leo's whereabouts being unknown at the time, the Mao would probably have already summoned them for a public commendation. The Eligos peerage's performance in this fight was just that impressive. You all did an incredible job. Even I'm blown away. Leo didn't hold back. He gave the girls a thumbs up, admiration clear in his voice. Not long ago, we were terrified because a terrorist group like the hero faction had us in their sights. We had to leave school, leave the human world, go to the underworld for intensive training. All that effort, all that sacrifice, just so we wouldn't be easy targets anymore. If we'd chosen to accept the underworld's protection back then, content with that fragile, hollow piece, today's results would never have happened. We might have already fallen into another one of the hero faction's traps by now. But we, or rather, you all chose not to do that. You chose to endure that brutal training. And that's why we have these results today. I'm glad. We overcame the enemy's schemes and harassment, turned down a fleeting sense of safety, and traded it for a decisive victory. We defeated the enemy we once had to hide from, and seized our freedom and peace with our own hands. Those words struck something deep in every girl present. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru especially. Thinking back to those days, they exchanged a smile, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling in their chests. Back then, the Eligos peerage had been just the four of them. Only they had been there for the training from start to finish. Ravel, Ram, and Rem had all joined later. So only Yukino and her three companions truly understood how much they'd despised their own weakness back then. How much they'd hated their powerlessness. That feeling of being at the mercy of forces beyond their control had been suffocating. It was from that point on that these four girls, all born as ordinary humans, began to change their outlook. They faced reality, embraced their identities as devils, and pursued strength and freedom. They began to accept training that would have seemed like hell to any ordinary high school girl. They started confronting head-on the dangers that combat brought. In the end, they conquered themselves and conquered the enemies they'd once viewed as nightmares. Thinking this, Yukino and the others couldn't help turning their gazes back to the man who stood there smiling at them with his thumb raised, their hearts stirring once more. They hadn't forgotten. Everything they had today, they owed to him. During training, this man had been a demon, showing them no mercy whatsoever. But it was precisely because he'd planned everything so meticulously that they'd been able to transform and achieve their current strength and accomplishments. This man had changed them. Built them up. Given them everything they'd wanted. Yutaha and Mahiru found their gazes softening as they looked at Leo. Yukino and Asuna needed even less prompting, the emotions inside them swelling with every passing second. After all, those two had already crossed that line with Leo. Oh, Leo-sama. Just then, Ravel seemed to remember something and spoke up. A message just came in from Surzek-sama. He says if you've settled in at home, to please pay a visit to Kuo Academy. Leo nodded, unsurprised. Now that I'm back safe, I should go see Surzek-sama. As for why Kuo Academy specifically, well, his beloved little sister attended school there, didn't she? Sona had also mentioned that once things were sorted here, he should swing by her side. Might as well combine the trips. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, Mahiru, the four of you go back and rest. Rem, the house is in your hands as usual. Leo stood up without delay. Ravel, I'll leave Kanna and Stella in your care. I'm sure you've guessed by now, but they're the new servants I recruited this time. Once I'm back, we'll throw a celebration and welcome party. We can recognize everyone's performance and introduce them properly. Leo's words drew every pair of eyes to Kanna and Stella. Kanna was her usual timid self, ducking behind Stella immediately. Stella remained unmoved, ignoring the girls' stares entirely, maintaining her silence. Seeing this, the girls exchanged a glance but said nothing, simply nodding. If you two would follow me, I'll show you around. Ravel approached the two dragon girls with impeccable manners. Perhaps it was the ingrained refinement of royalty that made Stella unable to dismiss someone with such thorough etiquette. She pressed her lips together, a touch of discomfort showing, but nodded and followed. Kanna tried to slip away, but Stella caught her and dragged her along. The girls said their goodbyes and went their separate ways, each attending to their own matters. After checking on the state of the estate, Leo left Miyamoto Musashi to watch over things, then headed for Kuo Academy. Chapter 229, Chapter 226 2203 words. Kuo Academy. Old school building. The Occult Research Club. When Leo stepped out of the magic circle and into the not unfamiliar clubroom, he realized he was the last to arrive. Sona stood by the desk with Tsubaki Shinra at her side. The moment she saw Leo emerge from the magic circle, she called out to him. Welcome back, Leo. Rias, the president of the Occult Research Club, was naturally present as well. Only Akino Himejima accompanied her. She greeted Leo with a warm smile, clearly having heard the news of his return already. Seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. Surzex was already seated behind the desk, Graphia standing beside him. The look he gave Leo was nothing but gentle. Sorry I'm late. Leo offered his apology, then couldn't help but think of Ophis. More precisely, he was thinking about the matter of his queen piece. In settings like this, both Rias and Sona always brought their queens. Even Surzex had his queen present. Yet Leo was still showing up alone. It wasn't a great look. The queen position really needed to be settled soon. He just wondered what kind of expressions everyone would wear when he showed up with the dragon god Ophis and announced her as his queen. Leo mused about this with detached amusement. You're not that late. I was the one who was a bit impatient, wanting to see for myself that you're truly safe and sound. Surzex didn't hold the tardiness against him. Instead, he gave Leo a subtle once-over and smiled. I heard you fell into the dimensional gap and only barely found a way back. That's right. Leo nodded, a wry tone in his voice. It really was a close call. If he hadn't encountered Ophis, and if he hadn't happened to carry a trace of Great Red's aura that caught her attention, whether he could have escaped the dimensional gap at all was an open question. "Would you mind telling me about your experience?" Surzex asked gently, like a considerate superior worried about a subordinate. And in truth, Surzex genuinely cared about what Leo had gone through. He was concerned about the dangers Leo might have faced. Leo saw no reason to hide anything, so he told Surzex everything. He described how his fierce battle with Chow Chow had fractured the pocket dimension, accidentally sending him tumbling into the dimensional gap. How he'd drifted aimlessly through it for several days. There wasn't much to say about the drifting itself. Just as Leo described it, he'd been flying around without direction, unable to even tell which way was up or down. He'd brushed with incomprehensible phenomena several times, each one dangerous enough to make Sona and Rias visibly tense just hearing about it. Of course, the truly alarming part wasn't what happened at the beginning. It was what came after. Leo told them about discovering the ruins of the Familian Kingdom, encountering Kanna, a dragon king who guarded its gates, fighting a fierce battle against her, and then recruiting her as a servant. How he'd successfully entered the castle, and with Ophus's help reached the throne room, broke Stella's seal, and recruited her as well. He also spoke openly about Ophus and Great Red clashing in the dimensional gap, and about how it was Ophus's assistance that ultimately allowed him to escape. There was only one thing Leo kept to himself, that Ophus had proposed a deal, planning to become his queen in order to help him grow stronger, intending to gift him the majority of her power so he could help her defeat Great Red. A deal with the leader of the Cows Brigade was neither trivial nor something to reveal lightly, and it bore directly on the path he'd walk going forward. After much deliberation, Leo decided to keep it under wraps for now. If he chose to walk that path in the future, premature disclosure could only create unnecessary complications. Even with that detail withheld, the revelation that he'd encountered Ophus in the dimensional gap, encountered Great Red, and witnessed the two of them battle was enough to stun everyone in the room. "You actually saw the two dragon gods fighting in the dimensional gap. That's truly astonishing." Rias and Sona made no effort to conceal their shock, and even Aquino and Tsubaki beside them looked shaken. Surzex-sama. Even Grafia couldn't help but turn to address her master. "I certainly didn't expect something like this to happen." The warmth on Surzex's face gave way to gravity, tinged with concern. "We've only just confirmed that she's the leader of the Cows Brigade, our enemy, and now Leo encounters her in the dimensional gap. And she was in conflict with the other dragon god on top of that. This is a situation we cannot afford to ignore." At this point, Surzex and the others had no idea why Ophus had become the leader of a terrorist organization, or why she'd clashed with Great Red in the dimensional gap. They didn't know the reasons, but the mere fact that the only two dragon gods in existence harbored a grudge severe enough to come to blows was a development no one in the world could afford to dismiss. Whether it was Ophus or Great Red, both were beings that the world's major factions could barely hope to resist. Either one of them possessed the power to wage war against the entire world. Either one had the strength to destroy it. And now it turned out they'd been fighting in secret. If that conflict ever spilled into the mortal realm, the consequences would be catastrophic. The end of the world might genuinely come to pass. Compared to something that monumental, the fact that Ophus had taken notice of Leo because of the trace of Great Red's aura on him, made contact, and helped him escape the dimensional gap barely registered. He'd accepted help from the leader of an enemy faction, yes, but as long as there was no suspicion of him defecting to the other side, Surzex's nature meant he wouldn't hold Leo accountable for it. "Do you know why those two were in conflict?" Surzex finally posed the question. According to Ophus, Great Red unilaterally drove her out of the dimensional gap. That's why she wants to take Great Red down. Leo held nothing back on this point, speaking plainly. Ophus seems to have always wanted to return to the dimensional gap, to go back to the silent world that gave birth to her. That's why she wants to defeat Great Red, who's taken over the dimensional gap. Her decision to become the Cows Brigade's leader was likewise for the purpose of borrowing their strength to defeat Great Red. Hearing this, Sona couldn't contain herself. If even the infinite dragon god herself can't defeat Great Red, how could the Cows Brigade possibly manage it? Sona had arrived at the exact same thought Leo once had. And she wasn't alone. Rias voiced her own assessment. The Cows Brigade is certainly a threat, but to claim they could help Ophis defeat Great Red, that's simply not convincing. At minimum, based on the strength the Cows Brigade had demonstrated so far, intervening in a battle between two dragon gods was utterly out of the question. Beyond their leader Ophis, the Cows Brigade had only shown the combined factions and groups formed by malcontents from the three great powers, including the Old Mal faction and the Hero faction. That level of force couldn't possibly threaten Great Red. All three great factions combined were considered a single mythological power, and either Ophis or Great Red alone could single-handedly oppose every mythological power in the world. The Cows Brigade's known membership was just a fraction of those three factions' dissidents. So when everyone heard that Ophis planned to use the Cows Brigade's strength against Great Red, they thought it was pure fantasy. Only Surzex kept his brow furrowed throughout. That may be so, but there's no guarantee the Cows Brigade doesn't possess some means of dealing with a dragon god. Surzex maintained a cautious outlook. No one in this world is truly invincible. Just as even the most powerful devil fears weapons of light and holiness, just as even the mightiest dragon fears dragon slayers, just as even gods can be targeted by weapons designed specifically to kill them, surely dragon gods must fear something too. Leo glanced at Surzex, silently impressed. He'd hit the mark. Even dragon gods had something to fear, and its name was Samel, the Dragon Eater. A being known by many titles, the Devourer of Dragons, God's Venom, God's Malice, Original Sin, the Serpent of Eden. The ultimate dragon slayer. It was the entity that had once taken the form of a serpent and tempted Adam, and even to eating the fruit of knowledge, incurring the wrath of the God of the Bible. It had been made to bear every drop of malice, venom, and curse born from God's hatred of dragons. A holy God was not supposed to harbor malice. And so the malice that should not have existed became, upon being forced into Samel, a virulent poison of unimaginable lethality. The divine curse it carried was the ultimate weapon against dragonkind. Its very existence made it the most lethal dragon slayer in history, capable of devouring dragons unto death. Even the legendary dragon-slaying holy sword Ascalon was a toothpick compared to it. If Samel were ever unleashed upon the world, every dragon in existence could face extinction. For that reason, it had been sealed in the deepest layer of hell, Cocytus, never to see the light of day. In the original story, it was precisely by utilizing Samel from the deepest reaches of hell that the Hero faction had subdued Ophis, stripping her of most of her power. After that, Ophis never returned to her peak. If the Cows Brigade could find Samel, they would indeed have a means of dealing with Great Red. However, Samel was the most forbidden existence imaginable. Even gods wouldn't approach it casually. In the original, the Hero faction had only been able to briefly summon Samel with the permission and assistance of Hades, the god of the underworld. If it had been available for unrestricted use, Ophis would have lost far more than just the majority of her power. As for whether the Cows Brigade had already made contact with Hades at this point, that was genuinely uncertain. I'll take this matter back to the underworld and discuss it thoroughly with the other Mao. Surzex's gaze swept over everyone present, and his tone carried the weight of a command. Until we've reached a conclusion, I need all of you to keep this absolutely confidential. Not a word to anyone. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. This experience wasn't entirely a bad thing for you, at least. You gained two powerful servants. Surzex turned his attention back to Leo, his expression warming again. You must have grown considerably stronger, haven't you? Rias and Sona both turned to look at Leo. Grafia, Aquino, and Tsubaki did the same, their eyes carrying something beyond simple curiosity. For them, Leo's servant conversion trait was no longer a secret. Now that he'd recruited two powerful new servants, he'd certainly become stronger still. Meeting their collective gaze, Leo broke into a grin and unfurled his bat-like, pitch-black wings. 12 devil wings, each one vivid and distinct, filled the sight of everyone present. The room fell silent, breath collectively held. 12 wings. Rias found her throat had gone dry. The mark of the highest-ranked devils. Sona's expression turned distant, almost dazed. Already reached that level. The way Graphia looked at Leo shifted entirely. This is... Aquino and Tsubaki could only stare at each other, completely lost for words. Only Surzex seemed purely, genuinely delighted, repeating the word 3 times in succession. 12 wings. The highest-ranking devil. It meant that Leo's base power had truly reached Mao class, with absolutely nothing inflated about it. Factor in Zenith Tempest, the world's second most powerful Longinus, and the balance breaker he'd long since achieved, and Surzex had every reason to believe that Leo's current strength had already surpassed Mao class. Your power now. I imagine it's not too far from where the 4 of us stand. Surzex was thrilled by this. His words, however, nearly made Leo roll his eyes as he retracted his wings. Compared to the current Leviathan and the current Asmodeus, 2 super Mao class beings, sure, Leo wasn't far behind anymore. But compared to Surzex and Ajuka, he was still an entire tier below. Did Surzex